Oh, winter, please. Come already. Seriously. Like, anyone else just sick of the summer? I mean, thank God it's just one more weekend of the tournament, and then we can actually just go and lay in the swimming pool? I mean, dude, that's what we should have done here. I should have set everything up next to a very expensive, like, equipment next to a paddling pool, and I should have hot tub streamed this. Yes, that's exactly what I should have done. I'm a fool though. Instead, I'm back in the studio. We're probably another 16 hours of casting, we reckoning. Probably. Also, that camera is a little bit wonky. I swear, it just keeps smashing more and more over the side. But we got a fun one, guys. Today we have got Couple vs Anatan into Beastie versus Marine Law. That's right. It is semi-finals time. 4 players remain in the Elite Classic. And we are going to be opening up with the series that features someone in NA. Primetime series, right? Got to have Marine Lord and Beastie in the primetime hours, but also kind of comical. Rip Puppy Paw having to wake up early? Actually, I guess not. Like, is it that early there? I don't think so. So it's probably not too egregious of a timing. But reminder, we've got one more day off this, which is going to be the third place matchup into grand finals. So 4 series total remaining in this tournament. After which, I don't know, dude. Like, any tournaments? Any tournaments anywhere? I don't think so. Also, let me just exit this. Is there any tournaments actually planned after this? I don't think so. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, hold on a sec. Let's close some of this extra stuff too. Oh yeah, I need to look at that. So Masters Fall is August, but by then we're all gonna just be done with AoE4, right? Because Dawn of War 4 comes out early September. Is it true Europe doesn't have air conditioning? Nope. Like your rare cases, probably in offices. Offices is the exception, but like homes, no. Aircon isn't really that prolific over here. Oh, dude, what? This release is literally like 3 days before the finals for the Elite Classic, or no, like sorry, the EGC Masters Fall. So rip final weekend of that, Lamau. But outside this, I don't think there's really much coming up. Also, KEKW, like, dude, Liquipedia admins are so clocked out of Age of Empires 4, they didn't even update the dates. Apparently, Elite Classic begins on June the 6th, guys. Whoa! 5th one coming in that fast. But no, in terms of, like, what we've got here, I think there's the World League 2v2 stuff going on. Is that... It's not Carlos, is it? I think that's a French team. Oh, no, it's Team Real. And what sounds like French. Lord de Wulolo. I don't know. But I don't think there's too many known players playing. Oh, wait, no. Yo, Vortex and Lucifron signed up. Okay, that's cool, but we need good competition or it's pointless. Ezra Gully, not really on the same skill level. I don't know if we've got more... Yeah, it might just be farming for the Spanish bros in that 2v2 tournament. Other than that, the Beyond the Sea Cup, I think, wasn't this the one with the AI-generated picture that someone modded about? I think so, but we've got no participants for that. There's really not that much happening. So, be great time for a new RTS to release for us to be able to check out next month. Guys, I'm talking about, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Zero Space, whoop whoop. Honestly, I don't know, man. Zero Space, it's very placeholdery. I think it's got potential. I hope there's a big update coming when it drops so that it reaches that potential. Because, like, my skepticism is that it's just going to pop out and, you know, there's, like, placeholders, there's audio missing and everything else. Like, it's going to be a true early access. And the problem of being true early access is that we will judge you appropriately, right? Despite a lot of people liking Sand, I've made clear what my issue with Sand is, even though it's an early access, has a lot of potential, but I think a lot of people are just going to get frustrated at how bad the current game is in certain areas. Same with Stronghold 4, where we said if they release that in early access, you know, it's early access isn't really the accepted excuse it once was. Let's put it like that. I think people are just, they've moved beyond the, oh, the dev needs time, and now they're in the why is my game not ready phase, which is understandable. Sadly, a lot of bad agents in game development ruined early access in the early days, and then people continue to take advantage of it, right? But we have got the draft coming through. So map draft, looks like we aren't going to be seeing meme clearing, Lamau, Hillendale, Dry Arabia, Kawasan Gorge, Four Lakes, Coastal Cliffs, Lipany. So pretty strong map pool for what the likes of, I mean, China's going to be a high pro here, Byzantines. HRE can be actually quite nice because you got Kawasan in there. But outside that, Golden Horde, obvious ones. I think Rus is going to be a very popular pick today. And then, what else we've been seeing has been contested quite a lot. French still remains really good with map pools like this. That song is cool. What? How much? You know, that's what we really need, guys. We really need a new Command & Conquer. Like, I type in Red Alert, I get Red Alert 3, but there's no Red Alert 4. Red Alert 3 was kind of okay. It just... I think it was alright for one sitting and had no staying power, is the problem. Also, do I look like a dwarf right now? Also, I adjusted my chair. I brought it down a bit. And I think as a result, it's maybe looking a bit funky. Is that good or bad? I think that's probably good. Yeah, I felt a bit short. Now I look very tall, very dominant. This giant phallic microphone in front of me, like... All right, anyway. I heard that as well. I'm so sorry. That's such a weird noise. It's just sniffing, guys. I'm just immersing you in a cocaine-dense atmosphere, you know? Although less powdery. So, draft coming through. Byzantines, Chinese, no surprise there. Byzantines has been one of the most hotly contested civs. China always has been. Golden Horde follow-up, just always potent. I think Anatan's going to be looking for Knights Templar in these next 3 picks. But, wait, the Poppy Ball, he banned it away from him, right? Yeah, that's quite crafty from Poppy Ball. Anatan has had a high propensity towards the Knights Templar. He actually had that game against Marine Lord on Hillendale that he actually made look super close despite the fact it should have just been over in half the time. French follow-up really strong. Macedonians is available. Macedonians seems to be falling off in favorability here, actually. Rus, nah, Rus this early, you picked that mid-pack, but you know Anatan likes it a lot as well, as the concern I have. I think Macedonians or... Do you go HRE this early? Sengoku, right? Sengoku's... I think Sengoku's good as like 3rd, 4th. He chooses Tuklak over them. Okay, so he's prioritizing the value play into Kawasan and Four Lakes, which makes sense. He does need a bolster draft there, and as expected, there is that Rus we talked about. Anno always just seems to snatch his way into Ibids before his opponent, I've noticed. That's nice here because your opponent does have French. Probably deters him from getting too much heavy cav action going. House of Lancaster's probably going to be saved until the next rotation. I think now is where you start thinking about things like Mongols HRE. Mongols, which, by the way, has one of the best win rates, actually has the top win rate in this tournament. If you guys did not catch that, check this. It is almost unbeaten in this tournament, actually, with, I think, almost 10 games played. It's actually pretty impressive. Obviously, there's been a lot of games at this point, but I feel like Mongols has frequently come out in the high skill games is the difference. Look at that. 10 games played, 90% win rate on Mongols. By far the most successful civ in the tournament. Next will be Malians with 9 wins and 4 losses. Of course, Malians did feature 86 bans as well. So he does go Master and House Lancaster. Sengoku Daily Response. This is now Mongol territory, most definitely. HRE is also still up for grabs. Might be that you want Japan or Jean. Jean's quite nice, I find, on like Coastal at the moment. Gorge as well. It would be really nice to lock in both double French civs. So there's Japan. If he doesn't pick it here, he's giving over Mongols, right? Like, no way Mongol survives till here, I don't think. How does KP look so fresh? Cocaine? No, no, I can't afford that. Actually, I'm surprised. We were just around my sister's, as it's my niece's birthday party. So it was nice and hot out there. And I pretty much solo was running around looking after the kids. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised I don't look worse. I mean, the goal is if you start low, it's not noticeable to go much lower, you know? But like, it was hot. It was ridiculous. I hate summer so much. I'm a winter person. And he did give over the Mongols. I hate that. I'm not a big fan of Mongols being given over. I think it's quite a versatile civ here. Hillendale, Kawasan, Four Lakes. All very good maps for Mongols. And there's the Knights Templar, HRE secure. HRE at least makes up for a bit. And that does leave Ottomans or OPmans left over. Ottomans that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Anatan lose with that last weekend? Abnormally so against... Was it Vortic? No, Vortic's on the other side of the bracket, right? Was it Wham? Might have been from group stage. I distinctly recall, I think it was Anatan, losing an insane Ottoman game on 4 Lakes. I think it was group stage. But draft's now complete. First map is going to be Lipany. I'm not really liking the vibes. Let's switch the vibes up. Might actually turn it down just a little bit. Rainbow Road. Best vibes. All right, so we're going to Lipany here. Opening game. Probably House of Lancaster Byzantines can make a lot of sense. Byzantines Japanese is also pretty nice, I think. The extra berries are valuable for Japan. Anatan's Lightly Response. I think it's pretty solid to open Golden Horde here. And then your opponent's got a lot of Night Civs. The idea of opening Ibids too. But I know Anatan, like, he likes Roost, right? He likes 2 TC Civs on Lipany. So like Golden Horde Roost could give him versatility between attacker/defender. You have air conditioning in your office? I'm envious. The fun uncle, the cocaine. Dude, I can't afford cocaine. Like, dude, I know a few people in esports that do. And I'm just like, how? We don't have that much. Like, we're not. This isn't like a classy traditional sport where someone gets paid like tens of thousands of dollars. I'd be screwed if I had that kind of habit. I watched AoE4 for 3 years. I'm not exactly sure what is happening right now. After they've chosen these races, can they choose whichever one they want on any game? Yeah, so you have that you can use them once, and the whole idea is that you will now pitch them into this draft piece here, which I think might have bugged out. And then from there, you'll pick 2, and both players will snipe 1. And then that's your matchup. Then the Civ that got sniped goes back into your selective pool. The Civ that's used is now removed from the series for you, right? You're using it in that game. Yeah, I don't know. I think they both actually got a pretty solid draft here. I maybe like Puppy Paws a little bit more. I like the way he's got flexibility around maps like Kawasan, Hill and Dale, and 4 Lakes. I think Anatan just kind of... There was a big selection of very good civs here, right? Got Ottomans, got China, got Golden Horde, got Rus, got Ayabids, Sengoku, Mongols, you know? He's like selected the fruit basket, if you will. Whereas I feel like Puppy Paw is a bit more targeted in his approach here. And interesting, Anatan actually opts Ottomans instead of, what, Golden Horde? Nah, he might be playing double aggro. So, like, you go, what, Ibids and Ottomans. Only Ibids if you see a Cav Civ, which you haven't. So that probably leads to, like, Rus Ottomans or Ottomans Golden Horde. Right? Puppy Paw, like, remember, they now both blind pick at the same time, right? Oh, no, sorry. So you'll see first. Yeah, so Anatan has to pick first. So he needs to be a bit more diplomatic in his choice. Yeah, because if he'd gone for an anti-Cav Civ and his opponent doesn't pick an anti-Cav Civ, then he just lets you have Ibids and you lose the game, right? So Delhi comes out. That's a little bit more robust. It's decent against Byzantines. It pressures it. And then Japan as a response. Honestly, I think you have to ban autos here. I think this is a very scary pick for Puppy Paw to face. Yeah, he agrees. Ottomans can destroy Japan, and actually I think they do quite well against Byzantines now. It used to be that this was the cursed matchup where the alternate universe where Byzantines survived. But Ottomans have gotten well more refined in how they approach the other game. And also they've got a lot more flexibility with the Vizier points now. But I think Byzantines is actually under threat. So, Berry Madness. Both sides picking civs and getting civs that actually utilize the berries well. Delhi, of course, with the increased gathering rates and surplus. Whereas Puppy Paw will gather quicker from them. But should be hard of him to get out to those berries. Expecting Anatan to have a lot more map control with a Delhi pick. I just remembered actually. Did I update? I didn't. Let's do that now. Live. All right, remember, after this, we've got Marine Lord versus Beastie. The Olden Era crashed? Rip. Dude, I had an Olden Era game last night that legit made me almost uninstall the game. I felt like I wasted so much time. I done sprint because I wanted to be quick and it ended up being a 2-hour session. And I lose because I'm Grove and we go matchup 3 and he's playing Mage Schism. And I quite frankly think that's just kind of broken on sprint is what I learned. I think actually Schism's probably the most strong and broken civ on sprint entirely. I just don't like the way it's designed, man. He had something like the final battle, he had something like 150 floaters. and then took a dump on me because I just couldn't reach them because I was a Might hero, right? I don't know. I don't know. That was the first time Sprint left such a bad taste in my mouth that I just didn't want to play again. Because Sprint, I didn't think I was going to like originally, but I was kind of, okay, this isn't too bad. But that was just... The Ordinary has a lot of potential, but it's like, its balance design right now is very wonky. Its ban system is terrible too. Can't wait to see Vikings in tournaments. Dude, that's a long way off. You know what I'm looking forward to seeing? Space Marines in tournament. Okay, I don't know. I'm starting to get excited for Dawn of War 4. I think like when it comes out, we'll play it, see how it is, and when maybe like if I do casting, I'll be a mixture of playing casting type thing. I think I want to try and have a better balance on this channel moving forward of just like commentary versus playing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be good or not. I haven't been in any of the closed betas. I think Zero Space has some good potential. I think two things though, I think they need to change the units' clarity a bit so they're clearer from each other. And it's just also there's a lot of cookie cutter filler elements right now, like, you know, literal chat GPT AI text to speeches and stuff like that. Game's early part of early access. Yeah, I think part of what I want them to do is I want them to just punish slow players more. I know that people like low rank or whatever, they're trying to get used to the game, but I think sometimes I look at the amount of time you get on a turn, I think it's way too long. I also think that post-combat, getting an extra, is it a minute for doing comp? Like, you get lots of time when you go into the next fight. So I had like one turn with this guy in particular where he's quickly jumping from fight to fight and just, he ended up getting like an extra 6 minutes bonus time because of it. And that's kind of silly. Several streamers saying they're going to hit Dawn of War hard. They want it to do well. Watch two professional RTS players. They've both said they want it to be the primary game. I'm guessing that's someone like Helping Hans and like not an Age of Empires person, right? I think I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people that follow me for Age of Empires 4 are not even going to pay remote attention to me when I do Dawn of War 4. Because the problem is, and this is why Stormgate was never a real threat to AoE4. AoE4 was the threat to itself. They're very picky. Usually, like, medieval RTS enjoyers don't really like sci-fi. I can kind of resonate with that in some ways. There's been some sci-fi games. Like, I look at games like Homeworld, I don't care. But Dawn of War is different, man. Like, I don't know. I appreciate a good story. We'll see. It could have a... I think the one that's going to have a bigger knock potential on Age of Empires 4 isn't Dawn of War 4, it's Zero Space. Because there's a big chunk of our audience that came from StarCraft. OG Homeworld? I never played it. You know what could have been a good competitor? Stronghold 4, if they bother to add multiplayer. Whoa! Actually, I mean, like I said about Stronghold. I think I'll play it when it comes out. I don't think it's going to be an all-time great, though. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Yeah, I never played any of the Homeworlds, so it just doesn't resonate with me. So, wait a second. We want to get predictions up, right? We'll make Cammy and do it. He's here. Oh, is anyone watching on a phone on Twitch, by the way? I've set up a different style UI. Let me know what you think. I personally think it pops. But I'm biased because I made it. But we'll see it when we get into game. It's very different looking. Yeah, hate it. You don't even know what's going on normally in this game. I don't know. I thought I'd put the option in there. I need to remember to hit like go live multiple platforms when we're playing other games as well. Because some games I think people probably will quite like this kind of vertical. Some games not so much. But, you know, I think I've basically done the best job you possibly can with making AoE4 kind of look good in this form. Twitch has like a short view? Yeah. So it's like horizontal versus vertical. Because some people watch on their phone. And when you're watching your phone, do you go like this? Maybe if you're sitting on the toilet, if you're walking along doing things, you're like this for most people. Oh man, this breeze is so nice. Oh, I need it. Yeah, I don't think there's any other strategy games. I keep looking. I'm like, man, there must be something else coming soon. There just really isn't. You know what I would love? Battle Brothers 2. Oh. I thought about playing it again recently, but I was like, that will just eat my life away. I have been playing some of Stronghold Crusader Definitive Edition, actually. On the hardest difficulties, of course, because I'm a real man. That's been fun. Alright, laddies. Check out this sick new view. Let me know what you think if you're on a phone. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, it is finals weekend. That's right, the end is upon us. Semi-final number 1, it is going to be Volta Esports Anatan going up against the Canadian. The last hope of NA in a European-dominated tournament. That's right, Puppy Paw up in the north of the red. We kick off in Lipany here in the Elite Classic 4 semis. Japanese for the Canadian, while the Belarusian Anatan has opted to go Delhi. A delightful matchup for this Civ, and especially on this map. And what I could have sworn I reset the score to 0-0. I'm going to do that again. It is game number 1. I reset this already. What? That's weird. I definitely reset it. No, dude. It's final game. We're just having a really quick day. Because I was like, it's so hot, I want to get out of here fast. Wait, you guys don't like the vertical form? It's weird. You don't think this is like the best way you can try to capture this game's info? The only thing I could think elsewhere is like maybe I'd switch the minimap to the bottom and then have the game at the top. Because I'm not sure. I should actually take this moment to check how it looks on my phone, actually. Because I don't know if chat overlaps. I know on TikTok it does, and it's really weird. But I figured I'd give it a spin, right? So, what are we expecting this matchup? I feel like Delhi has just always been the classic bully with the Ghazi build, but I'm wondering if there's a world in which we see Tower Victory. That is an interesting beginning already. He was expecting a Dark Age rush, which isn't happening at all. So Anatan just wasted a lot of time and still is setting up these walls. Yikes. I mean, it'll be helpful down the line, but definitely looks and feels a little bit odd. All right, let me have a look. I'm going to see how it looks from my POV. Let's have a look. Okay, vertical. Oh, and you can set up whether you have low chat, no chat, and everything else. That's cool. Okay. No, I think that kind of looks okay. I think having the minimap at the top does make sense, right, chat? Like, you prefer minimap at top than bottom if you're playing on the vertical. People watching this, if this goes on YouTube later, are like, huh? Actually, I say that. I need to get a new YouTuber. My guy's very busy, so I literally need to find someone now to do thumbnails and editing. All right, so, wait. What world am I living in? What timeline? Koka Township coming in. No Kura Storehouse against Delhi on a land map. None of this I would have expected. Kind of respect it, though. I mean, it's dangerous for Puppy Paw, right? Because, like, now he doesn't have as much safe food. On the sheep game, he's neck and neck, so only got 14. Didn't get an overwhelming majority. Maybe he was expecting Tower Victory, but that's not going to be the case. You can see Anatan, he does opt for the old and good. Dome of Faith coming in. You appreciate the minimap is big enough to be useful on phone? Yeah, I think like that was my thought process. Like, if you're going to put an RTS viewing experience on a phone, the minimap needs to be #1 priority. Because actually, like, if you talk about high-level, like, understanding of the game, people can read the game just off a minimap. Like, I remember working very closely with one of my co-casters in Dota 2, and he could do that. You could literally cover up his entire screen, and he could tell you everything that's happening in the game with, like, 90% plus accuracy off of the minimap alone. Right? And I'd say Dota is a game where that info can get more muddied. Right? And the cool thing is, like, in a game like Age of Empires 4, you have special icons for town centers, special icons for castles, special icons for landmarks. You have all these different icons for resources. So you can actually guide yourself a lot off a minimap alone. Really what we need a return to RTSs that let you have the big, fat minimap experience, like Supreme Commander. For anyone who didn't know this, if you had a dual monitor setup on Supreme Commander, you could literally have one of your screens just be your minimap. Like, well, it'd be the full map in that, not a minimap in that. So it'd be a full map. So first Shinobi coming in. Remember, the first Shinobi you get is for free, and these guys, they do not function like the Sengoku ones. They're just good brawlers. So high melee damage, does have the ability to heal a little bit, isn't going to disappear on you in a timeout fashion. They just might disappear on you when they teleport away. Chat's displayed across the game window. I think it depends on what size you put the chat window as. I put it as low, and it wasn't that intrusive. I mean, the alternative is you make the game even smaller, which I think people wouldn't want. Vertical's laggy on your phone. Maybe your phone is bad internet? Maybe. You're the only one who's mentioned that. And I remember you do... I think you live in Africa, right? Not a region known for high whiz speed internet kid mode. Great wordings. So this is... I think this is why Puppypaw done this, right? It's actually quite crafty. Because he just teleports over the wall, blocks him off a goal. Actually got to respect that. And now goes for the Sabo. But Sabotage, as you can see, it does affect researchers. Dude, that's crazy. What a cool idea. Puppypaw can indefinitely delay his tech timings. And your opponent's opening Ghazi, so like if you just follow up now into... Well, you don't even need... Like, the ninjas are good enough. Like, Delhi has to do archers. You've already prepped horsemen to counter archers. In fairness, though, this is an atrocious spawn to attack. I think there's maybe a gap there. I hope there is for Puppypaw's sake. Otherwise, this is a very hard base to get into. It's kind of sick. Shinobi just going to walk away. I love how I just got the high ground up here that you can teleport down or up from. Oh my god. You know what you want to do? You want to press the east side, force him to move his tree line west, and then teleport down. Dude, this is such a cool strategy out of Puppypaw. It's mass melee, which has its negatives. You have to maintain numerical advantage, otherwise... Mass melee actually sucks. It's also, mass melee tends to suck against scholars because they have healing, right? So, like, unless you can snipe them, you don't have a way in. Can confirm, gap equal open. So he does have rotation. How deep does Puppypaw want to go on this? He's continuing to commit. I would love to see him go for melee tech or undermesh at the bare minimum. Undermesh will allow him to start diving in. I think as long as your opponent doesn't have archers, you can just dive in quite freely with just undermesh. Melee damage might become more important if it turns to a bit more of a brawly state. Like right now, it kind of feels like Puppypaw is honing in on this all-in timing versus trying to trickle trade out, which makes a lot of sense. You don't tend to win when you play slow against Delhi like that. And we do see archer range coming in. That's now been scoured, so Puppypaw has comp. And oh my god! He went back on the gold. -3! That's insane! I got distracted checking for the archer switch. I didn't expect Anno to go back out into gold like that. That's egregious. Without archers, without anything. Unbelievable. And you see how risky it was for Anno. Like, there's a gap here. Guys, you can walk here, Shunshin over. By the time he sees you, you're on top of him. There's no getting away from that because, remember, these guys are basically as fast as wheelbarrow villagers. Or faster. Unbelievable. And now Puppypaw, does he say tech? No, he continues. More. Insanity. And also, keep in mind, we're approaching Daimyo's tech point soon. Because he keeps scaling ninjas, he'll be able to unlock the Bannerman. The Uma Bannerman here, with the Horseman, with +2 melee, pretty nuts. Even against Ghazi. Incredible move. And you see Puppypaw, he's creeping for it again. He's watching the scout. He hides the scout away from Anno, so it doesn't reveal that he's in position. And the Shinobi, they're coming back again. No, surely not. Fool me once. But fool me twice? This is a bad fight for Ghazi, guys. Like, you actually can't beat them. Archers. Ooh, you can see. And remember, Shinobi see a lot, by the way. Their vision is a bit crazy. Horseman poking is going to back out. Has got melee techs coming. No undermesh is a bit surprising. And this is a Canadian classic. They love this more than any other players in pro play. Feudal Samurai. Where they belong. Yeah, going full Sengoku mode, right? So Q's up, Feudal Samurai. And he'll be looking to let them in with Shinobi so archers can't really target fire. It's a little bit weird against Ghazi, I'd say. But I think the idea for Puppypaw is if he gets a clear win, he can then go for a tech play and have 10+ castle units upgraded within seconds. Scare off the gold. Horseman just trying to burn through here. Ghazi, try for a counter raid. Oh, and he did get a few. Yep. Caught him on the backside. So Anno strikes back harder. 4 kills. I'm T-touring, I know. I mean, I'm watching this because I didn't want to miss it again because genuinely the Shinobi jump in, the villagers are just toast. Remember, Shinobi hit insanely hard. They've got 21 damage, so 3 stabs gets a kill. And their attack speed is almost every second. Shinobi genuinely just don't get the appropriate credit. They are a very powerful unit. I remember a while ago, someone was like, well, KP, maybe, like, it's not getting built. Let's buff it. Maybe you should be able to build them in racks if you get Coca. And I said, absolutely. It would be hands down broken if you could scale Shinobi out of multiple racks buildings. They are that good. Now Shin with 3. Whoops. Walk it off, boys. Walk it off. -2, pretty expensive for the dive in there. Yeah, they're only 100 resources each. It does add up fast. And meanwhile, on the other side, looks like Horsemen are at least steering Ghazi back into base. Ano's got some way to go for Pro Scout still, right? Minute and a half out, but the idea is pretty cool. Poppy Paw can anchor here. All the deer face east side. All the rest of the berries face forward. There's really not much food access left for Anatan. He's at risk of being starved out in this game. And sure, you know, Poppy Paw lost some villagers going out here, but he's now past that uncomfortable phase, right? Like, he has good map control. He has momentum. The cavalry count is kind of insane. To the point that it's now forced Anatan to switch spears. When he has little food left. Get back in the base. A full wall in. This is looking pretty doomed. Especially with the samurai now in the way. There's only 8 Ghazi. I mean, if you look at Ano's comp, practically all of it does nothing. Right? Like, the archers have a few shinobi they can kill, but this has been the elegant build for Coca that was discovered about 2 years ago. Is that if you open with Coca, you can bait your opponent to archers time and time again. They're that effective. A little bit of a clash. Uma Bannerman needs to catch up. He is on the way now. Now remember, he's hitting for 10 damage. That's going to be an extra 1 blacksmith level with the Uma. Yeah, so 11 damage. Then he can go for the 12 damage marker by getting the second melee tech if he chooses. Remember, this itself is a feudal knight. It's very tanky, got deflective. Samurai does get revealed. Burn through towards the gold, though. He did get another 2 by the looks of it. Yeah, well played. So Poppy Paw snipes in again. Now the big clash with the Uma Bannerman effect. It's a big one. Mistakes made there. Anatan takes a ill-advised fight, trying to just get the deer home, and he won't even be able to do that. Oh my god. Now mostly just archers left over for Anatan. I mean, Poppy Paw behind on numbers, but look what he's prepping for, guys. 10 plus samurai, now thinking about castle. Ghazi raid's not really feasible, just 5. And, oh, the timing. Villagers. That Ghazi saves lives. He's getting deer home. So Anatan has got more food, but he's got bigger problems now. Much bigger problems. Yeah, I think Poppy Paw has played him hook, line, and sinker, really. Militech 2's coming. Like this, I think Poppy Paw deserves a lot more credit than he's probably going to get for this game on how he's executed this, by the way. He's maximized the value of specific technologies. By going Shinobi into Horseman into Samurai, he only needs melee attacks. That makes an otherwise very expensive comp a bit more feasible because you're not spreading his fin by now going, like most civs would, into your range attacks. He has got the undermesh, right? But like he's only gone for melee damage. Floating gate now in the way. And by the way, like that type of strategy, that's what in theory should make Japan so good in Feudal. Like double tier upgrade in Feudal Age is insanely powerful because your base damage is so low at this stage. Not going to be low damage here though. Charge in. He's like, oh crap. Away again. This is uncomfortable. Tech up is not far off. And reminder, folks, by default, it only takes you 30 seconds to get Samurai upgrade. If he Yorishiro drops, which is not going to here, but if he did, it would only take him like 10. He's going to go for Mountain Samurai instead. But remember, it's definitely worth getting Veterancy for 10-foot Samurai, especially with their positioning. Archers are stepping up. Looks like he might end up losing some Sams here. Could hide in the Stealth Forest. The tech up now complete. Veterancy secured. Even the Horsemen are getting upgraded. They're going to take a whole minute. Dive in already. Doesn't find additional worker kills. In fact, is it worth upgrading? You're down to 9 Horsemen. A lot of them are heavily damaged. And Veterancy for Horsemen is quite expensive at 350. I guess as long as he loses no more, it's on the threshold of okay. But those Foot Samurai, they're about to become a real threat. Oh, the pattern lighted in there. 5 ranged armor, 14 damage, 155 HP. And Anatan, I mean, he doesn't have an insane number of scholars. He doesn't have great food income. He can't tech. He's stuck and looks to be dead. Yeah, this is going to take a miracle fight. Relic's also starting to come home already for Puppy Paw. Map control is paramount and clear. Yeah, you can't really contest them. Shinobi do feed a little, but that doesn't matter. They're just the appetizer. The main meal is about to begin. More Samurai queued. Huddle into the base. 10 workers not working. Samurai are going in one by one. That's kind of ill-advised here. As it only takes 155 hits to kill you. Only. Ghazi, nice choice there, actually, to go in with them. While you've got a split group, this is the way you want to fight. Because remember, Ghazi, with Micro, you can keep them all alive while killing off the Sams. End up losing 1 or 2, but worth what he gained. Extra foot Samurai holding back the thin veil of spears. And they're going to need to work a lot harder now because Mounted Samurai are taking over. Yeah, I think so far Anno's actually done a really good job. Now the question is, how does he raid or how does he tech? Either one is dangerous in its own right. You either tech and you don't have much army, or you continue to press with feudal army and eventually end up losing to heavily armed units. Samurai again, spears. Have to reveal themselves. Mount Samurai to follow up now. A very unfair numerical fight here. Puppy Paw does stand his ground. Cavalry is going to be brought down eventually. The Foot Samurai are buying a lot of time, but things looking a bit dicey. Yeah, he tries to retreat the Samurai now. Puppy Paw, he has not been respecting Anatan's Ghazi. No decent traders there, but Mounted Samurai now arriving on the backside. They go into the economy. They ignore the main army, and they look for the workers. Oh boy, but look on the other side. Similar effect here. Anno, he's going to come for Wallo to try and slow things down. He needs to Wallo early, though. Wallo, no, it's too late. It's going to be a Relic fed to the ground. Luckily, your opponent can't take it, but you miss an opportunity to delay him. Anno, however, is struggling at home. He's finally pushed him out of the base, but heavy damage done. And a new wave of Samurai waiting for him. And we do see the sale there. Stone all gone in favor of buying gold. Puppy Paw continues to spam out more units. He holds the choke point. This is looking doomed now. Anno, a great counter push, but now the problem he has, look at this. He can't spread out melee to overwhelm. It's just 1-to-1. The archers do assist a little, but against +6 ranged armor, they themselves take 155 hits to kill anything. He's going to get cleaned up, surely. I mean, the knight count is spinning a bit. There's going to be another retreat, but practically all melee dead for Anno, and he reinvested to his negligence here. Yeah, he didn't save anything for a tech up, guys. And mass archers can't dive at town center. If he can find the economy on the outskirts, maybe. But my concern is that Anno has now ran out of steam. 15 archers hit one guy and lose a pixel. That's pretty much men at arms for you. Newly buffed, baby. Whoop, whoop. That's the other thing that was smart about this, by the way. Puppy Paw, remember, he's taking advantage of the fact that Samurai are 10 feet rather cheaper than they used to be. You can see how effective it can be. What a sick build. So there you go, guys. Koka Township is back, and it's not so whack. Anno's at least going to find a few workers here. But, hold on. No, he just walked out for berries. Gets found and exposed on both flanks. Looks like Puppy was actually going to be coming back here. The villagers, this would be the jackpot. Like, no. No, he gets scared away. And this shifts out. Villagers don't have to be afraid anymore. All right, Anno is officially out of steam. I mean, we knew it was going this way after that choke point fight. But I thought maybe if Anatan could find the berries, get a few kills there, it could have been something to recover off of. Especially considering his berries on the flank didn't get exposed. But now, Puppy Paw unharassed, 8 worker lead, which is going to scale more with the Yorishiro drop. And Anno has barely anything left. I mean, almost half his army now are scholars. Scholars that aren't as effective in combat healing anymore. They lagging? The reaction time is a bit slow? Not really. Do you mean this fight here? It's because Puppy Paw felt like he couldn't walk away, so he just wanted to trade until he was slightly overwhelmed. Like, when you have those melee fights, if you aren't being surrounded in a concave, then you're fine to fight because your melee takes no damage from the archers. So you're just basically fighting one feudal unit with one castle. But the castle wins out in the end. What a cool build. Let me know what you guys thought about this. This might actually be upload worthy. It's not often we get to see Shinobi on land anymore. But Poppy Paw may have just convinced a few more people. That was pretty cool. Hell yeah. Oh man, this breeze is so nice. You guys can't hear the fan, right? I don't think so. Yeah, so game number 1 going the way of the poor. Getting paid out on that. Wow, everyone banking on Anatan in that as well. Oof. Game 2, we're going to Coastal. It's going to be French versus Golden Horde. I think this is actually one of Golden Horde's worst matchups. Snipes was that Anno tried to pick Ottomans again. It was not going to be allowed. Poppy Paw had Macedonians. That was not going to be allowed. Funnily enough, I feel like Macedonians would have been a bit more tenable than French for Golden Horde. What do you do as GH here? I guess you could... No, you can't go for a Dark Age Rush. The problem is that French Knights will just destroy Tortugud. So, like, your biggest advantage becomes one of your biggest weaknesses. The two best things about playing Golden Horde is... A... Oh, it is, because we moved the camera down slightly. Oops. So, A, it's your... Tortugud, and then B, it's like Archer Mass because of the ranged arm they dive. But +1 armor is not really that effective against mass French Knights. I don't know, this one's a bit tricky to me. I'm really not liking the way this draft is panning out for Anno so far. I think I need to adjust the camera. I'm going to bring it slightly up. And thank you. Appreciate you coming. Whoops. I'm breaking the illusion. Yeah. Yeah. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Oh. Maybe I need to get an even bigger green screen. This one's fine. I've been weighing up, rejigging everything in this room eventually. We need to basically fix them. Damage on the old wall over there, and then I can shift a bunch of stuff into that corner. I was actually talking to my brother-in-law about like installing a giant window to my side there. What the hell? Yeah, because basically it gets so hot in here. So maybe just getting one of those big ass windows that you can open all the way up. Oh. The alternative is just buying an full proper AC unit. So I have a little portable one with the water bucket at the back. God, I feel like I want to just be able to spend the whole day gulping very cold liquids. Anyone else get that urge, that vibe? In some ways, it sounds a bit weird to say out loud. So I hear you hate the Golden Horde. Don't worry. I think I found a solution. Ladies and gents, I think this is one of Golden Horde's worst matchups in the entire game. Not Poppy Paw, although he's pretty rough too. It is the French pick. We're here on Coastal Cliffs, a map which is even more frustrating for Golden Horde. And Anatan has picked what in some matchups is a default win, but in this particular one, I think is a struggle. Heavy Knights against worse Knights. What do you do here? Anatan's going to have to dig deep, guys, because this is starting to look a little bit rough. After Game 1's domination, I'm starting to get a bit concerned that Poppy Paw may run away with this. And seeing a French pick so succulently drafted out, I've started to wonder, what does Golden Horde do? Golden Horde, a Civ that sees their biggest advantage as being these unkillable heavy knights into mass archers with extra armor. That's usually effective against civs that don't have their own knights. Civs that then get forced to go spears as a result of that. And then civs that have to follow up archers. You don't have to do that as French. You could technically just raw knights, force your opponent to mass spears, and then only react archers after you've got a lot of knights out. So for me in this game, for Anatan to be in a good position, to stand a good chance, I need him to do something creative off the cuff. Just not really sure how many creative things you can do with Golden Horde currently. Especially on a map like Coastal Cliffs. Remember, Coastal has less stone options. That's really bad for Golden Horde because they need these stone outcroppings to generate into their techs. I would say Anno kind of got a good spawn to a certain degree, though. Backstone over here, other cornerstone, which might just go unnoticed by Puppy 4. In fact, he hasn't scouted it at all. So that might be a saving grace. The one part that gets sucky is when you get to age 3, you just can't get your hands on the other stone easily. Because remember, in total on Coastal, in a 1v1 game rather, there'll be 5 stone outcroppings. So, I mean, God forbid you get to Imperial Age. Like, you're never getting this, right? French, on the other hand, really nice spawn here. Puppy Paw just sees that his resources are spawning to the north side. Boar is pretty close to him, too. He could pull the boar back towards the tree line here and just kind of hug it. I think in these situations, actually, it's kind of underrated to wall yourself in. Like, if you pull boar here, you mill drop, and then you just do a small wall. Because your opponent, the biggest threat you have when you make that play is your opponent's going to walk heavy cab over. Archers, of course, is a threat too, but, you know, less so for French than other sims. Khan and Torgood now on the way because people like winning games. Has anyone actually seriously gone building hearts and it defined the game so far? I don't think so. At least not the games I've seen. It's just kind of a depressingly bad landmark choice. It's still, I think, due for a very big change. Go Anno. I think he's going to need it, man. Like, I hate to be the biased caster here, but at least when I look at the civs, I'm struggling to see the way. I mean, Anatan, of course, he knows plenty more about how to play the game than I do. But every ounce of Golden Horde French I've seen, I feel like the only time Golden Horde has gotten out ahead is some crazy spawn or some weird deviation from the expected strategy. Yeah, and sadly, Golden Horde, unlike Mongols, they're not a very good civ for Dark Age rushing, so he couldn't attempt something like that. He couldn't exploit that detail, right? He had to play just for the feudal timing. I think that's the suckiest thing here, is you know that you're going to give French a really good start, and they're a great civ in this matchup. So you give them that good start, now what, right? Like, usually when you know a civ's going to be dominant in feudal, you try to slow them down in Dark Age. Or you try to play for a faster castle. And I think that's where Golden Horde tends to go awry here compared to French. Is we just mentioned you can't really play Dark Age because it's too slow. But you also can't go Castle Age because it's too slow. So, like, one's too slow to get off the ground, the other's too slow to tech into. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Oh, you think they should make it so that when you go for the other tier 2 landmark, you get a free unit as well? I think genuinely all they need to do is make it so that the buildings move faster. The buildings should move faster, and I also think it wouldn't be crazy to make it so that that building that you choose has the ability to redeploy. Only that building that you choose, right? So, like, you can't... It'll be an archery range. You can't then unpack it and repack it into stables. But you'll be able to pack it up and move an archery range somewhere else. If that's too complicated from a coding standpoint, fine. Go the other way and allow you to toggle the type of building it will be, right? Like, make it take 30 seconds. But that's a really cool idea if instead, or in a delay, you could change an archery range into a racks for, 10 wood or something. Second Uvu set up, by the way. So Anno has got Spear plus Torgood coming. And Puppy 4 already prepping the archeries. Scout moving across. Final haul, 17 to 17 sheep. So balancing all things. Scout just sniffing out what's coming, right? Like, no gathering on gold means that Anatan isn't even thinking about blacksmith techs right now, or slightly down the line, eco techs, anything like that. It's just all about raw bulk to push. Khan's gonna have a bad time. Goes for the charge in. Low damage though. Yeah, it's gonna take him quite a few hits, guys. 4 hits to get a worker kill, and that's if you get the lance charge, which he most definitely did not. I don't like how long the Khan's hanging around here now. Because the problem is the amount of damage he's taken will be healed slowly by his supporting heavy cap. But in the meantime, you now got a liability. Archers do already arrive for the spears. Bad news there for Anno. And there is an outpost up, so this isn't even that diveable of an area until you have something like, 15 belly. Hey, what's up, Brit boy? It's only beer money.
It's only
cider
beer
money,
money,
remember.
but that's
We can't
okay.
do beer, Sag. Thank you, mate. I appreciate you all the same. And Knights already hunting. I think this is my chief concern, is Anatan's going for an all-in approach, whereas Poppy Paw is going for a raid-focused approach. And you see that Anatan has optimized his economy around that. Like, he moved everyone inwards. Negative is he's running out of food pretty fast here. He's going to have to start taking risks, or he's going to have to stop building army to build stockyards instead. Either one gives a different type of advantage to Poppy Paw. One will give him advantage to raid. The other will give him advantage to directly fight, because he'll have more military. We do have him take that risk here on the front side. Nicely played. Snuck it out at the right moment. Knights do dive in, though. Great micro back there by Anno. A lot of heavily injured villagers. He's even used the shivs. What? That was crazy. Anno. Wait, the Knights going back in. That's going to be -1. Almost 2. Oh my god, Poppy Paw, you greedy mother ducker. That was so unnecessary. That was completely unforced. Poppy Paw, he saw an opportunity there, and Anno exploited it perfectly. He's got a lot of heavily injured units, rather, but those 2 heavily armored units are gone. That's a huge pivot in terms of combat effectivity here. Like, going -2 Knights this early is crazy. Using shift to shield the wounded? Yeah, but it's also extra damage in, right? Like, these Knights only have 3 armor. You're doing half damage to them. And it was the difference. 2 Knight kills. That's incredible. Not much of a front line now for Poppy Paw. Have I cursed the French? I mean, like, calm your horses, because there's still a problem here, right? Like, all these guys are likely to die between, you know, like 10 and 15 minutes. Because remember, even if you start setting up stockyards still require you to move away from the town center a little bit. And, you know, if anything sneezes on these guys, they're dead. Might scare him off. A lot of spin waiting. Poppy Paw does react in time. Scout not here, by the way. Where is the... Oh, control groups. I think that's control groups. It could be just securing the second gold. Seek shelter. No! That ability sucks. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of comical, right? Like, the outpost is slightly closer than the TC, but definitely not the safety point he was looking for there. Nice wall up there. Ooh. Didn't get it. Wind up very slow. So remember, these Torgu, they're very annoying because they are so damn tanky. They can stay here for a long time and just force idle. And while that's happening, it looks like Anno, is he thinking about Castle Age? I'd be surprised if he rushed it. You don't... I mean, you are going to get value out of Muscovy Yasak, right? But I don't think it's to the same degree as it is in other matchups. That's 16 spearmen. I mean, there's a point where you got to be feeling a little bit endangered, right? Because the archers might scare the heavy cav away. Deer gathering, still got some life left in it. Then it's going to be a straight up pull to north side for boar, I guess. Like, you can actually build an outpost here, get berries plus boar. What's this vertical view format for stream? I've got a little tip for you. Instead of like molding about it, you can just press the button to go to horizontal. That's why we're catering for vertical, because some people will only be on vertical one turn. But you can choose. Choice. That should be your real rant and complaint, like a granddaddy from World War II. Like, why is it everyone could choose different? In my day, you had one choice. You fight for your queen and country. That was it. Nothing else. So Karash now in. This makes it a bit more tricky for the archer dive. Remember, it warps the numbers because you're now losing, what, 10% damage off your archers? Wow. Yeah, especially because he hasn't got Steeled Arrow yet. And that's specifically against spears. If you're attacking into anything else, you're doing no damage at all. Hey, sub Zuby0T. Appreciate the sub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Knight's still trying to creep in. So far, I know he's done a good job of just spreading himself out just the right amount to deter all. Does get baited here, though. Nice play there. Poppy Paw finds spears secluded. That's perfect. Remember, when you're dealing with mass spears, archers can't really beat it in a direct fight if you're forced to commit on both sides. That's what Anno's trying to do. He's trying to brute force it. Nice pin there on the Knight. He's going to get himself the kill. Does cost him a few spearmen, mind you, but I'd say worth that. Gets rid of Scout, loses a crash, 2 spears. Profitable exchange for Anno. Poppy Paw, remember, he has got that ball play. Didn't lose another worker. It's just, yeah, he hasn't lost an extra one. It's just he's got 4 here. Army. Now circling like sharks. I mean, I know he keeps just holding one hand in that cookie jar. He's trying not to jam his head in there like a cartoon character that gets stuck. But I think this crap will get off the pot motion isn't favoring him. Like, you can even see him trying to switch Keshiks, which... If you're going Castle, maybe? But for long feudal play against Mass Knight Archer, Keshiks aren't going to feel that great. Now the raid in on the outpost. It is fortified. It's going to take a while. Doesn't have extra fire armor, though. Just extra health. Archers. Oh, no. That misclick on the deer. Whoops. A little bit wasteful. Does end up at least taking out one of the Tortugud. Knights are finding more of them. That's really good for him. That's a mistake. I know that's not a fight you ever want to be taking with Tortugud. He's on A-click mode and is punishing him. Push comes in. Archers just trying to cut away from this. Knights. Now turn around for the exchange. Spear count. Not looking great at 6, though. What is he doing? He knows he's going to lose 5 workers, and that would be too many. But now he's going to lose a lot more. All right, this is looking close to done. So that's going to be -5 workers. Now remember, Golden Horde, they don't fall behind as quickly as other civs because they produce workers quicker, but French will still get gradually ahead. Looks like the second wave is good enough to actually scare the archers back, so a stay of execution for Anatan. Expensive fight, though. Yeah, I do wonder, like, you know, it was good target fire. I know it was taking down the archers gradually with the outpost fire, right? But now, I mean, with the reduction in spear count, Poppy Paw can go for a renewed assault. The spears can easily be thinned out on a second approach. I think also Castle is just as feasible here. 10+ knights, a good number to go for it. And the timing, Poppy Paw's game sense on point there. I think he was looking for a rotation. The ball pull is actually seen. He steers into it, in fact. So he now knows there's a new outpost coming up. Can he get across quick enough is the question. I think it's going to be too late. Yeah, if he's a little bit further upfield, this fails every time, right? But his knights are stirring east side, and he's thinking about Castle, or at least was for a moment. He's going to be renewing the investment. Chivalry's only now coming through. No siege engineering. Might be nice to have just a single ram here. Especially now that it's double outpost to kind of break. A nice find. Denies the stable. Blocker on the gold. Anno. Is he trying to scale more Keshiks? I don't think so. I think he was just trying to prep himself for Castle. Post does go up. Maybe he didn't see it then. I mean, it looked like he should have glanced it. That's the thing. Like, we can see it because we're looking straight at it, but in the moment, Poppy Paw probably was distracted doing something else. Knights are at least scared away. Tech up now coming. Guildhall on the way. Oh, this is the worst nightmare of any Golden Horde player. You're going to be stuck an age behind, and you don't have an overwhelming favorability in a fight. Like, you're behind on military count. That's a bad sign against French Knights. Puppy No Chivalry, he got it just recently. You just don't, you only see the pluses when we're selected on the player. So if you don't see the I next to the name there, that's why you don't see it. And needs the ball. I mean, he has got the outpost. Oh, I think he misclipped though. Wait, what? No. Guys, he clipped the berries and he hasn't realized. And he's been doing it for a while, right? Yeah, he's already halfway through it. In fairness, I don't think this is what would kill him outright. There you go, he switches ball now. He's got bigger problems though. Nice dodge by the berry workers. Muscovy Yasak now on the way. Your opponent's going to have a whole minute to dive. Cantled Saddles is also queued. He understands his timing, right? Like, Cantled Saddles, the time he researched that, he'll be able to dive with all tech upgrades available to him at almost the same time. I think Cantled is just lagging about an extra 10 seconds behind. You can see that Steeled Arrow 2, 20 out. Hasn't gone ranged armor too. Didn't prioritize a double blacksmith timing here. Which is better, berries or villagers on onshore fish? Shoreline fish is one of the best gathering rates in the game for villagers. So definitely shoreline fish. And Tortugud? Oh, he can't even get a kill. Yeah, no, he didn't get a second there. Archer stepping up from Puppy Paw though. Ranged armor 2 is on the way. 50 seconds out. Remember, if he allows Musky Yasak to come through, he enables the heavy cav a lot. Problem is, actually, this position is kind of Giga Brain in the end, remember. Anatan built the landmark far away from the base. But it means it's very hard for Puppy Paw to scout it now that the walls are up. I've got the denial on the front side. So it burns down the tower. Boar has to be vacated. One worker was killed in the process. Archers are steering. Gold gathering is going to get a bit rough here, right? Anno's only going to have 2k gold that he can access at this pacing. Still, he survives the timing. At least for the moment. Puppy Paw is definitely looking for some damage. Starts to march in. Sees the outpost. Actually just goes straight for it, torching. Not a bad idea here. He just got ranged armor too. Very tanky. Archers making sure that the TC stays garrisoned. This is a smart removal. Puppy Paw is worried about the extra 10% health from the Edict, remember? He doesn't want to give it over to him. Because remember, you can toggle into this fortification. Gets up another outpost on the back. Good choice here by Anno, making sure he always has that aura. But wood's becoming hard to access, guys. Gold's very limited. Food's going to be very limited. Not happy with limitations. Puppy Paw looks to push Anno to his limits. The villagers, 32 on the gold. Burns towards the girl, looking to open things up. Now the Keshik Tortugud try for the backstab. They'll be able to make it, though. They did get their veterancies through. Remember, these guys now have 7 ranged armor. Very, very hard for archers to trade against that. You see the problem, right? Like, Anatan's only range defense strat right now is I have a town center. He is fixing it. He's going to crossbows. Still, you're now building crossbows into massive archers. And also, your opponent's making the better crossbowmen. First of the Arbitrary have arrived for Puppy Paw. Much better version of these crossbowmen that Golden Horde are building. Please just get relics. He's going for an all-in timing. A lot of people sleep on the relic detail because of this. He's got a bigger idea in mind. Do you see it? Stone. French is different like this. The discount on all the Knight and Arbitrary production is insane. Allows you to do this. Take bigger risks. Goes in on the town center. Not bit ambitious, mind you. Keshiks will close the gap. Knights chase them off. Several spears going down. Crossbows now getting targeted as well. Knights, short range charge. Really well played there. Even with the TC assistance, this looks glim for Anasand. He just got the damage buff. Has to run away. Wait, Puppy Paw? Hold up. Chill. Chill, baby boo. I mean, damage isn't too bad into these Keshiks because they're low HP anyway. And there's the castle drop. Castle at home. Still gathering stone. Can go for a second one. Remember, this can give a fat discount. Get 20% off on all your unit production in this area. To put it another way, you buy 4 knights, you get 1 free. I say you buy 4 knights, you get 1 free. And remember, this strategy from Puppy Paw, like just scale, scale, scale. It's not bad because Guildhall. Like, if this game takes another 10 minutes, it's not negative for him because he will be able to go into Imperial Age. He'll have 30 plus knights. He'll just upgrade them again. So really, time is not on Anathan's side. Yes, he gets this passive trickle of stone, and there are some incredible technologies, but they're very expensive technologies we're talking about, right? Batch production is 1,100 stone each, which means on his current pacing, it's going to take him about 9 minutes to afford that tech, and that's if he doesn't build anything with the stone. Wow, double outpost as well for the deer. Wait, why the deer over the boar? That's a little bit unusual, actually. I think maybe Puppy Paw is trying to red palace drop at the front, which is disgusting, by the way. Yeah, actually, like a red palace drop around here is kind of vulgar. It blocks two tree lines, can block the gold. Puppy is still not getting relics even now, is becoming a bit surprising. And the Kha'Zix did creep out. Wow, nice hit there, Anatan. Readjust the economies. They're more or less level again. When the Torgu does sneak off, finds an easy kill. And he lost what for that dive? Practically nothing. But Puppy Paw pivots into 2 town center. What's up, Ray? That's not creepy at all. Yeah, that one's little, that one's big. Not for long, because it's hot. And I don't feel like Anna's getting a lot here. Also, Arch has sniped out several in the back. This is just rough. Yep.
What team do you think will win?
What do you think's going to win?
Who are you gonna think?
I think Red's winning this one.
And me.
And you. Wow, aren't you a clever girl? Waiting until someone else gives their answer.
Yes, see if.
I mean, it's very hard to see a world in which Yellow wins this now.
There's
Like,
so much team.
yeah. Anna's army quality is just questionable at this stage, guys. And he's doing a good job of finding some worker kills, but double TC relegates the effectivity of that. Yes?
Fire in the yellow. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We have to stop fighting each other.
I don't think they're going to stop fighting. I think they're going to fight even more! Oof, Gambesons too.
Dad, you can't fight at some.
Yeah, they can. Guys, I think we're about to get a Red Palace drop soon.
We're about to get.
Yes, you just repeated what I said. I already have co-casters that do that now, E4. Do you want to join the list? Yeah? I'm going to be like, wow, looks like Puppy Paw is winning. And then you're going to say, wow, looks like Puppy Paw is winning. Freya, they can hear you fine. You don't need to. You don't need to get that close either. They can hear you. I'm telling you, leave it alone.
I'm just moving it.
I'm telling you, it's fine like that. Uh-huh, yeah, because you're the main caster and it's all about you, uh-huh.
Scream. If you want to come to our channel, subscribe to our buttons.
Okay. Thanks. Red Palace, guys, it's going to be a safe one. I know, looking pretty contained right now. Can you stop putting your fat... You got to share the microphone. Stop putting your fat head in the way.
No.
You can tell that you're my daughter because your head's so bloody big. Cost of the Russian tributaries, it gets cheaper every time. So, like, it's down 285 and it'll keep trickling down. All right, Freya, please stop. It's not funny anymore.
Hey, ice cream. Hi. But Mummy and Edge was awake.
We'll go play with Mummy and Ezra then.
No, I mean when they're awake. I'm just talking about that.
Okay.
Scream.
All right.
When
Freya,
Edge
you
and
keep getting in the
Mummy's
bloody way. I'm going to move
awake.
you out of the way at this rate. No. Share. Freya, if you can't share, I won't share. That's not sharing. You goober. So, this is now... Alright, you're gone. You gonna be good?
Yeah.
Alright. So this is now very hard, guys. Your opponent's got up into the Imperial Age. You don't have a great army. The problem with Golden Horde here is he hasn't chosen quality melee. He's chosen trash melee, right? Which means they're gonna die very fast. So the opportunity to get damage buffs isn't really there for long. Alright, you're gone. No, you're actually good.
One more chance.
No more chances. Okay, so Puppy Paw, he's got the Imperial Age upgrades on the way. Elite Knights is the big deal. with 37 knights, I just don't see a way. Unless you find them one by one, maybe. Archer's retreating. Arbitrary Mass is also pretty good. He does get the Khan debuff off. Hold on a second. For the Knights, they're steering. 10 seconds out. He doesn't want to take the fight unless it's absolutely necessary. The upgrade is key here. Baits him deeper. Underneath the outpost fire. And all of a sudden, Anno realizes what's just happened. He tries to turn. But it may be too little too late. The Karash is also slowing down the retreat. Let's cover himself, but not a great exchange there. It's only going to get worse here. Elite Arbitrary upgrade just a few seconds out. Knight count stable about 35. Anno, he has got a similar count in Crossbowman. Problem is these Arbalists are about to start taking over in a big way. And this is before even reaching Unitex, right? Like, Anno, he's almost max pop. He needs a way to try and find his way up into Imperial soon. He also has problems on gold, guys. Relic game ended up being free for Puppy Paw, only one for Anatan. He might be able to snatch the second, but he needs this gold. This gold doesn't look that far forward, but in the current territorial bout, it is. Yeah, especially when you think about what you have to do. If you have to anchor the whole army here, then who's guarding the economy? That's my key concern. Sacred Site locked in. Freya has now walked away. What? I topped her. She wasn't even hogging the mic. She was just slapping it away like that. Now Knights. Ooh, freebie. Gets the trap. Yeah, I like the switch up by Anno. Like, dive in this area is just silly. It's double springled. Could be triple for all you know. But this slow approach at this stage in the game feels like it leads to a foregone conclusion, right? Like, you're now allowing Puppy Paw to get every tech under the sun. Even has incendiary arrows now queued up. Knights also diving in. He found the opening. He baited the army out. Anno sends the bulk of the forces to hard dive. Spear's now reacting on the flank here. The Knights definitely making him pay for it. Sees a few of these boys hanging around. Shivs out. Trades off with them. Eco shrinking. Khan debuff arrows coming in. But the Knight count, although it's not high, it's enough to get rid of the Horsemen. And that's all they needed, because now it's Arbitrary town. Horsemen are going to dive past. Reaction will be quick. Outcome will be swift. And a GG will be rallied as Puppy Paw now goes 2 up already in this best of 7. Not a foregone conclusion. I don't know, man. 2-0 is not a good sign. I don't think it's the... Like, this is the thing. I don't feel like Anatan's been playing tragic at all. I just think game 1, I think he got outplayed pretty hard. Game 2, I think he got out-sieved. So now what? Right? Like, I think Puppy Paw is just proving to be a lot better on the day so far. Anno needs a rally point soon. I think his Ottoman pick has kind of become a trap for him, because now Puppy Paw is simply drafting in a way that he's always expecting Ottomans to be a priority pick, which lets him know like what you're really trying to get through, right? So you have to try and get some super gotcha of Ottomans plus this are really good. Let me have Ottomans, which just doesn't seem likely to happen. Best of 7. Semi-finals. Best of 5 would be brutal. Oh, look. He actually gave him Ottomans. Now, I'm curious. He drafted China, didn't he? Rus. Oh, that's actually quite smart. Well played, Anno. Guys, Rus actually can be killed by... Macedonians, rather, can be killed by Rus. So Puppy Paw picked House of Lancaster Macedonians. Anno picked Rus Ottomans. Interesting that he'd snipe Lancaster, because, like, I feel like Ottomans actually beat Lancaster quite well. But no, this is really cool. So the reason why he got Ottomans, because he picked Rus, Macedonians can actually get annihilated by Rus, because you just spam horse archers and scale into the late game. So really, it's just like, as long as you feel like you're confident in your ability to play, and not get out microed, you tend to just kind of slowly roll over Macedonians with the current builds. Ottomans is a lot more intriguing. I think this is a good matchup for Anno, though. Vertical stream, see, that's what I mean. It's convenient. And also, by the way, reminder people, if you don't like the vertical stream version on YouTube, on Twitch rather, you can literally just press the button and go back to horizontal. That's why when someone was moaning about it earlier, I'm like, you don't have to use it. There are both options. And also, I mean, I tend to be critical of Twitch a lot, which is fair. But one thing they've done very well with their implementation is you can choose between vertical and horizontal. Whereas YouTube's, like, I can't set up a separate scene to capture in vertical form unless I push two completely different feeds. There's a vertical? Yes. If you're on phone, we've set up something. Here, I'll give you like a little preview. Oh, wait, I can't because we're not in game. I'll show you when we're in game. But yeah, you can go for classic split, I think it's called, or vertical. That's what I was saying, Joseph. Some people are just going to be more comfortable with that. But yeah, so what we have is when we're in game. Here you go, I'll quickly show you one thing. You get the layout like that. There you go, good, full cam. Okay, green screen's kind of ruining it. It looks a lot better on your actual phone, I promise. Also, we got mods for Gamba. Oh my god, that's good timing. One and all, it has happened! The unthinkable! Ottomans in pro play against the Gigabusters on the ladder. Macedonians for Puppypaw as he looks to go 3-0 up in the semifinals of this S-tier tournament. Is it Canada's time to rise? Or is Ottomans going to get Anno back on track? Let's find out as we dive into Gorge. Oh man, dude, this is cool. I was just saying in the draft that Anno had to do something quite creative here to get what he wanted draft-wise. Because so far, he's tried to pick Ottomans every single game. And so far, it has been vetoed every single game. Why did he get it this time around? Quite crafty, actually. I'm glad you asked. So the difference this time around for Anatan is that Anatan, he picked Rus and Ottomans. Puppypaw had picked Lancaster Macedonians. I think Macedonians into Rus is way too risky for Puppypaw, so it forces his hand to ban. Also, Rus have looked incredible on this particular map. Anatan was one of the players that's highlighting it. Like, their food income in mid-game is so good on a map that's usually quite risky for it. So smart read there. Forces the pivot. Finally gets what should feel like a good matchup here. Both brawling civs, but Ottoman's brawl feels a little bit stronger, a little bit more long-lasting in the feudal. And if we ever get to castle, that's when we start talking about the anti-cav guns. All right, I've resolved the Gamba. New Gamba is online. This is a problem. Camion's got an addiction. Needs to fuel it himself, apparently. Looking at the scout rotation, by the way. Sorry, should I give you guys some more of that epic music? There you go. Oh, you know what we need? We need to be back and forth between these two. All right, there we go. Wow, scouting has never seemed so epic in Age of Empires. Imperial Hippodrome now on the way, pretty much the norm. Ottomans should really be going for Mehmed. That's what they do every game. It's also really good on this particular map because of what we mentioned about food access. So it's good to have more permanent food at home. So what are we going to be seeing opening, though? With the changes coming into the Imperial Council, I mean, I think Fieldworks is just the bread and butter now. Unlikely this... There you go, we're drifting down the way. I'm trying to think what Puppypaw can do other than the obvious of trying to fast castle with knights. Because I don't rate it. I mean, I don't hate it, but I don't love it, should we say. I think the risk of you going fast castle knights is the Ottomans go fast dive. So unless you know you can bait him long enough to get the Golden Horn Tower online, you're not going to be safe. If you do get the Golden Horn Tower online, however, with a spawn like this, like just placing it here, really powerful, double berries, gold with line, you'd be undivable for a bit. My only concern is normally when you're playing Macedonians on this map, you're starting to think about a Golden Horn Tower in the 8K, and it is a great 8K location, but that would delay your timing to tech in a probably quite dangerous way. have a quarter time hydration break. That's true, dude. Like, you know, I'm gonna advise that to like the garrison later this year. I'm like, you guys need to, you know, like, you know, if they have AoE4 there again, I'm like, you guys need to have a hydration break. Actually, I don't know. Is the garrison confirmed just AoE2 this year? I think so, right? It's the Polish LAN in the castle that I think said it has 4 in the announcements. All in on Anna, Chad. I mean, I think if any game was going to be his game, this one. Game 1 was just incredible from Puppy Paw. Game 2 just felt inevitable and Civ. This, I see a way in which you can win. So keep producing spears on the cheap. I.e., pay you nothing. Probably, like, do you switch now? No, he just keeps on spears. What does kale do? It just lets you imagine you're eating kale. Being healthy. Pretty much it. One stream, someone asked if they could eat here. So we gave them Twinkies and kale. The foundation of any good diet. And there's the stables now. Yeah, so it's going to get the blacksmith timing. That's going to inflate the production count. I think just spear horseman for the dive, right? And then Puppy Paw, like what? He could go archers, but that slows down his tech timing. Also very risky against Sipahi. He could... Oh, no, that's better. Is it better? He could technically build spears as well. And the Viking spears, they get increased attack speed when there's more Viking units nearby. The negative of doing this is that Ottomans have a very easy counterplay. Double counterplay, actually. They get the healers, because you now have nothing to snipe healers. And then they just activate the melee armor, which is +2 melee armor. Which is definitely better than whatever attack speed you were going to achieve in terms of buff. At least in Feudal Age. See, I feel like Puppy Paw is either going to have to just say, suck it up and go castle, or consider adding in archers. Hippodrome Horseman, just 30 seconds out. That's going to be a nice buff for him. Dive coming in, though. Hold on a sec. Villagers not really pulling away. Oh, that was greedy Anno. What? The chain healing? No! He didn't manual it. There's a delay. The healers don't clock that they need to heal straight away, so you'd have to immediately click on to do it correctly. That's so unfortunate for him. -2 workers. We've just hyped this up as probably his best matchup option he's had so far in this semis. And it begins like that. Yeah, guys, I'm getting a sink and feeling. I don't want to be too much negative Nelly, but like that is almost a 10% eco loss at this stage. Dark Age Spears, that's because he doesn't have a Rax yet. He only just popped it down. So probably going to see that queued up momentarily. Archery coming in too. I think now Anno's main concern is that Puppy Paw will try to use this to just tech. Because now he can just trickle raid you and go for an age up because his economy is better. But Puppy Paw is just 2 steps ahead. He goes for Ranchian Stronghold. He adds in Archer and Spearman. Crazy thing is, like, he doesn't need the spears, though. Like, right now, Anno doesn't have Sipahi. This is a very weird game. And, oh my god, he still doesn't have Hardened. Bro, just give him a little bit extra skin here, man. Like, put a jacket on it. Like that old lady neighbor that forgot to, like, put her clothes on when she went to get the newspaper. Like, come on, bro. Just, like, put a jacket over it. Oh, this is as ugly as that to look at. We're about to be at 10 Dark Age Spearmen. No signs of feudaling them up, despite the fact he has the resources to do so. Yeah, I'm, for lack of better words, concerned. Anatan doesn't really have that much robustness to his comp. I think maybe this is part of the plan, is like build mass spearmen, bait archers, go Sipahi. But I would feel a lot better. There we go. He remembered it now. The old lady has found her gown. Hardened status in 10 seconds. Just realized saying that, those two statements together, maybe, but never mind. Horseman now rotating in. Anno has got decent vision. You can try to creep from the tree line, but I think Puppy Paw, nah, he doesn't go for it. Range damage 1. Really good choice here for Puppy Paw, considering your opponent may try and dive you. Yeah, and this also opens him up for defensive strongholds, and there you go. He goes for it. He's now going to have Arrow Fire. Arrow Fire is going to have the +1 extra damage on it when it already does 10 damage. TC Fire is going to be inflated. All of it's going to be inflated. Now, Villager's out on the goal. On the deer run, we're going to be safe. At the moment. And Spears. I don't think you can break this, right? Especially if he starts with the mill. No, wait, what? No, come on. Don't do this to yourself. Horseman. A little bit of a weird backstab there by Puppy Paw. Doesn't work out. All right. Hot take. I feel like he done more damage by contesting him there. The fact that Anno is wasting time on the mill could have actually been beneficial for Puppy Paw. I mean, the -5 work at idle is kind of annoying, but like it gets you time to get in better positioning, I think. And it's like tech up is the goal now for Puppy Paw. Decent number of archers to defend with. Your opponent barely has any Sipahi to dive with. You think that spears should auto-upgrade? It sounds to me like you just need to pick your civs better, mate. And wait, have we timed the people out? Oh, what's that? Let me fix that. Mods are just really bad at their jobs these days. You just can't get the people anymore. Now, Anno, mirroring the attack. Honestly, like, considering how this began, his positioning isn't atrocious. Oh, and let's not forget mana farms. Seriously, you can't get the mods these days, guys. What can I say? He only got 20 seconds. Oh my god, I've full screened everything on my PC now by accident. What? Golden Horn Town down the way. Anno's gonna get beaten to the punchline. Yeah, also we do have the Hippodrome Radari, so just a castle age, but you know. So, well, essentially it is Castle Age Knight, to be honest with you. Like the stats on this thing make it a Castle Age Knight. Yeah, 29 base damage, 250 HP. It is a Castle Age Knight. In the Feudal Age. Which then gets buffed when it goes to the Castle Age. It'll never make sense. It doesn't have to. As Dota 2 report would say, you're just going to have to accept this and move on. Very scrappy skirmishing, but at least he's blocked it all out. And this is what we talked about. Like, this was meant to be the weak point for Puppy Paw, is having to come out this far, but he finds the perfect timing. GH up on the 8k. It also secures 2.4k of food. Pretty damn nice corner. Other side, Istanbul is taking over. A new generation of Ottoman spammers is upon us, and this has been looking good. Yeah, I think this is actually a very powerful landmark, and people are finally appreciating it. You get 4 extra Vizier points. You get the Vizier points twice as quickly as you normally would. It's potent. Pax Ottomana? Not even about Pax Ottomana, right? It's going to be more about, for example, you can get your hands on the military campus, the advanced academy. You can then also prime Janissary Company to spawn out a wave of Janissaries when you need them most. It's actually a very smart choice in this matchup, because if you're going to focus raiding, you know your opponent will too. If you are away from your base and Radari dive in, you can just summon Janissary to push them out. This is a bit of a freebie. Our Relic's being targeted. Gazano just completed his tech up, but it doesn't look like he's got his boys in position. No. The Imams are still underneath the TC. Whoops. Crossbow defense Vizier points good. Yeah, it's pretty nice here against the Radari, because you do +3 damage against them. Right? +1 is just by default with the garrison point, but then you also get +2 versus heavy specifically. What else did he get so far? Right, it was, yeah, so no meta drums. He did go for sheep, which makes sense because of the way he's been forced to kind of hide in his base contain. We are getting additional blacksmith now dropping. Archery range is getting added in. Radari count for Puppy Paw looking decent so far, nothing too crazy. Archery upgrade also coming in, so will be some focus on the Bogmaffer. Makes TC cheaper than use Pax Ottomana. I think 2 TC here in a rush, though, is pretty dangerous against Macedonians. They're going to be going for an all-in timing. Better to be defensively layered. Like, I would see a lot more value in going into military campus, advanced academy, and then holding a point at Janissary. Like, you could potentially get Pax Ottomana before Janissary. Like, the idea of holding a point for Janny is pretty nice. Radari just wasting a lot of their time. Raids coming in from both sides. Relic's also getting blocked. Double Imam goes down. Yeah, so no Relic obtainment. And now Poppypaw playing for Relics himself. We have got the Runestone drop here to give him the kite potential. Radari are able to idle the backside in the base. Not much cavalry left over. Well, okay, got 2 knights. Not too bad then. Bugmaffer have got the penetration arrows. They're not using it right now. Radari are going to hone their sights on them. And the Bugmaffer, they're not going off the Janissaries. Bad fight here for Poppypaw. Archer's going to be minus whatever, how many? 7, 8 in total. Radari go down as well. A great fight for Anatan. Some idle time in his base, but I think he's got to be happy with that outcome. That was an atrocious affair for Poppypaw. Yeah, distracted elsewhere. Like, you know, if you see archers in range like that, you always try and target them down. Sorry, Janissaries, if you see them in range, you always target them down with the archers, which they're always going to be in range because they have less than you. Because remember, the Janissaries, they are considered countered by archers, as they do take bonus damage from archers specifically. Not just that, if your win condition is Radari, you need to stop the Janissaries from getting too high on count. So far, I've got to give a lot of props to Anatan. You know, some scrappy moments in the game so far, but this has been pretty clean defending. Yes, he lost 2 workers early on. I would say that was quite a blunder, a weird blunder by him. But since then, he's more than made up for it. Minimizing any exposure point. Gets a clean advantage now. Because your opponent no longer has archers. He doesn't have a quick clear into Janissaries. And now it's kind of about, you know, float, bulk, don't rush. Because if you rush, then Janissaries tend to get exposed. In fact, more than that, I love this switch into spears. He's just assuming his opponent can't really remass archers that well. And Relic, only 1 for Poppypaw so far. You see what I was talking about with the vertical stream thing? Oh, you like it, do you? It's pretty, I think it's pretty intuitive the way we've done it. I did originally have like 2 separate rows for the players' details like of their resources, but I dumbed it down to be 1 smushed together. 17 Radari scary? It depends where they're fighting though. I think if you can bait Anno out into the open, it's really good. If it's choke points, it's a little bit weirder. Because remember, Vizier Point... Oh, wait, no, sorry. All right, this is bad for Anno then. No, I'm going to... Rewind. I'm taking it back. That's really bad. He used the Janny point already, so his Janissary count isn't very good. He's also getting gold block, guys. Oh, no. Dude, I thought he had more than this. This is atrocious. How does he have so little with Istanbul Imperial Palace? Like, he's only got 1 extra point so far, right? Like, he hasn't got advanced academies, so he's not producing quicker. He can't produce Janissaries out of the academy. Like, he's being forced to produce spears and crossbows out of these. And not just that. Wait, is that only the 3rd now being built? It is. He's been slowing his timings on schools here. Anno not appreciating a good education. It's kind of worrisome because he's about to learn something the hard way. Oh, man. Almonds. I think they're about to get destroyed. There's a reckoning coming. Radari count, 17. Archer remassing behind. Crossbow wave looking good too. Not that he really needs crossbows that badly. I mean, there's not many knights left, right? I think Anno is on the verge of running out of food now. He's got Berry's front side, and then that's it, right? The sheep count is down to 4 carcasses, 5 full. He's probably got about 1,200 food there, max. Whereas Poppypaw, he has ran out of deer here. He's on the berries. He could look to lock in the board with the berries north side too. And what on earth is that move? Anatan takes a gamble. The ranged has marched forward alone. Less ranged, more deranged. I can't believe he done that. That is wild. He's completely out of position, and look at the move. Poppypaw, he would have seen this, or he would attack elsewhere, and he's attacking elsewhere. Villagers get scattered out. And he thinks he's safe. He's pulling spears, but what he doesn't know can hurt him. Archer crossbows are on the way. It's not just heavy cav. And his army is completely out of position. The scout drags spears away. Anno. Bad news, buddy. Wrong moment, wrong position. The reveal. Archer's in, Radari as well. It's a panicked rush to get away. But it's going to cost him dearly. And he sees the range now. He knows he's out of position. The Knights dive in. A backstab from the east side. Spears react quickly. Radari have to rotate beyond them. But the villagers are still being bludgeoned. A 10-worker lead. More than that, actually. Puppy Paw may have just found the killing blow. The Radari, they hard commit. Runestone drop comes through. Spearmen take their place. Spears no longer counterplaying here. And the end is nigh. Anno is about to be one game away from being stomped out of the Elite Classic 4. And with the way that Puppy Paw is playing this series, it doesn't look like there's anything you can do about it. What a timing. What a move. The craziness, the gamble of Anatan's rotation, but the sick timing by Puppy Paw. I mean, you can talk about the chance of being right about it, but that fishing for an expedition never ends badly. It can only end neutrally at worst for him, whereas the gamble from Anatan brings nothing but despair. Wow. Okay. That is pretty grim for Anno fans. One game away from elimination now, and I just don't see... With the individual performances, I think this is just Puppy Paw's day, right? I don't think Anatan is actually breaking him. You know, I've not been convinced by what I've seen. I mean, if there's a Civ that Anno can maybe do on, he's got that Civ now. It's Rus. Anatan's Rus of late has been, I think, his shining beacon. We're going to be heading in... What map are we getting? Don't think they've started yet. Wow. Yeah, they haven't started yet. But in terms of picks, Anno drafted China Rus. China got sniped. Puppy Paw drafted Byzantine House of Lancaster. So we get Rus versus House of Lancaster as Byzantine was sniped. Isn't this just 2 TC on both sides? But Lancaster TC is a bit better, no? Because of the mana buffs. I think what you're going to see here, guys, you're probably going to see the Men-at-Arms strat from Anno. What song is this? Zelda, baby. It's a classic. While playing Lancaster, putting vills in mana radius increases your neuron activation. You're like, oh my god, if I idle my villagers here, it's still economy. It's not the most efficient economy, but it's economy. Yeah, I don't know. I think map-wise, what am I expecting this to be? We had Dry Arabia, right? We had Gorge, we had Lipany. Oh, sorry, no, we haven't had Dry Arabia. We had Coastal, didn't we? I think this seems to me like... Is it a Hill and Dale draft? It's either Hill and Dale or Dry Arabia. Probably Dry Arabia. Yeah, I'm a bit skeptical, man. I think it happens sometimes, right? I think Puppy Paw, this is really impressive for him, though. Like, Marine Lord or Beast, you should be kind of a bit concerned. I wouldn't say Puppy Paw has had the cleanest games I've ever seen from him in the world. But his overarching strategies, his ideas, very kind of off the cuff, and I don't think you'd always expect it. In particular, that game 1 showed the creativity I think that's necessary here. I mean, Man at Farm's only got like 20 seconds timeout. Like, Purgatory is mainly just you. that was a lone experience for you, my friend. All right, looks like the boys are ready to start. Yeah, it is Dry Arabia. That has been wrong my throat recently. I feel like it's always rough. I'll do a 5-minute timer so you guys have a minute and a half in-game to look at the map and go, oh my god, this spawn is totally broken for insert name. Oh, man, I can't believe how popular still Sand Raiders of Sophie is proving. I don't know, like, to me, I think I said this at the start of the stream. Part of me wants to play it because I like the idea. I just don't like how buggy it is right now. I think I was right in my mold out on that game. I think it has potential once it's cleaned up. But I don't know if it will hold that long. Depends what games are coming up in the next few months. I'm seeing a bad map restart call for months. They fixed it. Yeah, I think it's a lot rarer with the changes they've made. By the way, is it me or if they added new campaigns to Stronghold Crusader Definitive Edition? I noticed when I was looking at the menu, I swear there was extra campaigns in there. Gonna have some fun with that. I don't know, like playing Stronghold 4 just kind of made me want to go play Crusader. That's the plan. Watch this, like watch it. They'll release the game and then the sales of like the previous ones will just go through the roof. People are like, well, that wasn't too bad, but it isn't quite Stronghold Definitive Edition. Oh, and haven't they got that Project Zeta thing out now? I don't know. I need to check that out at some point. Stronghold 4 is kind of a tower defense game in disguise. Changed my mind. I mean, Stronghold games in general can be like that. There's an element of that of truth for all Stronghold games with that. Because like one player is attacking, one player is defending. So even if you play multiplayer, you have that effect. I don't consider that a Stronghold 4 egregious thing. That's just Stronghold in general. And I can't stomach like tower defense games anymore. They annoy me. They're boring. But I'll happily make an exception for Stronghold. Hell yeah. Actually weird thinking about how little I like tower defense games now and thinking back to like when I was younger, how many hours I put into Dungeon Defenders actually was one. Dungeon Defenders was the of like classified in tower defense. There's two, because I think some people would argue They Are Billions is a tower defense game, right? So like They Are Billions, and then like before that would have been Dungeon Defenders. Like for me, it has to be different, man. Like I'm not one of these people who hop generic tower defense to generic tower defense game, you know? I don't know what appeals about that to people anymore, actually. I mean, you know, you do you. If you enjoy it, go for it. You know, feast on what you want to feast on, dog. But for me, they're just a snooze fest. Strong ones pathing and making maze. Oh yeah, because they're like, if there's an opening, if there's not like, if we don't have to break a wall, we'll just go to the opening, right? That is quite funny, yeah. My favorite is when you don't realize there's an opening. There's like a tiny gap, so you're not enclosed. Because most people forgot that, like, especially in Stronghold Crusader, the guy would say that the keep is enclosed when it was. The problem was he would say it in a kind of mysterious, deep voice that I think a lot of people couldn't understand. Oops, let me flip the scores. I feel bad about using this music for an intro, man. Like such happy music, and we have such an unhappy stomp. Yeah, let's give him like a different song. Oh, it's back again. More Zelda. He's waited for this moment. With his back up against the wall, we're checking in on Anatan in game number 4 of the semi-final showdown. He's failed to put a dent in Poppy Paw every step of the way, but this could be his best opportunity, folks. It is a Roos pick for Anatan. This is his ace up his sleeve. The Civ that he's looked best with in this particular tournament, and a Civ that I know plenty of you at home are eager to learn how to play. Be better to teach us. Anatan with the double scout opening commits to Roos on Dry Arabia in the yellow, but Poppy Paw got something snaky for itself. For anyone who's been desiring, hoping for a return to 2TC meta, I think we just found the perfect matchup for it, because these two Civs love 2 Town Center. House of Lancaster, no stranger to it. In fact, arguably their best build. And for Roos, seems to be their bread and butter. And honestly, with a spawn like this, Kremlin drop here, back stone, you should be able to gather the stone quite freely. I could see him Kremlin dropping just outside the tree line here, and then that secures the deer for a TC drop. That would be really nice. All right, let's see. How do we do on predictions? My Gambaholics, what did you guys go for? 59% for Anatan. I love how often we've got people favoring Anatan on the gamble, despite the fact that he's failed to get a game win so far the entire day. Let's focus not on the negative, though, all right? Abbey of Kings is now coming in with 2. That's usually indicative of 2 TC, right? Like, why would you tech that slow otherwise? And there you go. 2 town center it is. Mining camp committed to. I mean, they both got back stone spawns, guys. Like, what more do you want? Moment of truth. 2 TC on 2 TC. If it's Kremlin, it's 2 TC, right? Oh, sorry, I had to make that noise. That's not great. Why did he Kremlin here as opposed to here, I wonder? Does he not? No, he knows. He scouted it. He scouted all of it. He knows about the double deer and everything. Because, guys, if he Kremlin's here, like, it's not too much of a walk to go wall this off, and then you've just got full food secure in the corner. I think he's worried that it's a Rax rush. But you've got double scout, so, like, in what world don't you scout out a Rax rush beforehand? That's I'd have to ask Anatan the thought process here, because my thought process is that you've got double scout, so you have a high capacity to keep eyes on your opponent. And if you see that your opponent has gone for 2 villages build up and no racks, then your town center isn't threatened if you Kremlin here, because you can just then town center next to the Kremlin. Very weird. Free TC. I mean, like, that would make if it was free TC, it would make sense of the placement. I don't think free TC probably makes sense in general, though. That's an insane amount of food usage. What an odd one. Some people are going to be like, yo, can I refund my bet? I want to go a different way now. No, dog. That's locked in. And like this, Anno's already parked on the deer. He's trying to prevent a nice town center drop. There is one back here as an option that's kind of sick because all the deer got clustered on the edge. But unlikely Poppy Paw goes for it as it is further away. Oh, God. Yawn tell you I don't get to sleep much. Too hot for Anatan to use his brain. Guys, Anachat is just innovating. I don't know how yet. He's blocking the back rotation. Yeah, it's a little bit... And this is what I meant about being unusual. Like, you've already gathered the stone, so what has the Kremlin actually achieved now? He does still need to place the town center, but, well, then fine. The Kremlin here lets you place the town center, right? Because if he built it on the edge here, Spearman can't dive you, right? And the Kremlin's cover still lets you get a town center here. And this is where the town center is going anyway. So, like, all I'm seeing here is a more exposed town center, but I'm not sure for what. Like, the one thing that Anno can argue is by placing the Kremlin here, he saves wood on a wooden fortress here, because the lumber camp will be in range. There you go. Rotates all the way out. Paw's Free Lord is on the way. And second town center for the tree line. Yeah, pretty egregious for a lot of civs to not get deer with this TC, but kind of okay for Lancaster. Right? Notice that he hasn't placed it for a fast castle timing. That's when you place it on the gold. He's placed it for the tree line. But the reason this is okay is when you drop a town center as Lancaster, you get 800 food spawned right next to you. Pretty nifty little detail for Lancaster. Always has been. Reminder, they had to nerf the gathering rate because it was too good originally. I mean, I don't know why they had a gathering rate in the first place. I think it makes a bit more sense that Lancaster gather quicker from sheep now. But outside of the themic element, from a balance standpoint, when the old mana system existed, I don't know why they ever needed a food buff. A nice mana as well. Oh, look, he produced the sheep on the north side. So he shifts them over. That keeps him in mana range. That means every single work he has, 22 are going to be buffing the mana. It's a pretty nice start here. It means he's already getting 110 resources off of his first mana. Yeah, and he's going for more stone here. Second mana, maybe? I'm not sure about that. No way he's going free TC, right? I mean, why not? Your opponent done 2 TC. Why didn't you go free? think he's free TC. No, he is, right? Like, why else are you holding 375 wood? It doesn't make sense. So he's going to trip TC. He's going to do it to the deer, right? You can do it on the forward. A little bit risky, but you know, you kind of create a safety net, a triangle. And yeah, it's free TC. All right, guys. Town Center meta is back. Anno, he's pumping knights, but he's pumping them too slow. First one's coming out of a back stables. He thought he was being sneaky. Instead, he's going to be pointless. That's 10 workers to build up a TC. I don't think the knight gets here quick enough. No, there's no way. He's got 5 seconds left till he's birthed. It's going to take him about 25 seconds to cross the map there. Town Center is going to be practically complete by the time you die. Actually, it'll be done before then. Anno now has a big problem. I think this is all in strat. Like, you need to be Archer Bolt into Siege Engineering and then crack. He could go Castle. Problem is, you're going Castle to do what? Build Horse Archers, but your opponent's going to have a lot of time to just stay underneath his town centers if you Horse Arch. You can Castle into Mass Knights. I mean, either way, like, the greed game doesn't feel like the way. I know Castle Age Rush seems like greed, but like, it kind of isn't. It's all about bulking up for the next step. Men-at-Arms Rush would be pretty sick here, actually. I know. Like, double, triple racks with MAA is not a bad idea. Problem is, you can see Puppy Paw. He's building nothing. Loses the Lord. He's going for a white tower drop here. Oh, no. So what does Anno do? Because the problem is, everything that the Puppy Paw needs is on this screen here. If he gets a white tower drop here, he's got the gold secure. It's very hard to rotate north side. This is very easily wallable. Backside is very wallable. Like, the expansion is pretty natural for Puppy Paw up to the north side. Right. Get the charging, not able to get the finishing touch. Scout does pull back quick enough. Circulation over to the secondary town center. Nice play there, though. Puppy Paw goes for an additional outpost play, so he has enough garrison slots for everyone. Nice the scout, and goes even further north. White tower drop now coming in on the opposite side of where Anno was trying to attack him. Abbey of Trinity mirrored, but man, the fact that he produced free TC and still techs up quicker. I just want you guys to be aware of the math on this, right? He built a stable for 150. He built a knight for 240. Built an archery for 150. Built 2 archers. The numbers don't add up. Like, that's how good this mana is. He built it at, was it 6 minutes? 6.5 minutes? It's already generated like 400 plus resources. That's the difference maker right there. Then you add in the gathering rate on sheep. Lancaster's a damn powerful civ with these early timings. So White Tower's going to go up. Abbey of Trinity is going to give Anatan a different way of trying to fight back. No mana drop over here. Not really surprised by that from Puppy Paw. He's still keeping 1 on stone, so some interest maybe in them down the line. Double stables beginning. He's going to look to outshine Roost Knights. Sanity. And reminder right now, this thing is still generating over 200 resources a minute. 212, I think. 120 food, about 80 wood. It's a nice life, and he's still got just so much wood line to chop through. The gold also has some way to go, 2.7k left on it. Afterwards, wouldn't be surprised if he shifted his economy north, walled this up, and mana drops here too. Like, if you actually mana here, you'll affect the deer, the gold, and the wood. It is a bit split to be fully valuable, but still. 4 knights already in queue. First one's hitting the field. Farms coming in to keep that permanence around 1 mana. This is the thing. I don't feel like the devs changes fixed mana play at all. They just changed it. It's less toxic, I'll give you that. But, like, the relevance has shifted. Instead of building mass now, you just build 1. And 1 is good enough. That's kind of wild. I mean, it used to be the problem was people would max out manas as quick as possible. But we saw this in the previous edition. It was just 1 mana play would lead to the all-in Lords of Lancaster build. So then the devs were like, okay, a bit too powerful. They nerfed it. They nerfed, I think it was, they brought the food income down from 4 to 3. And then it just shifted into a 2 TC meta. Lancaster just looking great again. Not in every matchup. But when he saw the Roost, I think probably Puppy Paw was kind of smiling. Like, sure, you know, we talk about Anotan, this being his super frantic Civ, is where he's impressive. But what do you do when you're just getting raw out ecoed? Relic game, only now beginning. First relic has been picked up. Mass Knights are trying to raid. Puppetpaw has cleaved down 2 workers so far. You should not get away with that. I think I wouldn't be surprised if he gets caught by the TC of the Kremlin. Still, he's drawing attention away to get more knights in on the second wave. And the men-at-arms block the central relic. Puppetpaw snatching. He's going for relic play now. Knights on the flank, able to scare Anno off as well. Just feels like Puppetpaw is everywhere he needs to be. Knight dive in. We'll be able to find a worker kill in response. So Anno does strike back, but needs a lot more. Back to these villagers. I mean, just short bow maybe I'd... or run. One of the two. Does scout the archery range, so he now knows there's a conversion into a new unit type coming. Speaking of conversions, Anno scares off the men-at-arms play. Does secure that relic. Well played. So it looks like he's probably getting 4 relics off of this map. Absolutely needed with the current state of things. Knights are still rotating, and it looks like Anno not really paying attention. Will pull away at the last second, but ends up dying. Tries to bait him into the Kremlin. Does work. Gremlin Summon's doing well there, so -2 Knights. Great exchange there for Anotan. Puppetpaw is struggling to keep track of him. Yeah, losing additional workers as well. Another 2 going down. Knights now coming on the front side. Now, remember, the military numbers for Anno are slightly inflated by militia. That's making up 8 at the count. But I always remind people of this. I've heard some people say the militia hand cannoneers suck. They do not suck. 12 damage isn't a lot, but it's a range unit. And the reason that's super important is when a melee unit gets 1 HP, it's not very impactful. It's pretty bad. When a melee unit rather gets, you know, down to 0 HP, it's just going to get hit and die. But when a range unit gets 1 HP, it's really good. Because a range unit shouldn't be getting attacked immediately. So then I have to waste time killing it instead of killing more important units, or I let it exist. Either one can be very bad for the Roos's opponent. One interesting thought is that later in the game, if Anno is still relying on that militia pool, if Puppetpaw gets towards his sink shot, easiest way to remove militia in the world. By the way, has anyone tried doing the Agincourt challenge recently? I spun it up last night, and I was like, this is trash now. Because it looks like I think they've applied the nerfs that they've done over time to the Agincourt mission. So you can't achieve the times you used to when Lancaster released. Oh, Night Raid. Nice find. Puppetpaw will start pulling away. Doesn't have any spearmen. Crossbows aren't nearby either, so just a lot of idle time waiting to happen. Ooh. Anno looking pretty strong for a push. Yeah, his military force is pretty scary here. 12 knights, 14 crossbows. Puppetpaw's trying to catch up in that department. He's also switching Hovelar. My concern here is that Puppetpaw can't just stay at home. Remember, everything he's building here costs gold. So he's going to need to secure more soon. 4 relics in the end for Anno, only 1 for Puppetpaw. Good raids as well. Like, it doesn't look like a lot of damage, but it's not just getting the 1 odd kill here or there. It's the fact that now Puppetpaw has to keep looking for you, have to keep hunting you. It means there's less press point on the other side of the map. There's less pressure into Anno, which is buying more time to build up walls, add in farms, get that ridiculous economy online. You already see the food income's looking great for him. 1,500 to 1,200. Despite the fact that Puppetpaw has a 20 worker lead, he's losing on the food. Not great. I mean, he did get idled off the deer, so once he's back on that, the lead should be with him again. He's also been transitioning farms as well. The man is holding pretty strong. Second one coming in over here. We did talk about this positioning. Didn't go as deep as I was expecting. I thought he'd place the manor here, and then you can place mills off branch from it. Because then you get all the wood gathering as well. Okay, this is all just getting weirder with the houses now. But the people, they need somewhere to live when they're not farming. Hey, man, everyone knows if you want to get the max out of your people, you don't give them a house to go to. When I play Stronghold, I wall off the hovels. They can never go see their children. We need to make more bows, and we need to brew more hops. know. Is there a play into Imperial here? He's still got some wiggle room to go. I honestly think Poppy Paw would be more likely to play for Imperial first. He's gathering a lot of stone. Castle drop for an 8k would be pretty smart, but difficult to obtain with the way that Anatan's controlling the map right now. Knights do get scared off. -2 as well. Bit of an ugly loss there. Nothing really gained for him. And we do have additional manners on the way. Condensed land practice is now coming through. I know. He needs to find some gold, actually. Like, it looks like he wants to go Imperial. I'm a little bit concerned that he hasn't anchored on any extra gold reserves yet. Like, his gold is passive gen, yes, but he hasn't moved up to secure an 8k, 4k, whatever. Oh, big wave of Hobblar coming. The concern that you have now if you're Anatan is that the Hobblar count will easily outnumber the Knight count and ignore you. It's all about crossbows. Speaking of crossbows, that's a freebie. Finds a few on their own. No Sacred Sight win condition for Anatan. I think maybe he was gambling on the idea of just being able to play passive gold income. Because remember, he's got double Sacred Sight, almost triple if you got that. Plus, he's got the 4 relics, and he's got hunting cabins littered around. It's a lot of gold income. Problem is, like, when I look at his comp, I can't really make sense of no active gold gathering. You're building knights, you're building crossbows, you're now building men at arms, everything that costs gold. You've got 2.5k food surplus, like, it needs to be spent, right? Another kind of weird part is, like, this pivot into men at arms. It's okay against Hobblar, but your opponent's got crossbow mats. Yeah, so what does Anno really need? Spears is a lot better. I like that he's steering into spears now. It also fixes the problem of gold. You're not spending it. Because mass spears here against Hobblar, against crossbows, they're just not going to die very fast. Castle drop in successfully from Puppy Paw. Looks to stake a claim on the 8k gold. Could also keep gathering stone to get an additional castle creep, so you get like a second one here. Puppy Paw, the way he's setting up, Wingard is feasible here, folks. Ooh, nice find, though, on the flank. Does see the attempt to gather the boar. Knights and Hobblar are hunting down there. Crossbows go for the exchange. Puppy Paw's villagers have to pull back. Crossbows will get the trade-off against the Knights. Does pass over to the militia, so scares him away momentarily. And, oh, no, he pulled the whole army. Okay, there we go. Knights heading over. -5 workers. It's not the worker loss because he already has way too many workers. It's more the loss of additional food access. I know. I think he wants the castle drop here. Wait, no. He's going to try and stake on the 8k. Risky. Very risky because Puppy Paw's army is not bad. Okay, he goes high armory instead. So doesn't opt for the Spasskaya. He's playing a longer con here. Puppy Paw, he is maxed out. He just needs to look for his tech now as well. Wingard is pretty potent here for mass spear spam. It's kind of funny. Like what I said about Anatan's best unit being spears, it's the same for Puppy Paw. Technically, the armies that both of them have amassed lose to mass spears. Push up. Burn from Hobblar is good. Only one screw placement in so far. Nice, get baited early. Nice snipe there to get rid of the Warrior Monk before the buff comes out. Men at Arms reveal themselves into mass crossbows. Ugly. Lord count a little bit lacking. 2 already been taken out. Just trying to meat grind it a little bit. You can see the number advantage. Anatan has to retreat. Tries to defend to a moment, but his outposts, they've bought him some time. They're not going to be able to hold him in the area. Especially now that Puppy Paw hears the tech up. That to him is just a big green boop saying go. Crossbows trading. Hobblars get rid of the backstab. Knight's now committing forward, but elite upgrade is still 50 seconds out. Lords are going to frontline on their own. A little bit weird there. Didn't want to commit the Hobblar whatsoever. Militia Wave still holding steady at 9. They're really good, remember. They move fast, so they're going to be absorbing those crossbow hits. I'm going to start reaching in now. Puppy Paw, what's going on? The crossbows! He didn't micro them away! Anno gets given a gift! Puppy Paw, a hell of a blunder there. Losing extra crossbowmen for nothing gain. Anatan, when he's weakest, comes out ahead. Berkshire instead now. Poppy Paw feeling the paranoia. Understandably so. Now that your opponent's going to have elite upgrades, there's a real risk that he can just dive on in if you don't have Wingard. If you don't have a Berkshire, rather. It does suck to not have the Wingard to make the inflated troops cheaper. And more manas. Man, so many farms. And kind of incredible. When you think about the passive gen on these. You know, like, one of these bad boys is generating, like, what, about 120 resources? Yeah, I'd like, average the median around these manas to about 100 resources. So, you're probably seeing, in terms of, like, extra resource gen, with the spike ups here or there, I'd say he's getting about 600 resources passively off of manas. And remember, with a Berkshire complete, he can now add in the gold gen as well. Scootage fixes the problem of being stuck in a corner. Yeah, 'cause it's a flat 30 per mana. So tech up complete, moves to the 8k or 4k rub on the north side. That's got another 4k close by. Stone gathering as well. He's going to keep creep crawling here. Interesting thought, actually. Like, this pivots away from knights. The men-at-arms of Poppy Paw are going to be pretty strong. Pretty nice. Well, a lot of them right now. Hobblar are going to get a freebie. That cannon probably shouldn't have taken that shot. Whoops. Get him, get him. And now just what? Split up to look for clues? It's interesting, actually. He's going to sack his own Hobblar, but he has got the elite upgrade queued up. Now castle drop on the front side. Anno hunkers down in the 8k. Militia, nice timing there. Traps him. Weird raid from Poppy Paw in the end. Yeah, he didn't split up to look for the workers at all, right? He kept them clustered together, and Anatan just sick timing there to spawn the militia with that body block. We've got what? 3 castles, because you've got White Tower plus Berkshire. Also, remember, because he went for Berkshire, that's going to increase the tiering to the House Unified effect. Like I said, I don't think we're going to get mass Earlsguard unless Anno stops producing knights. Down the line, it's an interesting thought. Yeah, the game goes deep enough. So. People switching to cheap cat. Yeoman plus Hobblar, probably. Not the worst idea. Sorry, Yeoman plus Spearman. Not the worst idea, actually. Yeoman Spear is actually good enough to take on Knight Crossbow. You need a lot more. But the fact is you can afford a lot more because they're cheaper. He's doing a good job of buying time with the remaining Hobblar. It's kind of a weird bait, right? The fact that Poppy Paw upgraded his Hobblar makes Anno think, oh, it's still Hobblar. Without knowing about the spears right now. Poppy have production? He does. It's just the gold. Oh my god, speaking of the gold. What? 54 on gold. He's moved south side too. This is a little bit dicey, actually. Like, it feels like Poppy Paw maybe he's waiting a little bit too long around producing. I don't know why, actually. Too much economy, right? 137 at this stage when you got 6k reserve. Nice trade for the Hobblar, though. They find just the range units. He's still doing laps around the back of the base. Oh my god, we've all had to deal with this one guy, right? Like, dude, I just want to focus on forward, get out of my base. Okay, but you're going to have to fight me for it. Or catch me if you can moment. Elite army tactics. We have got bio, but I don't think we've got incendiary. No, we don't. He does find the gold, but like honestly, I think this is a good thing for Poppy Paw. He needs less workers. It's kind of killing his momentum in this game. And now, wait, the stone? Oh, okay. Yeah, he gets the short bows out. I think split fire probably was the worst idea here. Guys, come on. What are we doing? Guys, it's fine. He's going to lose 20 more workers. It's going to bring him down to about 120 economy. I think that's the sweet spot. If you're going to play mass spear, Hobblar, mass yeoman, like you need more pop for military. Because your opponent has quality. That quality is pushing. Hoblars do see an entry point here. The charge comes through. Spearman. The sidestep. Streltsy count's looking pretty good, though. And Anatan looking in control. I think Poppy Paw just spent way too long at 140 pop, man. This game has just got very weird. Hoblar showing up. He wants the stone. He's not leaving. It's such a weird game. I mean, Poppy Paw, I think the idea for him was to get to, you know, like 10,000 resource reserve and then delete. But it's just gotten so odd. Village is now with the torch ball. This is such a cursed game. Poppy Paw has still at least got Gathering on the north flank. The problem is that Anatan hasn't ran out of gold, guys. So, like, this idea of what Poppy Paw is floating makes sense if your opponent has no gold left, but he does. Okay, he's still got 40 Gathering on the gold, 1k left in this reserve, and then he gets access to another 4k down here, and 3.5 here. He's going to outlast Poppy Paw on gold in this game. The weirder part is just how much Poppy Paw is reluctant to go down to 120 pop. Down the 9, starting to sneak in. Short range charges, just keeps him running. He says it's your turn, Poppy Paw. Catch me if you can. Second wave coming in on the south side, and this is looking short. I have the circus theme. I feel like I need the circus theme music. Oh, there's another circus theme moment. Just a casual walk in. Don't mind us, boys. He tries to go for the wall now. Whoops, gap kept open. Just going to keep running, though. Won't stop for the tree line. Brave throw on the south side, though, and a trickle of spears is not a good answer to Poleaxe Knights. Speaking of which, Knights in the backside too. Finally, Poppy Paw is down to a good eco count, but it doesn't feel like it's his choice anymore. Yeah, and going Mass Hobbler here makes sense against the Streltsy, but it's just going to be a gold cost in a game where you're not going to have much gold. Yeah, I think Lancaster. Like, if he at least has the Lords in the fight, Elite Army Tactics plus Lord's health is pretty big. He doesn't even have that. Castles are getting flopped and dropped. Berkshire is still at least keeping him safe up here, but there's no economy over there. You know, when you have to chase one knight with 18 spears, I've got to step up over here. That's actually a good fight against those knights. Gold Gathering just south of this for Mando. Poppy Paw notices this. That's pretty big, though. There's 28 workers out here. That would hurt. Considering the way that Anatan's playing, my concern is the direct fight doesn't favor Poppy Paw now. It's 45 Streltsy. He's got 50 spears. Where are those Streltsy, though? I know... Oh, my God, dude. He's been walking around. He's been chasing the infantry with gunners. What? And that means it gets cut in two. Poppy Paw with the trash sieve. Or rather, the trash units, finds them secluded. Hobblar Wave is going to get sniped, though. Spear's now just trying to torch down the castle. What is this game becoming? It's just so messy, man. Master's looking good, though. I mean, I don't know. He still has 35 Streltsy. Poppy Paw has to back away. Unless Poppy Paw can now find his way into Mass Yeoman or Mangonels, I don't think he has a good answer. But Castle Drop coming in, that's going to be a big fat L. No way does that go up. Nah, there's no way. Army's already too close. Streltsy sidestepping. Hobblar going to look to chase onto them. Good micro away. Anatan does fall back. This has got a long way to go, though, and Double Bombard is encroaching. There's no way this goes up, right? Just a few inches away. It's Triple Bombard. That's dead. If he gets a touch, it's dead. Streltsy throw away their lives backstabbing. Doesn't work out. Saint's Blessing works pretty well here to debuff the spears against Streltsy. And the Bombards, they've crept around. It's the easiest one-tap finisher you're going to see. Unless they attack other targets. But the army wipe, my God, the bodies. GG gets cool. Guys, Lancaster is a very good Zerging Civ. But you have to non-stop Zerg them. And for me, there was way too much gathering and not enough committing there from Poppy Paw. Anatan done a great job of getting to mass quality with quantity. And at that stage, that Lancaster strat just ain't going to pull you back. Free TC was... I think Free TC was fine. I don't think Free TC in itself was the problem. I think the problem is the way that he wasn't able to keep pressure up. Like, he just had too many workers. He didn't commit his resources. Kawasan time? Yeah. Mongol KT. Like, he was insanely ahead going into castle. And the relics get fed over. But, like... I could kind of see what Puppy was going for. There was just this moment where he had some, like, 4,000 or 5,000 food just sitting there doing nothing. I think that's when he just needed to be pushing for meat grinder fights a bit. I think part of the problem is actually he got baited into too many spears. Like, he had 50 spearmen at that critical moment where he was meant to beat Streltsy. If he had 50 Hobbler and 25 spearmen instead, he would have won that, I think. Yeah, instead, very weird. I don't think if any of these have been that YouTube worthy. Maybe game 1. The others, not so much. All right, let's mark Anno for a win. Finally happened. Reverse sweep begins. Whoop, whoop. I don't know why I keep yawning at the moment. I mean, that game did... I don't know. That game kind of reached a snooze fest point where I felt like we were just waiting for Anno to scale into his win comp. I didn't really see the way that, like, Puppy Paw was going to win that as the game continued on. It just kind of got weirder and weirder as the minutes passed. I think his strat works if he castle drops both 8Ks. But if you don't, then you have a big problem, right? And that's another thing about Streltsy is, like, Streltsy is just so much more cost efficient for what Anna was trying. I'm trying to think. We don't have that long of a stream today. Do we hop onto something else? And if so, what? Maybe Stronghold? I don't know. Did Definitive Edition add super duper duper hard like levels? Bad Anasan took one? Yeah. I mean, Stomps are just kind of boring, right? Marine Lord Beastie should be quite close. I think Marine Lord Beastie will probably be 4-2 to Marine Lord. I mean, I say quite close, but like... Yeah. I think that's a... I mean, 4-2 is kind of close in the best of 7, right? God, my throat's getting super dry already, though. Maybe I just need to start taking my medication every single day. I wonder if that's having an effect. Say 4 in Marine Lord if I hadn't watched that series against Vortex. I mean, yeah, Beastie's got some moves, right? I wouldn't... I could see it being 4-2. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 4-1. That's still showing. I could have sworn we changed the height of the camera. Camera height just reset? What the hell? Never. Could be correct now. The team that played 3 games is supposed to win? No, it's the best of 7, silly. You need 4 games on the board to win. Damn, I'm kind of getting an itch to play through Clair Obscure again. It's only been a year. Nah, it probably won't be as special. Finally bothering to get around to watching the final season of Game of Thrones, by the way. I'll let you know how that goes. I'd start recapping by going through Season 7 first, though. When it was very good, you know? So I don't know. Some people didn't like Season 7. I thought Season 7 was probably a lot better than Season 6. Alright. A stay of execution. Anatan is looking to make a comeback. And what better way than picking the most winningest Civ in this tournament? You heard me correctly. The Mongols are S tier, if you judge it by win rate. 90% win rate. 10 picks so far in this tournament. Barely ever dropping the game. Let's see if it can stop him dropping the ball here as Puppy Paw heads into match point scenario. Knights Templar on Kawasan, aka two little ponds to fish on. And Knights Templar has, for the longest time, since their inception, been considered an S tier pick here. Gonna be a fun one, guys. This is interesting, actually. I mean, Anatan rallying off that Roost pick. Morale's got to be surging a bit. Puppy Paw needs to find a quick resetter to get back on course. And a great start here, by the way, for Anno. He goes to the dock drop knowing there is no threat to him whatsoever, as Knights Templar don't really want to do a Dark Age contest against Mongols. So great beginning there. Means that he'll be able to get an eco-inflation, whereas Puppy Paw has to just go for a fast feudal timing. Are you guys talking about Marine Lord? Wish the crown changed more often than Marine Lord winning everything always, but hey, you got to commend the guy. Yeah, I mean, Marine Lord just needs to spend more time being a content creator and less time just sweating behind closed doors. What a noob. Oh, that's what we need. We need Marine Lord to lose the Gentlemate sponsor so he doesn't have a salary. So then he needs to stream to make more money. Sorry, Emerald. It's kind of tricky, right? This is always the problem I find in particular in, like, I'd say more so in 1v1 scenes than other scenes, is the person that can afford to full-time has an inherent advantage. And it's very hard to overcome that advantage. You know, I think that's true in FGCs a lot. That's true in RTSs a lot. Definitely true in chess a lot, right? If you can afford to spend 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day just playing chess versus having a 9 to 5, very different. And no, KT docks have not always cost 250 wood. That was a change they made several months ago, I believe it is now, to balance them out a bit. Because Knights Templar, basically since their introduction, has been a broken civ on water. And it hasn't really been close. Like, to the point that you used to always ban Knights Templar if any water was involved. What are we talking about? We're talking about the pro play level and like Marine Lord dominating everyone and why. All right, like we're kind of lucky that Vortex, for example, Vortex and Lucifron live in a low cost of living country. Otherwise, you wouldn't have them. It would have been nice, like for example, Kelzor hanging around would have been nice, right? Because he lives in, I think, Brazil. Very cheap to live in. But you know, NA. This is another big problem with NA and why they don't compete very well. You know, you can choose to try and commit yourself 8 to 10 hours a day to maybe make, if you're the #1 player consistently throughout the year, like what, maybe $60,000? Or you can just go get a job in America and make, what's minimum wage there now in America? Is it $15 an hour? I mean, it's nice to get to play games, don't get me wrong, but like you're not guaranteed, like if you were the best and could guarantee winning every S tier tournament, you're probably looking at like 60,000 max in earnings without a team. And getting a team is not easy, by the way. Like, Marine Lord was quite fortunate to be able to get a team as big as Gentlemate. I mean, he worked for it for sure, but you get my point. It's not an easy team to attract. Like, actually, a big part of it, he had to be French. Like, for example, I don't... And this isn't like shade of Marine Lord. He's a very talented player. I don't see Optic going and talking to like Marine Lord if he was English/American instead, right? Nice snipe here. Can he get it? Nah, he's not gonna be able to go for the worker kill, but he at least denies the dock. That's rough though. Dock play fails. He has at least set up on the other side. Double harbor now, so Puppy Paw will lock himself in on the north side. Anno can look to move up and dock drop south side now to make sure his opponent can't creep out here. So one dock. Yeah, what I mean by that is like, if you think about, yes, there's a lot of talented players out of French in different games, but if you think about the options of people to pick up for Gotaga and Gentlemates, Marine Lord is an obvious one because in the RTS world, which Frenchman is winning as much as Marine Lord? There's no one, right? Like, you know, if you're going StarCraft, you're going to need a Finnish person or maybe, you know, Asian person, like Korean person. If you're going Age of Empires 2, you're going to need a Canadian or a German or a Norwegian. Spaniard, right? Like, there's not really a French guy in the top 4 there, right? And then, like, what other RTS scenes are there? Greenland had a history of Gotaga when they used to play in the same gaming house. Yeah, exactly. And that's the final detail we get into, which is the history of just knowing people. Like, for example, Dumu, if I remember correctly, said the Team Liquid thing is because he knew the Team Liquid guys back in the day, back when he signed with EG instead. That stuff helps a lot. Sometimes it is genuinely just knowing the right people. That's why I always tell players, network good and also, like, you know, expand your prospects. So, wall's going up. Looks like we've got a nothing ball of early game. It's going to be building into feudal. What's the win conditions here? I think Mongols can be pretty strong from this point onward because they just start scaling into mass Keshiks and archers. And then they have the damage buff down the line. You don't rush archers, but, like, you may eventually be forced into it because of the spear spam. So I think win condition for Puppy Paw is to just basically spear spam archers into a decent castle timing to get heavy spears. Win condition for Anatan is to try and not allow them to blob too much on both sides, but play around that Kurotai. So, like, get towards, you know, 15 Keshiks and maybe, like, 20 archers and play. Get Clem over to AoE. I don't know how well Clem would do in AoE, to be honest. I think he'd do okay, but the problem is he's so late to the party. Like, this is actually the problem for Age of Empires 4 now. It's actually a big problem. If other RTS players have anywhere else to go, they'll now go there instead. Because the amount of time it would take you to catch up is kind of ridiculous, especially for the potential earnings that Age of Empires 4 offers. Like, if I was a pro player coming across from StarCraft, looking at games to explore pro playing, I would probably be taking Age of Empires 2 more seriously than 4. Because both are very hard to get into now, but 2's prize pool and potential viewership is still a lot higher. And Hera in particular proved that with his recent Creator Cup. I know, like, 4 fans like, which game are you a fan of, KP? I'm just being realistic. I think both games are cool, but I'm being realistic. Like, we've even, had Vortex now practicing AO2. Ooh. Keshiks, though, nice find there. Just count them down one by one. This is not the way, really, Puppy Paw should be fighting. It's pretty risky when you fight like this. He has at least got the wall up. Keshiks aren't going to hang around for the burn, though, even though they'd be able to heal off of it. They'll go straight for the dock. Yeah, he's still blocking Pilgrims, however. Only one spear. I'm kind of worried, actually, you're going to lose one Pilgrim plus the Spear Archers. Depends how Anatan engages, though. Does see the Spinman early. Pulls away. If he engages with the injured Keshik first, he could get the kill. Like, actually, I wouldn't mind him taking a hit on the Khan intentionally. And, oh, that's a dead worker. Nicely played, Anno. Blocks him on both sides. So, yeah, get hit by the on the Khan and then turn would be pretty good here. He doesn't go for it, though. Wait, he just beats the Keshik? Oh! He actually got the funnel hit in. What a Chad. Puppy Paw. It looks like he re-stepped a little bit too late there. Gets the Keshiks both away. Gets another spear kill. This is just really effective, though, because, like, what Anatan is doing, he's preventing himself from needing to build too much crap, you know, into one category, right? Like, you don't want to have to build too many archers to count spears here. You want to scale Keshiks. They're your true win condition. Because the more you get into an archer scale, the more it can favor KT in a long feudal because they have great wood gathering. Castle's a different matter of the Kurotai timing, but it's still preferable to go to Castle Age with Mass Knights. Took like 3 months for Laser to get Conk free with just 1 Civ. Exactly. Like, he got Conk free with 1 Civ, and, like, at that point, he's how many months off of being viable to make top 16? Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think AoE 2 is any easier. AoE 2 is very, very complicated too. They've got insane amounts of, like, you know, different mutations and small differences to figure out. But the upside financially is clear. Nice snipe there. Let's get rid of the dock drop attempt. So only one dock versus two. That's good for Puppy Paw because this is his pond, remember. Yeah, he's kind of a little bit at risk here. Archery does show up now, so I'll be able to contest the archers and stop any construct from completing. He's pulled the fishing boats to camp a demo here. A little bit of an interesting choice. This is the other negative for Puppy Paw, right? It's like because Anno's been clearing the spears, Puppy Paw has less burn damage to get through docks. Love this. Hangs around with the fishing boats, keeps one to repair, the others to gather close by in case he needs a rushed heal. Demo does get detonated. Like Junk found the perfect timing there. Will be giving his life over. Fishing boats will be pulled to repair. This is kind of disgusting. The Keshiks, they can't get the kill. No, Archer ship goes down. Keshiks are forced to retreat. He keeps the camp and he forces the cancel on the dock. Puppy Paw not giving over his pond that easily. And he's now doing what we talked about, saving for castle play. Army sizes aren't too big. And remember what we said. I think that favors Anatan. Did Marine Lord ever try his hand at AoE2? He did. Apparently, I think before Age of Empires 4. And he gave up quite fast because it's just there's so much you have to learn. Right? So like the time it would take him to compete, it's just a reality, right? Like it's very hard to convince established pro players to come across from a game they've already spent, some players' cases, years and years on, to learn a game that could see them facing off against people who've been learning years and years. That's why when Age of Empires 4 came out, if you guys remember, I said it had the potential to be for RTS as what Valorant was for tactical shooters. But sadly, it wasn't managed very well. Keshiks, nice dive-in opportunity here. Oh, he's going to body block him with the archers. Yeah, quick reaction out of Anno. That could have gone bad. Yeah, really smart there by Puppy Paw to sack his spears that way and bait with the archers. Just clearing the Keshiks is paramount here. On the chase. Decent damage. Steel Arrow is about to come in. Gets away just before it triggers. Kurotai is now being prepped by Anno. Remember, Puppy Paw doesn't take much longer to tech, though. Only 45 seconds to get up. And it is going to be Angervan Empire, so heavy spears, as we would normally anticipate. How many years would it take to get in the top 8 of AoE 4? If you're like a very raw, talented RTS pro already, I think it would still take you 2.5, 3 years. Because here's my thought, right? Like, there's new civs being released all the time. There's already a lot of civs. You've got the currently existing players that we're assuming in that time span continue on. For you to crack top 8, I don't, like, how many hours you committing as well? Like, if you've got the reserves to commit 40 plus hours a week, you could probably do it in around 2 years, maybe. I think that's being generous, though. I think it's just going to take longer. Because, like, you can learn off the fact that other people have shown you the way, right? And some players are just... some players are on a different level when it comes to their natural affinity for picking new things up. But, like, yeah, it just... The problem is, like, because Age of Empires 4 has been created as a macro-centric game with a lot of asymmetrical design, being very good at micro doesn't help as much. And a lot of the top RTS players, that's their shine point. Also here, though. It's going to be a commitment. Veteran seeing Keshiks is in. Spear count is fairly low for Puppy Paw. Feeling the pressure. You start getting some better units out. Veterancy for his archers is about to kick. Kurotai moves up. No veterancy for Anatan's archers is a bit of a blunder, though. Yeah, he hasn't even got a Q. So they're just now going to be able to garrison up. It's just enough of them left over to excess, but sure, not really worth the dive. Anatan parks at the Kurotai, but now with veterancy on archers and him missing his own veterancy, the fight's balanced out again. Remember, it's going to be 7 base damage versus 5 with the +2. Like, you're actually, I wouldn't say you're favored here, Dano. Not until you get that veterancy. It buys time for Puppy Paw to get the heavy spears. Korean development studio working on SC3? I haven't seen anything about that. You sure that's a thing? I'm also a little bit skeptical when I hear Korean devs deving, just because of how certain games, mainly in the MMO genre, have been released in recent years into the West. I don't think what resonates in Korea inherently resonates in Europe and NA. Something go wrong on YouTube because on my screen says you have only have 8.2k subs. No, that's pretty much it. That's what we have. AoE4 is not a big scene. We're a small, humble scene. Small, humble indie scene. So army count looking pretty scary from Papua. Double the archers to what Anatan has. This is worrisome because the idea of having more damage is great against the spears, but what about all these archers? He's also... Okay, he's got undermesh too. That's not too bad. He's going to have the armor arrow. He needs to be careful about where he fights here. I don't know, man. I think Anatan's missing his timing. He was very strong for a moment there, but now the breathing room for Papua is real. Steps into the Kurotai confidently, tries to bait the fight. Archers start to go for a trade out. They've got crossbow switch up from Mano. Papua, you'd assume he'd be sniping those out, but no, he lets them exist, so his Angerman spear is a bit more exposed. Snipe out another Keshik. Feels like a lot of Papua's troops are going down, but a lot of them are cheaper. Short range charge. Ano pulls back again. He's doing a good job of kind of fitting the herd here. Outpost is on the way to provide an extra aura. It's going to take a little bit of time. Relic's also being picked up in the meantime by Anatan. And Papua, he's got a second wave that is not even fighting. Yeah, a little bit weird. He's going to pull them up now, and Ano might be like, oh man, I've beaten him back. What a pathetic army. Just to now see double the spears. Oh god. And Outpost still isn't even complete yet. Archers kind of just commit to it. Defense arrow is going to be activated. I don't know if that's going to be good enough, though. The worker's not being sniped, so he might still get that outpost online. This Papua is neglecting to kill off that worker, but he just pushes him past. Goes in for the dive. Heavy spears. Still 14 and scaling. And Ano has been shoved out of the aura entirely. Guys, he just doesn't have an answer to heavy spears now. Like, this is ridiculous. Mongols are about to lose the 90% civ rate. Or win rate, now in kind of dire tides here. The heavy spears start to push across towards fishing locations where docks can become vulnerable. Papua does need to be a little bit careful about not overextending here. Gets a pin on multiple Keshiks, forces a recharge. Does also start a back as he sees crossbows are starting to come through. Kurotai looking to backstab with positioning. Will get deployed. Heavy spears commit again just to wipe out the Keshiks would be perfect for him. And he is getting the hard commit. Heavy spear count is quite low. Archers just go past it for the trade out. Keshiks are practically gone. Mass archers versus mass crossbows now. That's not a good look for Ano. No, I mean, kind of worrisome here, right? Like, I think Puppy Paw got the exact trade he wanted. Anatan just not rebulking Keshiks at all. Puppy Paw, of course, will have to retreat. Can't end the game from here. And now poses a real threat. I mean, kind of reaching the point where these central berries matter because, you know, this stage with 21, 26 fishing, they're over-gathering on the deep waters here. A lot. So they're playing off a burst, remember. The whole idea is, like, shoreline fish is temporary, but you can just vacuum up a lot of extra food in the meantime to get a bigger push going. The challenge is, if you don't win the game in that window, then everything calms down and everything just goes, right? Like, de-energized. I appreciate you, Sama. You know, it's like, I think the problem with AO4 is, like, there's probably not going to be... Unless the devs basically hit great DLCs back to back to back to back, and Microsoft actually bothers to put any real money into marketing, there's probably not going to be a big surge that sees, like, new content creators rise up to, like, big numbers. Also, I do wonder if, like, the style of content we do is pointless at this stage, you know what I mean? I think caster games, like, it's really weird to try and scale off of. Maybe I would have been better doing, you know, more tailored types of videos. Hoping Dawn of War does well, so we have another RTS. Yeah, like, I really do hope so. I think for Dawn of War, like, their focus isn't on multiplayer, though, so we'll see how that hits. The challenge if their focus isn't on multiplayer, for me, is longevity. But in some ways, I'm happy about that. I actually think RTS is focusing multiplayer first is the dumbest thing you can do with a genre that doesn't have the player base to justify it. Right? Like, for example, if you make an FPS, you can focus multiplayer because there's millions of people worldwide that play FPS. but RTS isn't the same. You know, like, look at a game like Europa Universalis 4 and Hearts of Iron. They got so big because you could play the single player and do so much. And the multiplayer picks up after. Yeah, this is looking pretty rough now. Puppy Paw getting down additional castles. That means you have additional gold income. Flex here. Anatan. You got a little bit of breathing room, but the archer count is big from Puppy Paw. Defensive arrow comes out. Mangonel switch is a sick idea by Anno. Can he get the good hits, though? That spear wave is finning, which means the archers are going to be left to deal with mangoes with no way of counterplaying them. But Puppy Paw says to hell with it. He just looks to wipe it. And he's switching Hospitalaire. That's wild. This late? I kind of dig it, though. Men-at-Arms, after all. I mean, it's weird Men-at-Arms because they're heavily armored units with less ranged armor against crossbows. But it's gold heavy. And we talked about the food running out soon. And archers, they've done what they needed to, man. Just look at the count here. Yeah, he loses most of them, but the crossbow count is kept down. Mangonels are now a little bit more exposed. Mass Hospitalaire now on the way. 170 HP on these bad boys. One less armor, but like I think it's worth it actually. So I'd say Hospitalaire suck compared to Men-at-Arms against archers, but against crossbows it's kind of weird. You're a heavily armored unit, but your suffering is you get one less armor in exchange for 15 more health. Now, the reason I think you don't care about that is because a crossbowman does so much damage, it's going to kill you in that many hits, right? Like, you know, less than 15. So, just raw HP, to me, feels a bit better. Or rather, the better way of putting it is it doesn't feel any worse. And he is massing them and hiding them. Oh my god, and Anno, he's going for an age-up. Anno refused to play. Mede's doing his own thing. Yeah, that's fine. But, like, I think Anno's problem, he was saying how before, like, early in the tournament, rather, he felt like he was just kind of aping all in for nothing. I think in these games, Puppy Paw is somehow just taking advantage of that slower-paced Anatan, where he's like, I don't need to end the game now. I can play it a little bit later. And in fairness to Anatan, he used it to his advantage in the Roost game. I don't think it's served him well in this one. I think this game has kind of cost him more than this game. Puppy Paw also saving up for Imperial, guys. He's barely going to be behind him. Good income competing all the way. And the mangoes, whoops! He got baited into going after the fishing. Should be able to get the siege away in time. However, there's a fight coming, and the Kurotai needs to move fast. Villagers get pulled into the mess. Mass Men-at-Arms chasing in here. Movement speed arrow to try and get away. Now remember the Hospitalaire, pretty fast at 1.25 movement speed. The archers are going to be able to push this all the way back. All he needs to do is move beyond the melee so that the crossbowmen are going to be targeting the wrong thing. The push does continue. Anno, he still hasn't started tech up yet. Mangoes are slowing him down on this retreat. Crossbows try to cover them, but this looks ugly. He doesn't have the Kurotai buff. And at this stage, doesn't have enough crossbows to clear the Hospitalaire. Mango turns for a shot. Few Hospitalaire now diving in. They'll turn and deal with the siege. And Puppy Paw, he reinvests in another 12 Hospitalaire because Anatan just got forced off of his tech timing. They have to keep trying for touch repair, but remember, this is costing him workers now. Can't replace that with fishing. The fishing is limited. Defense Force gets wiped out. Puppy Paw just zogging him into oblivion. And the crossbow, man, he's just a step ahead. He sees it coming a mile off. Sees extra Keshik. We don't even have the Men-at-Arms revealed yet. But Puppy Paw's next step of crossbows will contest that. Not really how I was expecting Hospitalaire to get used, but really smart. I think that was a detail that Puppy Paw deserves a lot of credit for on this map specifically. Because he's running lower on food as time goes on, this is cool because the gold cost balance. 60 gold versus 50 food. Right? If he went Men-at-Arms, for example, Men-at-Arms are 90 food, 20 gold. He has got infinite gold, right? He's been able to not get relics so far, but you can see a 4K here, 4K, 4K. He's got all the gold he needs. That's why he done this. It's such a smart play. Like, arguably, Puppy Paw has too much gold still. Look at it. The wave gets cleared up. He'll retreat. Now he sees Keshik's spears are going to be the answer. This is like, he's kind of feeding a really good fight to Anatan. I don't like this. Yeah, remember, Keshiks are very heavily armored. They've got good damage. They heal while fighting, and they've got Kurotai buff. Not the fight to take. But that's why he was buying time for a castle drop to start bulldozing through the fishing. Yeah, reminder, Angevin Spears as well as an alternative here, just as pricey. Like, you go Men-at-Arms, 90 food. Angevin Spears at 80 food. The Hospitaller are only 50 food. It was such a smart move. Not just that, they are faster. They're 1.25 movement speed, whereas Angevin Spears are 1.5. Yeah, this might actually be like the coolest Hospitaller usage I've seen. Because most of the time, it's just used as like a cheesy healing unit early on, which is cool in its own right. But he's just used it as an economical benefit. And that's something you don't often see. And another castle drop. This is something you do see when KT is dominating the field. Castle drops the edge of the base. This is like that moment out of Warriors, just the clang of the bottles come out to play. Yay! He's going to rush over. Kurultai looking to deploy. Up the ball with his own mangoes too. Choke point defense. Anatan makes that gruesome. Nice wall up there to start off the fight. Clash begins. Kurultai deploys, but the villagers, they're not being contested. Men-at-Arms trying to march around there now. Hard to see a world in which Anatan holds long-term here, but the Keshik's, they dive in. They get to the backside and find the trade, but they'll be giving their lives over for it, practically all going down. The villagers are definitely getting this up. There's no way the Men-at-Arms can contest it. Castle drop success, and Anatan quickly running out of map to call his own. Man, also taking big risks. 8,000 gold has been tapped down here already, guys. He's got reserves behind, but those haven't been locked in or secured. Anno's still thinking about Imperial. People thinking about more push. Trebuchets to litter him with the mangoes. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, your opponent has not got any answer to Siege now. He's 40 crossbowmen, guys. Not only do they die to mangoes, but they can't kill them either. White Steeper now. Anatan, so he's not even going to go for the military landmark to try and get him out of a jam, to get a free army. He just tries to trust in the stone over time. I'm skeptical about this. I really am. Do I think that Karganet would be much better? Not in its current state. But you're behind on military count. Like, you don't have dimensions to your production at type rate. It's just 40 crossbows. And in fairness to him, for what hand cannoneers, maybe? I think that's the idea, is Anatan says, fine, I just need to come over the top. If I build hand cannoneers with all this stone gen, double production gives me a way out. It's actually not a bad idea. Doesn't kill them just yet. Pushing continues. Building's now being forced back to. There we go. First hand cannon is queued. It's going to be double production. Remember, he can afford a lot of this right now, guys. It only costs him 120 stone for reasons that will never make sense. Yeah, I mean, that's the White Stupa for you, right? But like 50% stone cost reduction is kind of insane here. And he chooses double bombard as well. That's pretty crafty. Only 424 stone. Meanwhile, Puppetball says, fine. Next stage it is. This is... Okay, Kingdom of Poland is like just too good to resist, right? But weirdly enough, because of what Anno is doing, I actually think the Condottiero would have been a genius choice for Puppetball. He's got so many castles online already, and most Mongol players, when they hit this point in the game, they're trying to mass hand cannon. And Condottiero do very well against hand cannons, right? Wait, actually, are they still bugged? Or did they finally get fixed? I remember hearing about a bug where they weren't doing bonus damage recently. Yeesh. Doc's not going to last much longer, Anno. Looking like he's about to get starved out of this game. Tech up now complete for Puppetball. He can't get gunpowder units of his own, but he doesn't need it. 10 Schlachter? Oh my god. There's not much Schlack left in this game for Anatan. There's plenty of Schlachter to come to end it. Feels like the final stand. Elite crossbowman upgrade is in, sure, but the archer mass, so big. He's holding for a wall, clutching at poles. It's going to force a retreat for now, but next wave is what's scaring the crap out of me. 15 Schlachter in queue. Puppetball has how many stables? Only 5, so they can't come out that quick. Remember, this unit has 10 ranged armor. Reminder, it's a heavily armored cavalry unit that your crossbowmen are going to lose a third of their damage against because of the armor. And it has 363 HP. That's without biology, by the way. And did I mention that it also decreases your attack speed when it hits you? And oh, sorry, I forgot the font. And for some reason, it moves at 1.73 movement speed. Okay, that's enough. And it's kind of ridiculous, yeah. I don't know who had the idea to make Schlachter that fast, but I think they should probably get a salary decrease. To me, Schlachter should probably move at the default speed without charge of old Cataphracts. They should be a 1.5-ish movement speed unit. Has 90 damage, that's true. And he's 70 plus 8. But yeah, you can scale it first. It's a really good unit. And it's 300 resources, like compared to Cataphract. Yeah, like it's I don't know. Would I say it's a better Cataphract? Probably not. I think Cataphract scale health wise better. But it's bloody powerful. Especially on a Civ that has so much gold gen in late game. Yeah, I think they've nerfed Kingdom of Poland like 2 or 3 times now since KT was introduced. And it's still the most desirable thing. Like to the point that you even pick it up against Ottomans who have anti-cap. Kurotai going down, by the way. Not like the look of this. And oh no, 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 no. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. No. His gold was blocked. The 8K is locked. No gold gathering for Anatan. Kurotai buff. Also on the verge of being removed. Trebs. Is that enough? That should... Wait, no. Oh, no. He's sniping the siege now. He didn't finish the Kurotai. A little bit of a blunder there by Puppy Paw. So the buff still exists. But it won't seem like a blunder for long. Not with what's coming, guys. 07s for Anotans. I think he's about to learn the definition of overextension. Doesn't look like it right now. Give it about 10 seconds. Gets baited into the trade against archers. I mean, who wouldn't? It's a great trade. But 3, 2, 1. They're here. Poland rides in for the dub. And Anatan will be sent to his grave in the semi-finals. Schlachter Cavalry, pretty schlick. And Knights Templar, still S tier on Kawasan. Mongols taking a rare L in this tournament. But I'd say, you know, player matchup, Puppy Paw has looked on fire today. His appetite for another Grand Finals appearance through the roof. Anno will once again be stuck on the sideline, just short of that finals showdown. Kind of crazy, though. It's a good matchup as well. I want to give props to the players. The draft, like, I don't think the draft decided this game. Both had win conditions and win timings. But Puppy Paw surprised me so much the way that he navigated around Anatans to come out ahead. All right, then. That is Tour 1. So first series done in 3 hours. Fun. But we have got another series, Marine Lord versus Beastie, which will be coming up after a short break. I believe they'll be getting ready to interview Puppy Paw. What we'll do is we'll have that on standby. They're listening on when they've got him on the line. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's just like kind of a brutal matchup. If you don't press quick enough. And we mentioned it, right? Like, there's a timer for Mongols, but Puppy Paw just didn't let him have it. I think Puppy Paw played very well around dangerous details. Especially when you consider, like, how well Anatan was trading early on, right? With the Keshiks in particular. I thought that was going to end up a lot worse for Puppy Paw. Trying to think if that game was uploadable, though. I don't know. That game wasn't the wackiest thing. Actually, no, the Hospitalia, right? Yeah, I think for Hospitalia it is. Still, I need to get someone for YouTube editing, or thumbnails in particular. I don't know, I done a thumbnail for the most recent video and I feel like it was crap. I knew it as I was uploading it, but I'd accidentally not saved the file, so I couldn't go back and edit further. Sad. Yeah. Sorry the YouTube is and how that's become a bit of a ghost town. It's like, I just don't have the time to edit introductions and thumbnails, sadly. So unless I can find someone, it's going to be tricky to get that back on track. So I think this month alone, we've only uploaded 4 videos. May was 4 videos. No, 6, sorry. No, 5. Kind of getting the Drongo effect. Kappa. This breeze is so nice. All right, let me see. Have they got him ready? Oh, yeah, he's on the line.
Mostly just played to my comforts. A lot of strength picks, so not too much, but yeah. I did watch a lot of his games.
Yeah, that is definitely helpful for sure. Going into one of the games, the Lipany game with Japan versus Delhi, you know, everyone expects Japan to go with the spears into Fast Castle, and you said, no, forget all that. I'm going full feudal age aggression with the Koka Township and Shinobi. You know, kind of talk about
the game one was the most interesting one.
Why that was the choice there.
Yeah, so this is kind of a strategy I've done for a long time, and I've had a very high success rate with it, so in this matchup, it's particularly good. I mean, if Delhi's sitting in their base the whole game, they're not really getting too many advantages. They need the sites to be able to kind of play to their strengths. But yeah, I mean, Lipany is obviously a very good map to play this heavy food, horseman, samurai composition. So I thought, you know, I'll just keep pumping these food units. I'll have lots of map control, deny sites, and
I'd be curious if he was always going to do this.
If the game goes the way I want it to, I'll be able to take all the food and.
Or if it's the walls early. It might be the walls
foot.
early that like convinces him.
And deny the sites you definitely did, and more importantly, you denied the heavy food of Lipany from Anatan, as he was definitely struggling hard there. And then following up, you know, next game there was a ton of back and forth. I felt like you were raiding with 3-4 different unit groups at all times, and just really never letting Anatan breathe.
But like the thing as well is, I think what's interesting about Puppet's build is you notice he doesn't do the racks. I think if you do the racks with this Koka build, it's not as effective against Delhi. You don't get value out of a Dark Age Rush. Like, that's the interesting part. I would have been curious to his thought process on what Anatan done. The fact he walled in the first place is maybe a little bit unusual. Because, like, are you really that worried about a Dark
worried
Rush?
in that game. But as Macedonians, you have the Golden Horn Tower.
They're talking about game 2, but we don't have it yet.
He had a decent bit of range units as well, so it's going to be difficult for him to push into my base, even after he killed a few units near that Sacred Site there. But yeah, I mean, I thought, okay, that wasn't great, but let's just keep raiding. We have the mobility advantage with our knights, and let's drag the game out. And I found lots of picks with my knights, so it ended up being very favorable. Yeah.
Dude, we've basically got a before interviews with Puppy 4 and Wham. I think we've just got to like crank the neck back and like just filter in at least 500 milliliters of Red Bull. They're such chill, calm guys. Like when you get them on the mic, though, they're just like very calm and composed, and they're talking, right? They know what they're talking about, but like it's not. You know how sometimes you get people you interview and they're super chatty.
Or did you feel like that might have been a little bit greedy and timing wise?
No, we need to get them the game of cocaine we talked about. That's what it is.
What would
game of cocaine
played that
be?
matchup
Would
a
it
few
be
times
energy
versus
drink
Anatan,
powder, just like
and
crushed up?
I lost twice, I think, versus his Roos, so I'm not sure what to do. He obviously plays Roos very well. It was a very good late game. But yeah, I thought with the triple TC, maybe I could just kind of outscale him there. and go for like a
I think you have to
timing,
play
like,
earlier
pre-amp
against
or
Roos.
just when it hits, but yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe my composition wasn't fantastic.
No.
But he's definitely very good with Roos, and I'll have to rethink this matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, you could see.
You gave that one game up, but got.
I would ask him, like, at this point, ask him, were you stumped? Because there was a point where you were holding thousands of food in reserve. Did you just not know what to do? I'd be curious if, like, if that was, like, the paralyzed moment.
Take it into the finals tomorrow. Any final closing thoughts there for you?
Oh, they didn't even talk about the last game.
Nah. Thank you guys. Look forward to watching the next set.
A man of few
There
words.
we go. Well, good luck
they're
tomorrow. We'll
firm.
definitely be watching and observing.
So this is the thing. I'd say, I think I've noticed this before. You have to really, like, if you want to do the interviews clean with that, you need to pay attention to, like, what's on screen. But it's tricky because sometimes the game had lots of moments, so it lasts a long time. So, like, when you're done, it's still waffling or whatever. You know what I mean? But, like, I wonder. I don't know how they've done their replay setup in particular. But, like, my feedback from, I could have sworn I told about this a long time ago. It would probably be cool to have a skip forward option. I don't know if they're compartmentalizing the replays or just condensing them all together to play in between series like this right now. Because if you have them segmented to game pieces, that would be much better, because then you can just have production press forward when you hear, oh, they're talking about game 2, they're talking about game 4, they're talking about game 3. Oh, they're talking about game 2 again, sort of thing, right? But I don't know. It depends on how they got it set up. Will I be casting the next set? Yes, right here on twitch.tv/KillerPigeon. Not here on EGC. Yeah, this was definitely the most interesting game. Even though, like, the Roos one was well played by Anatam, for example. But it's like the second half of that game was like, okay, I just don't know what we're doing with Lancaster anymore. It looked a bit stuck. I think for Poppypaw, maybe, like, the idea there is against 2TC Roos. What if you can focus Hobble Art raids early on at all? Just try and build 10 to 15 hobbies and focus on raiding. Does EGC have multiple people doing the replays, or is it one person? They have multiple people. Unless Cal's just typing in chat, he's going to be there as, like, production lead, and you've got Vodka doing the active observing in game. Like, literally, like, in terms of who's working on the day, there's at least 5 people working on the EGC, right? So you've got Choom doing the adminning, you've got Vodka doing the observing, you've got Cal doing the production, and then you've got 2 casters. So there should be enough wiggle room to do those things. It really just comes down to how you want to try and curate your workflow. Whereas we here have got one guy doing it all. What's up, Mr. Cool? I'm doing well, mate. I hope you're doing well too. Vodka doing AoE 2 obs and AoE 4. Yeah, but he's not the only one to do that type of stuff, right? So, like, Mafu does StarCraft and Age of Empires too. Didn't know there's that many behind the scenes? Yep. And then, I mean, it's scaled over time, right? Do you need 2 people observe production? Arguably not, but because the idea of all this custom overlay has been pushed, which has its uses, but, like, in terms of the cost, I don't know if it's worth it. Because that's been pushed, you have got 2 production. You got, like, 2 observers, right? Because, like, Cal will be doing the production, and then within that, he'll be doing, like, second camera if they do camera in camera, which they sometimes do. So yeah. But, like, what I mean by cost is, like, that's going to inflate the cost. Like, you're paying double on observers, technically, probably. I don't know what Cal charges. And AoE 4 already just doesn't make money. I don't know. I know a while ago, EGC said they were, like, breaking even. I don't know if that's still the case. But that's the thing. Pesty's the unsung hero. Like, yeah, he's clocked out of AoE 4, but, like, he's still footing the bill. He's always been footing the bill. And it's not like he's clocked out and he's just making money, whoop whoop. It's like he's burning money. Also, like, I always find it funny when people are like, well, if you've got enough money to, like, pass the time on what you're doing, then it's good. It's like, that's not true. Like, if, for example, if he's basically making as much as he's spending, it would be more profitable for him to take his money and stick it in the bank. And the bank's not that profitable. So yeah, it's kind of weird. Breaking even is pretty impressive. Yeah, I doubt, I'd be skeptical if they still do. I think AoE4's been on a down climb. I know like a few people messaged me around the time of like everything happened at the start of the year, and they were like, I don't like how it's being handled. I've stopped subbing here, there, and every bloody where. It's like, I don't know, and AoE4 is in particular, like now it's just a sucky time to do the Elite Classic 4 because we just had an underwhelming DLC, right? It wasn't really what most people wanted. We've got the hype of new DLC coming, but that new DLC isn't here yet. That new DLC is some way off. So until that DLC is here, the anticipation for people is probably going to be a little bit on the negative, right? Yeah. And then there's the seasonal element you have to consider. Like we are in the summer. Are many people going to be sitting inside right now watching Age of Empires 4 on the TV, or are they going to be out? This is something I noticed in my numbers as well. It was like, you know, early start of the year, like December into January, February, March is probably usually the best viewership points in the year for AoE4. For a lot of streaming, actually, I'd say. FIFA 2, but yeah, but FIFA's not there every year, but this happens every year in AoE4. I don't know. I'm skeptical. I'm just like a blunt skeptical now after everything that's been happening, where I'm just like, I think 4 is never going to grow to be that big RTS. It'll be okay with some good DLCs, but I think our opportunity, that's why I was like, I agreed with Vortex when he's like, please just announce AoE 5. I was like, yeah, I kind of feel that too. I wouldn't mind them announcing AoE 5, even if it just ended up being a rip of AoE 4, reprinted like Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2. Because as long as they add a bunch of like civs when they do it, people won't be mad. And it would be the refresh, the paint job that like they need to wipe the stain that was AoE4's launch and try something big again. It's also the only way you're going to convince the fat cat executives at Microsoft to spend a lot of money on marketing. Like, legit, the marketing team at Microsoft do not care unless it's a new game. You're a heat they might be watching inside and try not to die? Exactly. And god damn it, Twitch makes your PC melt, so too hot, Kappa. Say the last 2 DLCs should have been one big DLC for the same price, but hype for the next? Yeah. But this is the thing, right? It's like, it shows you the damage just like some underwhelming DLCs and content releases can do, right? Like Battlefield 6 is a great example of this. Battlefield 6, in my eyes, has just been a downward spiral continuously because they failed to have enough content initially, and then the follow-up content wasn't good enough. And then, obviously, they have other bugs and whatever. But like that's revered as one of the best modern FPSs to release in the last few years, and still it died. And I think part of that is because people just get bored quickly and want to move on. But part of that genuinely is because first impression matters. First impression matters a lot. But, you know, speaking of first impressions, how's your first impression been of this visual? Opera GX is making this look better. Nah, it's not. I actually haven't got it on. There's an there's an upscaling mod to make things look visually more clear. But this broadcast is already blurry as all hell, so I don't know. Yo, wait, actually, how bad does it look on a yeah, because basically this is like taking a screenshot of a JPEG and then stretching it, right? It's like you're encoding the encoding. But don't worry, we'll get back to our visuals soon, which is much prettier. Yeah, reminder, by the way, guys, while we've got a second, I like the objects gets brought up. It does indeed use a lot less than Chrome. So Chrome's a little bit of a hog. Opera GX can actually be tuned to use less, much less. You can actually go over here. I always forget where it is because I've just got so much RAM, CPU, I don't have to care. In the GX controls, you can actually set RAM and CPU limiters. You can even set network limiters, whatever else you want. So you can make sure, and let hot tab skiller, so you can just see what is using what and just kill it straight away. You can use these to make sure that all your performance from your PC is going into the game in frames instead of into your browser. So Opera GX, one of many things it has a built-in ad blocker, built-in VPN. Whole kit and caboodle, absolutely free. Exclamation mark Opera GX will let you download that. Be sure to check it out. Reminder, by the way, we should have... That's not my order. One sec. we should have our order of HelloFresh arriving soon. There it is. I got this beauty coming. So if you guys want to get your hands on some HelloFresh, we actually have got a discount code for you. Expect got HelloFresh, take advantage of that. But you'll be able to get your hands on, I think for America, correct me if I'm wrong, Americans, I think it's 50% off on the first and 20% on the following ones. And then, so i.e. you get 10 meals free, I think it was, as well as if you subscribe for 5 weeks, you'll get access to a wok, a quality wok that's worth about $120, $140. But these are absolutely delicious. We've got coming, I think on Monday it's going to arrive. We've got the campfire-style sausage meatball, chili, and rice. The Marry Me chicken, which is a sun-dried tomato cream sauce, mashed potato, and chicken. We've got the beef chickpea and spinach Rogan Josh. And then we've also got the smoky Mexican-style pork burrito bowl coming. I love burritos. God damn it. I'm looking forward to that one. And finally, the oven-baked chorizo and sweet corn risotto. I'm especially intrigued by this one because, like, I've never had risotto before, so this will be hit or miss. But we got our hands on all this, and we got 50% off on our order. I also decided I wanted to throw some chocolate in because I'm a greedy boy. And some fruit, because just because I eat unhealthy doesn't mean my kids should. Smiley face. But, reminder, we have got that offer running. HelloFresh, you want to take advantage of that. The code is a little bit weird, but it's basically Killer Pigeon with HFZW at the end. Take advantage of that. Get your hands on a wok if you commit for a little bit, or, sample the goods on the super cheap. It actually works out really nicely. I think it works out at like, is it $4 per serving? Maybe less than that, I think it works out at with the discount. So definitely worth taking advantage of. And also they send out a bunch of sheets with it so you know how to make them yourself. The prep time save is probably the biggest thing I'm going to hone in on here, guys. Like, you're saving so much time having to prep this food, which means less time in the hot kitchen and more time in the cool breeze in the garden. So take advantage of it. And thank you again to HelloFresh for sponsoring us. All right, draft should be getting ready. Are we missing maps? Where's maps? There it is down there. King of the Hill comes out. Lakeside Mountain Clearing Band. Kawasan Hillendale Band. Start map Gorge. Oh, and I need to update the title. Green Lord versus Beastie Beastie. Let's do it. Alphabetical order, I guess. Who in my family decided what to order? Me. Because here's the thing. When I went to order my meals, you know what I had to do? I went in, and I was like, view menu, and I went sort and filter, and then I had to go ahead and remove wheat. And then that brought... So I was like, well, I'm going to pick now. And then I told Emma, here's what we're having. I don't know, like, the one I think I'm unsure of. I mean, she said, like, Freya might not eat any of it, but that's because Freya's a fussy git. Anyway, no matter what we pick. But I reckon they'll probably... I think they'd eat the... She might be a bit weird with mashed potato, but because it's a tomato cream sauce, maybe. I think she'll eat the meatball and chili pot. It's hit or miss. Sometimes she loves chili, sometimes she don't. And then I think she'd go for the burrito bowl. This might be the hit or miss one, for sure, with sweet corn risotto. Whatever. If they don't eat, they're ungrateful son of a guns. It's fine. You just stick in... Like, you gotta remind kids who the boss is. You stick the food in front of them and say, look, if you don't eat that, you're getting nothing all day. And then tomorrow, you're also getting nothing. I'll just take this out again. You'll eat it cold. Oh, I'm not hungry. You will be. You bloody will be. You know, I'm going to make Emma take it a step further because she, like, obviously, she'll make Freya pack lunch or whatever. I'm like, no, you stick the pack, like, in that pack lunch, you stick that. She'll just open it up and it'll just be a pot. And she'll open the pot and go, oh, this is probably fruit. And she'll go, oh, it's that food again. Eh. Got him. Yeah, Ezra will eat it. Ezra eats. Like, Ezra is basically turning into a human vacuum. We were around my sister's, for my niece's little birthday party. And he was legit walking around the garden, just eating people's food, taking it off their plates. Little goddamn critter. All right, so wait, Almond's got through. Almond's China. Oh, that's what I forgot. Because I have to have gluten-free stuff. Apparently, they got me, like, gluten-free tortilla chips. Cool flavor. They were tasty. I should have taken them. It's fine, though. I've got, like, some sad little cakes for gluten-free people. I say sad little because everyone had, like, you know, homemade cupcakes and lemon drizzle cakes and Victoria sponge cakes and chocolate cakes. I got some butterfly cakes. Thanks to my mom for them. That is sad how limited my choices are now. Marlian's Byzantine Shishi ban. Yeah, Mirrored as well, actually. Now you mentioned it. Usually there's like one ban difference. I don't know if Marine Lord and Beastie were ever scrimming, like early on in the tournament. Not now, though. But, does get the French, which is important, I think, when you want to draft Golden Horde. You need to kind of protect it. Your opponent's still got Macedonian. Ottomans, nice. Knights Templar Jean coming out. We do have a water map, right? Yeah, we got 4 lakes. Mongols is a nice priority pick from Marine Lord now, because otherwise I think Beastie will snatch it away. HRE is also quite nice to get. Tuklak. Is he going to go Japan? Delhi? Delhi can make sense with this map pool. Got Baldland and Lipany. Mali's such a tricky sieve to... Yeah, Malians are just frankly kind of borked. They don't win every game, but like they feel so ban-worthy every time. The zerginess, but also I think the flexibility they now have. Like, there's several different directions they could go in with the comp, whereas they used to be very strong but very one-dimensional. And there's the Mongols as expected. So HRE, we know that BC likes it. HRE, probably Order the Dragon till last. Pick some more high priority like Japan or Delhi. HRE Delhi would make a lot of sense. Actually, ABBA for this map pool. You got King of the Hill, 4 Lakes, Lipany. ABBA could be worth selecting towards the end here. Because I think there's a risk that Marine Lord takes it if you don't. It just feels weird that you'd ever prioritize ABBA over HRE. But you know if you don't pick HRE, your opponent's going to do it, and it gives him more flex on maps like 4 Lakes. It's taking a long time on this one, huh? Pick Jin! Yeah, he goes to ABBA. So HRE, and then probably Japan. Actually, English? English? King of the Hill English, maybe? I've heard worse ideas. 4 Lakes isn't too bad either. And I know Marine Lord quite likes English. I think he rates them higher than other pros. It's like HRE English or Japan? Okay, Japan, I guess HRE then. No way he picks Ing. Jim would be the best pick for viewers? Nah. There you go, HRE. And then that leaves Order the Dragon. I don't know. I don't really feel like Beastie picks English that much unless there's a very clear map. Like, Marine Lord would pick it if you had some like Holy Island, for example. He loves English for that. I do think English is being slept on a bit still on a map like King of the Hill, though. Like, mass men at arms on that map, pretty crazy, no? Yeah, Order the Dragon to split it in the end. So opening map is going to be Gorge. Probably draft, what, China, Otto here. Do you just flex super strong? Because you're probably going to be expecting French Golden Horde. Rus French? Rus French, very similar. I think you want more versatility. Rus Delhi could be interesting to open draft. Marine Lord, like Sengoku, China, Ottomans all seem feasible. Japan's a little bit less popular here now. Especially considering you've got maps like 4 Lakes, Baldlands, where Japan could do a lot better. Oh, let me just double check there hasn't been a There has, I knew it. Alright, China coming out. So Marine Lord probably going to opt. You want some flexibility here. Beastie French. And then that forces Marine Lord to do what? China Macedonians? Golden Horde follow up. I think you could Otto here. But isn't the French matchup bad for you? But you snipe French, you know he's going to snipe. If he snipes Ottomans, Chinese can contest gold. I think Ottomans is pretty good here. I mean, Ottomans is good everywhere, but like for the dynamics, right? It's like, I think you just obviously get rid of French, and then Golden Horde against Ottomans can be pretty... Oh, he goes Lancaster. Is he going to leave French open and snipe Golden Horde? Surely French is the snipe. But Golden Horde are quite good at diving 2TC Lancaster. Like, really good at it, actually. It's like, with the risk of you being stuck with Lancaster, you have to deny Golden Horde, surely. Have we seen Lancaster beat Golden Horde, chat, in this tournament? I think it's usually the other way. Golden Horde beats Lancaster, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go. So he does snipe Golden Horde. He gets stuck with Lancaster into French. Much better than Golden Horde versus Lancaster. Because now you can just anchor down with mass spear spam on 2TC. I don't mind this for Marine Lord. I think the map's a little bit tricky because Gorge has less inherent value for you to hang around on. You don't, for example, have the good dry Arabia spawn of 2 tree lines tight together and you drop a mana there and you gather all the wood forever and ever and ever and ever. There is that need to move out. There isn't as much sneak out. Well, not, there is sneak out, but there isn't a branching 4 different options and one very close. Usually on Gorge, you tend to feel like you're walking into the middle of a road, right? Like you walk out as deer, oh, start gathering, and here comes the, you know, equivalent of a feudal car with the knights. So a little bit risky there. But probably has to be 2TC. I can't imagine you try to play one town center against Lancaster. I don't really see the advantage there. Lancaster versus French, rather. Like, I think French milk the game if you play 1TC. Jin's even more bland than English. Yeah, they're just eco boom without much interesting things happening militarily. I mean, the things that should be unique don't feel very good. Like what? You've got the Lancers that just seem to lack enough AoE for the AoE to matter. At least that's been my experience watching it over every game I've seen. Yeah, just a weird one. All right, let's. They're in game, so let's get ready to go. I say in game, should be like 3-minute delay. All right then, let's get predictions sorted. This one should be good. Yeah, I think French is very strong, but I don't think Lancaster's incapable. BC's probably just count his lucky stripes is against a player that wouldn't try to pull 40 villages with short bows. Kappa. God, that B game, that BBC game was absurd. All right, predictions now going up. I guess can I do predictions on YouTube as well? You can do a poll, but you can't do predictions. You guys don't have Gamba. Who will win the series? There you go. So I'll do a bit different for YouTube. Interactivity. Wow. Oh, and I can't run ads because Twitch just keeps invading. Oh, do you guys see that whole thing where like Twitch support told a streamer that like pre-roll ads was going up to 90 seconds? And then after everyone got outraged, Twitch suddenly went, we don't know why support said this. We're not doing this. I'm not sure anyone fully believes that. Dude, I'll be honest, like, to be blunt about it, like, it may have just been a miscommunication, but it did just look like they got caught with the hand in the cookie jar. And decided like, ooh, no, that's stupid. We would never do that. What a silly idea. God, this kind of makes me want to play Team Fortress, actually. Oh, and this makes me want to play Red Alert 2. Is that what we should do after this stream? Red Alert 2? Ooh. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me with a good time. Nah, I can't be asked for that. I'd have to install everything. I'd have to do the HD mod. I'd have to basically, like... It's not just click install the game, sadly. You need HD mod, then you need, I think it's like Command & Conquer Online mod the community's been maintaining. I've just been hoping they'd make a Red Alert 2 Definitive Edition. El Clasico 84. Yeah, this is like not a very good Clasico for Beastie. Statistically, he's very unfavored, right? I think it's 70% on series and 64% on games in favor of Marine Lord. So Beastie tends to have a rough time when he plays against Marine Lord. A lot. And with the way the two have been playing, I think Beastie's had some solid games in the second half of this tournament. But I'd still say Marine Lord is the favored going into this. Let's see. Can I get another ad run in so you guys don't get him in game? I can. I'm going to run a minute now. And then... I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do after stream. After games, rather. It depends. Like, this might just end up being a 4-hour series. I'm like, well, that's 7.5 hours. I need to get some sleep. Like, maybe if there's interest, we do some Stronghold. Beast will take this one. I think French is very powerful. Depends on the spawn, though. Spawn Lord could come in strong here. If he gets, like, double deer tight on one side. Or the deer next to the gold for a TC drop. How's it? Oh, I forgot to reset the score. Yeah, I don't know, man. This one might be tricky if Marine Lord gets a Marine Lord sport. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel for some more Age of Empires 4 action. Oh, no. Marine Lord in the pink up against Beastie in the yellow. Game number 1. Beastie has the dominant French on Gorge, while Marine Lord has got House of Lancaster. We were loading into this game. Someone's like, I think this is good for Beastie. And I was like, depends on the spawn. I think that's a decent spawn for Marine Lord. If he's going 2TC, gold, berry, deer's kind of shovable. I can already see the rant on the stream, man. I don't know. Let's see how it goes, though. It's not guaranteed 2TC, but I feel like that's the way that Lancaster's been looking good right now. BC on the French is just one-dimensional, right? Build Knights, charge in. I think what's been making French a lot more threatening, though, is players have gotten a lot better at playing for age up instead of playing all-in commit. So kind of worrisome, a little bit spooky to worry about always with that Civ. And that ain't nothing to worry about. That is a pleasure to see. What is up, Anonymous Gifter? Thank you very much for the 12 gifted subs. You are absolutely thank you. Everyone enjoy those subs. Remember, if you watch this later, you can always catch us live on twitch.tv/killerpigeon. If you have a sub like that, you don't have to worry about ads. Except for when I shield myself like this. So Marine Lord should just be going for standard Abbey of Kings here. BC should be standard School of Cavalry. He has... Oh. Could he Chamber of Commerce here? He's been a little bit obsessed with Lecoq in the past, hasn't he? And in this matchup, I feel like you can get away with it. So we'll have to see. Yeah, once again, thank you, Anon Gifter. What a legend, dude. Hell yeah. Making sure on finals weekend, people don't have to worry about ads. What a legend. And there you go, guys. It's 2TC. Yep. Now, that second town center has to be pretty tight, right? Because you're going to have knights coming away if it's a School of Cav build. But the whole idea here is if you build the TC on the gold, you get the berries, you get the gold, you get it all locked in here. The deer then becomes shovable if your opponent doesn't stop you. Even if you don't get to shove it, like the subless food is not that far away. Backup deer option, I mean, this is the other thing. Getting the 8K and the deer close together, which is quite frequent, but getting it a bit more retracted is also nice. Because you can kind of wall towards the gold and create a section if you have to move out here with gold and food workers. Another thing to think about, like I quite like Lancaster for this, is the mana drop here is huge. Right? You're just going to buff so many workers in the area. I think the negative of Marine Lord spawn is that his tree line is on the opposite side of the base. So you don't get as much value out of the first mana as you would in other map spawn styles. Berries and deer are better food source than farms. It's barely worse than farms. And... Oh, sorry. Yeah, and then deer, it's substantially worse than. So 0.69 on berries. Farms are 0.75 by default. And then deer is up at 0.8. I want to say it was, or 0.86. And then you have boar off much higher. Boar, I'm trying to remember if it's 0.9 or 1. I think it's 0.9. Shoreline fish for villagers is 1 food a second. Is the best gathering rate that a villager can achieve by default without any buffs. Not worth the initial resource sink? No. Because it's not just like you get a worse gathering rate or barely better. The other problem is you then spend 75 wood. And if you chalk up the maths of it, like 75 wood, in terms of what that's going to take a villager to do, like villager to gather you the wood necessary to even start gathering food, it's going to take a villager about a minute and a half, 2 minutes, to gather you that wood. Probably 2 minutes, especially this early on with walk time, wheelbarrow, etc. 2 minutes of gathering for a villager to then build you a farm to get 1 villager worth of food gathering. You start to understand why people have gotten so good at contesting and playing around limited food sources like sheep, deer, etc. Other fun little fact for you, by the way, if you're ever playing Lancaster, you want to be on sheep. Sheep is your best friend because sheep has got an insane gathering rate for them. Sheep is by default 0.75, the same as a farm, but Lancaster gathers 20% quicker from them. Heard that correctly, 20%, which puts them up at the rate of gathering from a boar pre-survival techniques, right? So boar would be better if you have survival techniques, but otherwise, sheep is as good as boar. That's what makes the Lancastrian economy so insane early on, guys. Like, they have an insane amount of food income. And 2TC is so popular because the moment he completes this town center, he's going to get 4 sheep to eat at that boar gathering rate. First night coming in, but look at the positioning. Lord's blocking the northern flank. Any attempt to dive south side is going to put you in TC range. And you can see that Marine Lord is waiting to nibble at him. Tries to come from the side. Scout block is good. Min-max is a little bit ambitious there. Does lose the scout. Not ideal by Marine Lord and definitely unnecessary. 20% additive or multiplicative in AoE4. I'm pretty sure it's usually multiplicative, right? Oh, for the base rate. Depends how you're defining additive. I was muddled up. So you're suggesting a multiply on the multiply. I think it's additive, actually. So it's less. The one that ends up being less overall. Because otherwise, like, the problem with, like, scaling multiplicatively is it can get really broken in games like AoE4. There are other games out there that have it very broken. Like, Dota 2 has scaled multiplicatively in a lot of things in the past. They actually took it the other way where they would descale it. Where, like, for example, if you build this big crit item, build another one of it, you get, like, less value out of the extras. Add to be... Oh, so you mean like that. Sorry, yeah. So, no, it would be... Yeah, it'd be additive, right? It's one big bulk number that it calculates off of. I'd have to double check if it's thoroughly across the board, but I think most sources work that way. But I get what you're getting at. So, like, it should be 20% gathering on sheep, and then you can get another 10% for the horticulture, for example. But yeah, just to clarify, in case people get muddled up there, when I'm talking about these percentages of, like, faster than another thing, when I'm saying 0.75 and 0.9, it's food per second. That's the default rate, is how we calculate things in AoE4. When we say that sheep is 0.75, we're saying you get 0.75 food a second. Sorry if that wasn't clear. It's just we always have talked about gathering rates that way. Good catch, Man at Farms. So that's why, for example, like a villager gathers about 45 resources a minute. By default. Wait, BC went 2TC. Sorry, while we were nerding out, we actually got a 2TC to combat the 2TC. Yo, dog, I heard you like TCs. So I took a TC and put it on your Interesting approach from BC. I actually don't mind this, because now it doesn't turn it into a ticking time bomb. If anything, it throws the pressure back at Marine Lord and says, you need to do something about me. Because if we now both just scale mass feudal, I'm going to have mass knights. So suck on those ones. Actually, kind of interesting that BC's going Archer Knights. Like, there's a weird world in which he could have just done Spear Knights and been better off. Let's be nerds. I mean, you're an RTS gamer. If you're not a nerd, you're in the wrong community. Just go play Fortnite if you don't want to worry about math. Night dive. Ooh. Hasn't got Shiver on the way just yet. No, he might just hold off a little bit longer. Usually you want 2 or 3 injured knights, then Chivalry feels optimal to go after. Because it's a big time sinker, right? Like, it's an investment for 300 resources. Takes a minute to even get. What you can try to do is preempt it. Is like, you can prep Chivalry before you dive with another knight, knowing that knight will take a lot of damage. He needs to be a little bit careful. Now that he sees it's Hobbler, it means his knights don't necessarily get away. Reno's seen the second TC? He is not. He's not actually scouted properly here. Maybe he got a glimpse, but I think this was early on. I don't feel like he's been over there anytime soon, but he's rotating now. So he's about to get some key information here. Greenlord also prepping for Castle, by the way. I actually like this. I think the idea now of just blobbing trash tier units doesn't work as well when you know your opponent has 2 town center, but he doesn't know that yet. Chill Dictator. So armor additive. Yeah, we know that one. Gather rate buffs multiplicative. Times 1.2. It depends on the buff types though, right? Because I think, if I remember correctly, the way that like eco buffs work is they get catalogued differently. So I'd have to double check, but I think, for example, a Bassad's gathering buff gets put in the same pool as your standard eco buffs, no? But then, for example, I think Atri buff is different. If you wanted it to get hella confusing, then you start learning about things like Limitane, where the way Limitane works is that you have armor, and then you have percentile damage reduction. And it calculates percentile damage reduction before armor reduction, which tends to make damage reduction in AoE4 really broken. A lot of pressure coming in from Beastie, by the way. Up to 8 knights. Marine Lord is about to start teching with the White Tower right here. Has to be. Yeah, there's only one spot to drop it, really. Lots of power out of the Mana Lords. He's getting about 250 off this back one. 4 now being secured. Yeah, Beastie, I mean, he doesn't mind hanging back longer, right? Because you just scale knights. You don't need to rush as fast. There's the White Tower drop. Beastie. He doesn't see it. He's got to be suspecting it, though. But I like what he's thinking here. Like, there's no way a White Tower gets dropped on the tree line. That's the vulnerable point to target. Practically all the workforce that matters is here. Right, setting up the food, gathering on it. It's not like he's gathered from deer, berries, or boar with a second TC. Only thing you can really get here is gold. Is the ever a world in which he goes rams? I wonder. Like 2 rams here to start breaking the infrastructure. Pretty smart. Just kind of limits the area your opponent can hold. Sees it, just backs away. Okay, so BC likely just to play for tech then. Yeah, he's pivoting more people across to gold now. So 11 on gold. Steel Dagger is being prepped. I don't think you die with this now, right? Like, it's 18 Spearmen and a White Tower. That's very hard to break. And he is stockpiling food now. Yeah, arguably over-gathering on food. Got 36 workers there. The gold is lagging behind a bit. Problem here as well is like diving in to try and burn this is bad. The White Tower covers it. So you can't even try to pressure the second town center. You can at least block gold though. Like the gold fort spawn is a negative for Marine Lord with the way now that BC's played this. Start trading in this? What, you think you should be going trade? Nah. What do you mean army trade? Like trading out before the upgrades comes in is nice. The problem is the White Tower double TC is cursed. You don't want to dive this. We've seen it in the English games back when 2 town center meta was in full swing. It's the quickest way to lose a game. It's not worth it. Just keep pressuring on the backside. More farms are being scattered in by Marine Lord, and he's snuck deer. Spears are moving over though. You can pin him if he lines. Yep, starts to steer over, has to go back the other way. Whoops. Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna exit through the base I just had to run through. Oh dear, oh dear. DC not taking too much damage. That could have been much, much worse. But probably now suspects there's deer gathering over here. Otherwise, why were all the spears out of the base like that? Guildhall, tech up now on the way. Reminder, by the way, that Beastie will continue to build a worker lead because his town centers produce faster. So the onus really is on Marine Lord to do something soon. Yeah, especially when you know your opponent's just going to keep scaling knights non-stop. Cool thing for Marine Lord is technically you can just send the Hobbler raiding and leave the spears at home to defend. Makes it much harder for Beastie. Because Hobbler are quicker than knights. And you should arguably have more Hobbler for the knight count. Always. Because Hobblers are much cheaper. Not very good killers, but, you know, much cheaper. Yeah, you know, only takes them, what, 8 hits to kill a textiled villager? Takes them 6 on a standard. Oh, you think you should be going trade? I think trade is risky against mass Hobbler. They don't kill you quick like Knights would, but like if it's seen, they spread out much faster. So while Knights is a more high-value proposal if you find the trade, Hobbler are more consistently able to find trade. I think the risk you have is if you go trade now, you're going to do that. You're going to have to defend it. And by defending it, Marine Lord's going to be able to sneak relics, which has a quicker ROI. A lot of walling in the corner here from Beastie. He's at least secure, though. His gold is the bigger problem. And hold on a second. Marine Lord knows what's up. He's moving for the 8K. Oh, my. Oh, this is sickening. How did he know? I mean, instinct, right? Like, you've checked the north side. You don't see the gold gathering up here. It's the most obvious move. You're playing against French. They need one thing and one thing only. And it does disgust you. Marine Lord. March is over. Outpost at the worst possible time. It's not up yet. The Hobbler, they're going to look to get in. Villagers have to shuffle away, but the Hobbler are much quicker. They'll get the body block and a slow kill. But in the choke point, he can stop him retreating. Sick find by Marine Lord. Hobbler carved down several. Spearman will be there to meet the Knight raid and scare it off. No damage done there. And he sends Crossbowman to hold it back. No textiles. Now the raid continues. He shifts over towards the tree line. Body block's going to come in there. A-click extravaganza as Marine Lord shrinks any worker lead that French would have built up. Brings it back to neck and neck. Balancing all things. 80 villagers versus 80. Not just that. Gold gathering has now paused. He walks out again. Come on. No, like, you can't be serious. The Hobbler, they go back a second time? No, he didn't see it. He stopped short. Because that's crazy, guys. If he saw that, he could have hung around and killed a few more workers. It's only archers following up, not mass knights. But the scout being gone does mean he's a bit paranoid. He's going to run headfirst into it. Has to steer the other way. Hobblers are quick enough to disengage. I cannot believe the difference one scout would have made here. Because no textiles means that would have easily been, what, 5, 6 more workers dead. Not to mention the idol. Like, forcing him to idle again on gold would have been tragic. Nice. Are trying to encircle him. New Hobbler. He's got so many. Ay, ay, ay. Trading would also spot this. Okay, let me put it another way. Hobbler would also spot trade. Like, it's when you're against cavalry civs, cavalry mass civs, archer mass civs, trade is very dangerous. Hobbler. They're coming around again. This is seen, but it means that you have to keep more troops over here or be at risk. Knights are looking to dive. Will be seen early. Marine Lord did create a bit of a concave there, so not easy to catch. Spears are moving over now. I'm a bit worried, though. Like, I mean, it's archers gears, guys. Like, I think you just dive in with the Hobblers for kills. There's 35 workers here. No textiles. He only just queued it up. In fact, maybe just kill the archers. Yep. You get to fight the thing that you counter. So we'll eventually get cleaned up, but is it the most worthwhile trade? I'd argue probably not. The Hobblers are way too low on health. It's actually nice to play by Beastie. Get some mop up. Yeah, that's a bit weird, actually. Hobbler, we have to remember they are plastic versions of horsemen. Sometimes I feel like this unit does not work unless you have King's College. I thought he'd at least clear probably 10 more archers there. That felt like he didn't 1-to-1, which is bad, because Hobbler are more expensive than archers. That's horseman now from B. Wait, why is... Wait, hold on. Was this because of the idol? Because he couldn't access gold, he had all this food? Why is he building horsemen? Easier raid? I think he saw a few crossbowmen and thought that he'd baited mass crossbows, but Marine Lord's getting the last laugh here, guys. This horseman strat is, I feel like, the worst thing you could be doing right now of the options, right? Well, I mean, you could build archers, which is worse, but like the obvious ones would be knights, arbitrary, or horsemen. He's building horsemen to try and raid flanks, but your opponent's got mass spearmen, mass hobby. This is not what you want of your beastie. No, I think what Beastie's doing is he's locking into his late game mode early. He's got 200 food income. He's not at that scale point yet. It's starting to look like he may have got baited hook, line, and sinker. His individual horsemen are better than Hobilar, but in a stage fight now with the Lords, with the mass spears behind them, I'm worried for Beastie. Hobilar begin by attacking the range force. Great find there. Baits the horsemen to engage. Spears following up. They have got the bill hooks as well. Hobilar aren't letting them through, mind you. It's just going to be a choke point hold and overwhelm. So much melee from Marine Lord. Second wave coming around the back. Is going to steer onto the crossbows. Does find them. Spears are pulling away to deal with that now, though. The Hobilar wave is gradually getting mopped up. The Knights have to keep maneuvering. And there's not much left of Beastie. No, he looks a bit dead. Way too much gold, no food. There's no food income at all. Right, 500 versus 1,300. One player can afford to rebulk, the other cannot. He has got a castle drop to secure him for the time being. The guild hall is still stockpiling. That's town center down, and he will likely be forced to pull the guild hall early. Yeah, if you don't pull it now, you lose it. And he's not ready to go Imperial either. Lords are at least going to get sniped down. I think he's got the burn speed here. He'd have to sack spears for it. Probably worth it. This is so weird. He legit expected mass crossbows. He had to for mass horsemen, right? Which would have been a giga read. If this was 40 crossbows, you walk that many horsemen in, you win the fight. Even the spearman details are a bit dicey, but like you get a worthwhile trade. But Marine Lord's choice to just mass trash. That's trash. Beastie, Carly. He did pull the food just in time there. But now he has 1,600 food. That's not enough to rush him. I mean, if you do, where are you going to drop it? Looks like he's saving for it. Yeah, Red Palace incoming. He feels like if he doesn't, he's going to die. And he's going to be Red Palacing the sacred site. As far away as humanly possible from any attention. So he will get age up. Doesn't secure much of this unless he's planning to go trade. Going trade would require that you've secured both sides of the map, which he is not. He's at least got a castle drop and some farms. I like this. I like the idea of just spreading farms around the castle locations. Like an extra castle here would be sick, and he's got the stone for it. If he builds a cart, there you go. Now he'll be safe, because Mass Hobilar will just shut farms down otherwise. Marine Lord, he'll have to go into Imperial Age because of this. I will say Gold Secure is looking pretty bad for Beastie, though. He's got a 4K between two castles, but it's not actually secure. And his other 4K is pretty far forward. In fairness to him, he did overgather gold, so he's got 2.4K now already for elite decks. And I love how we're in Imperial Age. There's still a relic on the ground. Marine Lords are going to fix that, though. So 3-2 split in favor of the Frenchman on relics. Marine Lord. I love it. Wingard. Yeah, wait. Berkshire? Towards the Sacred, right? Ooh, Berkshire here is not too bad, actually. Double stone, gold, outpost. Yep, there you go. Okay, forward Berkshire to secure the Sacred Site to split that win condition and make sure neither one can get it easily. That's a good timing as well. Like, Marine Lord's farm transition is done, guys. He's at 56 farms. Beastie is still transitioning. He's only at 29. There's a big window here for Marine Lord. Beastie is going to have quality, but he's going to be out-quantitied. And the income follow-up affords Marine Lord the ability to contest when he's behind a fort. ML goes farm transition earlier than most. Yep. Well, that's because of Marine Lord's macro. Like, Marine Lord has this infamous ability, shall we call it, to be holding well over 1,000 wood. And there's only one thing to build at that point. a lot of farms. In this game, in fairness to him, he prepped quite early, right? These farms came in super early. Then he spread them out a bit more. He has been gradually scaling this game. Better than, I'd say, in most. Like, I think in most, he just has way too much wood and then spams farms out. But this one, I think he was a bit more calculated about scaling that count. Yeah, less of an all-at-once approach. So we've got the companies coming in. More discounts for all the production. Beastie is going tat, though. Archer Horseman, he's just building trash units. I'm not sure French is better for this. Trash on trash, I mean, your Horsemen are better than Hobblar, but your opponent's spears are very good. Especially if they have the Lord buff. BC doesn't seem to be prepping Bio anytime soon, so no Royal Bloodlines coming out in a rush. Overall, a little bit unusual. I mean, the Horseman going into early kind of killed his momentum in the mid game. He's going to kill him this time. He has at least got archers with Incendiary to back him up. Castle Drop coming on the flank. Does get it locked in, trying to deny the 4K, but guys, the problem coming. That's a lot of torches. He has repaired the guild hall. He just actually completed it. Berkshire gets discovered, but this castle's dead. Right? Like, the villagers need to run inside quick. Most of them will get there. Few go down. But with this many spears, I mean, you just burn it. Burn it all. Rainlord gets torches out. Villagers have to scramble away. Remember, BC doesn't have 2 town center anymore. He can't really afford any worker losses to keep up his economy. Cannon placement's going to be too slow. At least that's the bright side. You're not going to waste stone on it. Good denial. And definitely a worthwhile trade from Rainlord. Now prepping Culverins. He realizes how much has become toxic with the castle spam on the map, right? Like, we're talking, in total, 4 castles if you include the Red Palace, which we do. And it's also the Arbalest in place, which makes it tricky to dive. The Scootage is now on the way from Rainlord to be able to afford additional calls after this alongside Hobblar. Horseman raid through is just going to be mirrored well enough to kind of be shut down. And elite army tactics is the priority, so just full focus on making the spears the best they can be. Would love to see some Alsgard littered in from Marine Lord just to make the archer damage a bit less relevant. Let's add on the farm's backside. Marine Lord's at pop cap though, so losing farms for a little bit doesn't hurt him that much. Some annoying Hobblar. Do you find that gold? We talked about this not being guarded whatsoever. Yeah, and you know, it shows the greed, right? BC went for a forward gold secure with a castle drop instead of securing the back flank one. Wasn't expecting to get hit there. The raid group is going to be mopped up, so nothing left of the pokers. Beastie's starting to get a real food economy going, but the problem now is he needs to start losing units. He's just got mass archers. This game's getting a little bit weird, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, 70 archers has a very good timing. I think archers don't get enough credit in early Imperial Age. When you rush Incendiary, archers can dominate a lot of fights. But your opponent is going biology now. He's queuing up more hobbies. My concern is, like, this is turning into a direct fight. You get a wave of Hobblar in there, just leading the charge. And he sacks the crossbows immediately. Don't blame him. Seems expensive, but the value of having 15 more Hobblar is immensely better than having crossbows. Push up. Remember what we said. The Lords, you just want them to stay alive. You want the Hobblar to get forward quickly. Archers are trying to snipe that, though. Let's get Marine Lord back for a moment here. Kind of feels like BC still needs to lose these archers, though. Like, the Horseman wave would be good for raiding, but he can only cap out at 7 currently. Those 7 should be dealt with momentarily. We do have archers just guarding the far side. Gold still hasn't been resecured by Beastie. He's getting biology, i.e. Royal Bloodlines now on the way. What's missing from Marine Lord? I think he's pretty much capped out now. I mean, well, melee text is pretty good, actually. Hobblar are low base damage, so their +1s are actually a big deal. The ranged armor free is going to be there, so Hobblar's up at 9 armor now. Archers only do 13 damage. It's a tickle. TC dive ambitious. Beastie tries to get past the wall. A few Hobbler are going to need to be peeled for this. Yeah, spears aren't going to be quite good enough. Culverins begin to wheel and deal, though. Marching forward, Hobbler, bypass. Yep, straight around the back. Archers need to retreat. Culverin siege. And the lack of horsemen now getting mopped up. And look at that. 20 archers gone already. The Hobbler wave is going to wipe all of them. Which means he's going to be left with what? Mass horsemen against mass spears. Not great. Culverins forcing repair now. Diving continues. The Hobbler, they've mopped it up. 25 archers left alive. And the Lord, some of them getting sniped. Some of them actually held back here with spears. And Horseman Trickle's not going to cut it. Yeah, they'll be able to shut that down. So Castle definitely going to be dropped here. Hobbler still haven't been killed off, by the way. Beastie stuck at about 160 pop right now. The raids have been stopped. Now the new wave of Hobbler can come forward. And not just that, Marine Lord pivots into hand cannoneers. It's time for quality. Horsemen not going to be able to get the kills. Colves can now begin to seize down all infrastructure. And Beastie in trouble. Look at the Hobbler count. It's 40 more. I mean, he's kind of baited him perfectly, right? Like, Beastie's remassing archers. He has got more horsemen finally. But I think 40 archers, next fight just gets wiped. Like, 20 spears can hold back 20 horsemen. Doesn't take much. And the desperation, just diving in on the Colves. And the Hobbler, here they come. It's too much. Beastie needs to retreat. Back into the choke point he goes. But folks, he's running out of buildings as a result of this. Colves are going to make quick work of the base. The Hobbler are not waiting around. They dive in for another stab at it. Marine Lord already has 40 more. Thank you. And this is how you play a Lancaster Zerg. The moment Beastie felt he had breathing room, dead to the next wave. Tries to switch knights now, but too little too late, I'm afraid. He's got no gold income to really get that bulked up. The spears counter that too. Culverin moving into the next castle. Repair crew is going to try to keep it alive, but 15 repairing, 150 stone. You're not going to get far. He's dead. Guildhall is up to 1,600 gold. He just doesn't have enough. Oh, we just had the Lancaster game earlier where the late game just seemed underwhelming. This is how you play it, though. I think this is a tempo civ. You know your units are worse. You have to play momentum and play it fast. And Marine Lord, he may have scaled in the late game, but once he arrived, he did not stop that press. Beastie, given just enough time to feel like his late game economy arrived, just to discover that military comp was not going to be given the breathing room to transition off of trash to quality. Big read by the Chimp. Looks to get him an early lead in this semi-final showdown up against Beastie. Yeah, at this point, you're just going through the motions, right? You're down by 15 eco. You're down a whole army. Your gold's getting blocked out. You can gather stone and nothing else. Yeah, even a castle drop from Marine Lord now. And he's prepping siege here to deal with the Red Palace. This game's over. GG called. House of Elves getting a big W against one of the most dominant civs in pro play right now. Aren't they both the chimps? They can decide between them. Yeah, but one's the goat chimp, one's the chimp, right? Oh, all right. Early win on the board. Wait, 93% banked on Beast. Someone made good on that game. Good lord. Cha-ching. All right, next up, we are going to be heading into Four Lakes. Mongols versus Delhi. Oh, no, I'm getting flashbacks to a certain game from last year. Mongols still the most wingest civ in the tournament, by the way. With water included, could be a really good map for them here. Snipes were snipe out on Knights Templar. BC couldn't pick that. And Tuklak taken away from Marine Lord. All right, I'm going to run a minute and a half ads, by the way, guys. So get yourself a snack quickly. And then we'll be able to get in game. Lancaster without archers. Yeah, just... I mean, it's being full melee chimp, you know? Be right back one sec, guys. I just want to grab... some more water too. Hey guys, sorry. Just quickly went to say night-night to Freya. Oh, yeah, I noticed the time I was like, oh, Freya's going to bed. Just having a quick shower. It's like, Daddy, I'm washing myself. I got a snack. All right, one last bite and then we get ready to roll. Man, I'm a hungry boy. I swear, casting really is a good way of burning calories. There you go, guys. Just need more fat people getting to cast. Fin them up. Actually, I feel like there's been a lot of fat casters over the years. Don't know if there's a correlation. I mean, makes sense. Sit on your ass just talking all day. All right. It's time. Mongols are back, and in the hands of this infamous man, this infamous matchup, it's got to be being flashbacks in people's brains right now. We've got Mongols from Marine Lord in the pink on 4 lakes going up against Beastie. This time, though, gonna be the Delhi on the other side. Mongols already looking like the best Civ in this tournament at about an 85% win rate. Can Marine Lord extend that further, or is Beastie gonna shrink them down to size? Delhi, definitely a different pick here. On 4 lakes, a map that focuses on fishing, getting a lot of food and a lot of cavalry going. Mongols, of course, benefiting so much from that, courtesy of Keshik spam in particular. They made this a pretty fun matchup. Let's get ready for game number 2 between the two lads. Predictions are now live. In fact, we had, what was it, 93% gambled on Beastie to win game 1. They went broke. But you know what you should do? If you subscribe and watch live on twitch.tv/KillerPigeon, you'll get more points by being subscribed. I think it's like you get 2 times the points by watching. I mean, just saying it there. So, dot play opening coming in from Marine Lord. Notice that Beastie done the same. He doesn't have to worry about a Dark Age Spear Rush here. Like, Delhi tends to be more resilient because the fishing boats can attack. So, unless you can somehow get Spearmen out before they'd have a dot, you're just not going to do anything. Yeah, I wonder if that's part of why Beastie done this. So I feel like that Dark Age aggression is critical to Mongol success on this map. Look at the spawn. Double, triple gold Ford, actually. Ooh. Guys, that is not a Marine Lord spawn. That's a pretty bad spawn, actually. He gets the stone back, sure, but who cares? The point is all gold options are going to be Ford, so if Ghazi raids come in, you're going to be a little bit exposed here. And reminder, Marine Lord is playing a Civ that has absolutely 0 capacity to wall. Yeah, not the Golden Horde. Mongols here. Second dock rather is going to be much easier, though, as you already pulled TC to the side, so easy walk across. And Beastie, only 1 dock play. I think that makes a little bit more sense. Like, right now, you don't know if your opponent's going for a Rax play to still try and like poke pressure. Because the thought is, like, if you go double dock straight away and your opponent's going Rax play, he can catch the second dock before you get fishing boats out. Right? The fishing boats are great at deterring Dark Age rushes, but only once they've been built. So I think Beastie just being a little bit more calculated because of that. Instead, just choosing to inflate much more on 1 pond versus going for the 2. Marine Lord's going to be a greedy mother duck. Wonder how far he goes with this, actually. Like, what, 10 fishing than tech? I'd assume he'd be teching more around 6 to 7. Waiting for 10 fishing is very, very greedy. Against Delhi in particular, a little bit dangerous. Just gives them more tempo. Yeah, because although you'll have extra food to start pumping Keshiks, they'll be able to pump more Ghazi initially. I think the interesting trade-off you see from Mongol players is the idea of like delaying Feudal isn't as terrible as it is for certain other civs because of the stone. Yeah, remember, they're sitting on like a boatload of it. So if you wait longer, yes, you know, it still takes time to allocate, but the whole idea of like double Keshik, back to back is very, very powerful. And the way that Marine Lord's playing, it's going to be like double Keshik into double Keshik into 1 Keshik into another double Keshik. Ah, cute little back wall there from BC as well, just to stop the full rotations. Dome of Faith coming in, so no tower victories. How do you guys gamba so far? Close to 50-50. Look at you little gambaholics. Bringing out the money. Oh, I never checked on what YouTube's poll was. Let's have a look. 56% for BC to win, 44% for Marine Lord. I think people put them in early, though. I wonder if they feel that way after game 1. Marine Lord. Trade. Time to... No, okay. It's going to be Deerstone, right? Silver Tree would be kind of insane against Delhi. Because they have cavalry that can snipe the traders. So Deerstone now on the way. Did opt to go to the gold towards the shore side. Very smart choice. That means the villager who walked out to do the dock play doesn't have to walk all the way back. But also, more importantly, it puts you close to boats to defend you. And also, it's an outpostable location. Like, if I outpost here, I hold all angles. I see all angles. If I outpost, like, here, there's still sneaking points on the wide. It just keeps everything condensed in vision, really, with limited resource commitment to see everything. Yeah, like, he could actually technically even just pull a fishing boat here and shoreline fish so that he can see early raids and not have to build an outpost. Marine Lord. Ooh, that's important info, actually. Seeing a lack of second dock here gives him an intercept point. So now, like, because the dock hasn't been set up by Beastie, what you can do, you can open up double Keshik pump because your opponent should realistically be going Ghazi in most games. And then your Keshiks will win. And that will keep the dock play from coming in for longer. You can see, speaking of dock plays, Beastie a little bit paranoid about Marine Lord trying something, so has guarded against that eventuality. Stables drop? Nope. There we go. So remember, double pump, into another double pump, into probably a single pump, then another double pump. He could rush for a second stone outcropping, but the spawn's kind of terrible for that, as it's all the way over here. It's actually a really crap spawn. Yeah, he doesn't have great stone options, really. So if a villager runs out there, they're going to die, and then the Ghazi will just kill the Uvu. Bit of a weird... Oh, wait, no, sorry, wrong Civ. I'm thinking of Golden Horde, my brain. No, this is fine. Remember, he only has one Uvu. God, can you imagine Mongols functioning like Golden Horde? No. Double Kesha pump. Already unleashed. He's going to be holding them back. Spear spam already begins from BC. He knows exactly what's going to be coming. Because it's what's coming every time you play against Mongols. Like, this is pretty much their bread and butter. If they're playing 4 lakes, they want to do heavy cav. It's the thing that actually makes them into a functional civ. They don't do very well without it. Nice cheeky wall up. So BC does get the second dock down. Still lagging behind a little bit on fishing. Actually, to his credit, he's competed better than I was expecting off of one dock only. Right? Because it kind of feels like Marine Lord should have been further ahead with the double dock play. Yeah. I mean, but then it comes down to you can have the buildings to produce, but it doesn't mean you have the economy to afford. Extra dock now from BC. Interesting approach. So he exhausts the initial deep water, then moves for an extra dock for the secondary. And they can always go for a third over here. Like, actually, you know, it's quite a cool way of using the 4 lake spawn the way the deep water's reliably spawned now. I was going for a boat, Keshik. Thinks twice. Yeah, he's going to wait for the extra one. Because you engage 1 Keshik versus 1 scout, 2 Ghazi, you can just get out microed. And you can see Marine Lord's moving upfield now anyway. So the last thing he needs is to get out microed there while being distracted here. Just simplifies the equation into one where he'll always win. Straight in the scout. Won't quite get the kill. That scares him off. BC. Goldworkers might be in trouble here. Movement speed arrow used well, but disengages quick. Well played by Beastie. Possibly -1. Actually gets the shivs out. Questionable there. The scholars. In combat, healing's not that effective. No, so the chain healing doesn't work anymore. Like, this used to work. But they changed it now so that, you know, if you just walk away, you still take full damage and only get half healing. To be fair, like, he would have been screwed either way because he started attacking in return, which marks you in combat as well. This is a nice fight as well. Trickle Spearman, bad idea. Yeah, not because of this. He sent them across to deny the dock. Archer ship now on the way. Keshik's going to waste some of their time. That's actually good. Losing the Keshik, not great, but like the idea of just baiting to buy time for the archer ship is huge. Keshiks are now going to be rallying home. That archer ship's definitely coming out, right? Yeah. Dock's probably going to be on fire, but you'll still have an archer ship to rebuild. Just want to try and target the spears. Engages now to stay in range. Doesn't work out, though. Spears just pull away. Ghazi, whoop, practically dead. Is going to need to take them home to heal. New Keshik wave is on the way home. Spearmen do get mopped up. I mean, this is the insanity of Mongols with water. It's Spearmen, and yet, who cares? Just build more cav, lol. I don't know. I do wonder, have we had enough of 4 lakes in tournament play? It doesn't always end up this way, but a lot of the time it does, which is like mass cav strats. Because you can just afford to trade poorly to have that mobility and always outnumber the counter. Then again, I mean, you know, if Beastie had just been massing spears, problem is you do that, your opponent just was archer. Like, you don't want to be one-dimensional with anything but I'd say heavy cav. Someone's probably like, okay, but why don't you pick French here then? I think French just has so many maps they're good on. Why waste them here? Oof, not great micro there by Marine Lord. We're almost killing everything that kills us fast. Does kill him in the end. Yeah, he was distracted though, right? He was going double Sacred Site, so blocks him on the south as well. More spears showing up here. Good timing as well, catching him when he tries to the wall in. New dock's been built, so huge food drop-off for the Mongols. Kind of looks like Marine Lord's contemplating a castle timing here, which could be quite scary actually for Beastie. Beastie's army is not that spooky, not against Kurotai. Yeah, Kurotai where you can get kited, right? Like, you know, 15, 20 archers against 25, 30 spears. With Kurotai, I'm going to back the Kurotai to win, especially if Deerstone's anywhere nearby. Movement speed arrow, charges forward. Gets the archers in range. Keshik's actually... He's just a madman. I can't believe he even for a second contested that. Keshik's going to start pulling back. Archers have got a lot of low HP targets to try and take out. Frontline with archers, I guess, to get the charge in. Yep, goes for it now. Brace comes through. Keshik's. Booga Booga 8 clicking. Spear count being targeted down. There's not many left here. And Deerstone did just arrive, so now that's what he's missing. Marine Lord will have the kite potential. His Keshiks are mostly holding on, though. And he's going to hard commit. So mops them up, clears them out. It's just such... I don't think there's any other map in which you see Mongols play like this. He's just headbutting spears regardless. And remember, like, you're scaling to the ideal thing here as Marine. You know, about 50-50 Archer Keshik count is perfect for Kurotai play. But once again, why rush the play? Right? Like on the land map, Mongols panic because, oh man, that food's running out. I'm going to have to start setting up pastures. That's bad. On a water map? Oh no, I lost 50 Keshiks. I don't know, man. Looks like good thing I got another credit card right here. Let's boop. Buy me some more, courtesy of fishing.co. It doesn't look like he's starting to think about castles. If he can get it and just get, you know, 1 or 2 elephants out with some walls, pretty big game changer. Both of them thinking about that age up. Looks like Marine Lord's just trying to eke out an advantage by just finding these trickle groups from Beastie. Archers are going to be safe. Keshiks. Able to poke at this lull. Looks like Marine Lord is moving up. If he steers to the base right now, yep, he's going for it. Says reinforcements can deal with the Ghazi. He's up to something. Guys, that is a no pack up tech Deerstone. Now he has it, guys. Superior mobility is finally being queued after he's walked across the map with this thing. And no! What is that positioning? Oh my god. And the movement speed arrow, he gets in the way. Villagers, they move south quickly. Spearman coming through. Archers now to target fire them down. The Deerstone blocks the placement. You could not have got worse timing on that House of Learning. Marine Lord sidesteps. He goes straight towards the dock. He can burn those out. His tech up's going to be superior. Kurotai almost complete. Burn begins. Beastie says, I mean, he can't really do anything. He hasn't got the gold to do much. The Deer Stone's like, all the options. I'm staying here. I'm camouflaged. I'm a Deer Stone within the deer. Unbelievable. The timing could not have been more perfect. House of Learning finally techs in the back. The Keshiks don't take long to vet here, folks. Spearman going to take a lot longer. 2.5 minutes? Rainlord hasn't queued Veterancy, though. Why? There we go. Okay, he was just a little bit delayed. 30 seconds out. And Kurotai on the way with the pack-up tech. It's going to be quick. Should arrive in about 30, 40 seconds. And Spear Veterancy is still 2 minutes out, guys. I'm worried, actually, for Beastie. War Elephant's going to be a saving grace for sure. He needs to be careful about getting baited out into a fight here. Yeah, feeds some of his spears to archers. Villagers, weirdly enough, seeking work on the berries at the worst possible time. Veterancy for Keshik's just connected. Archer count still good enough to insta-kill the spears. And crossbow switch, a smart choice. He sees the elephant. Rainlord is prepping the next phase. Yeah, it just feels like he's a step ahead, right? And there we go. I was about to say, if you go relics as well, mwah, chef's kiss. He has the map control. This is a sick timing against Delhi in particular. And oh, the workers! Some of them get stuck. Most will get away. That's still going to be -6. These moves. The gold star for Beastie. I mean, here's the thing as well. Beastie can't even really complain about the gold spawn. His was to the side. Yes, the other one's forward, but we talked about this at the start. Marino's gold spawn was terrible. If you get attacked, you have no way of holding it because it's triple forward. So it's not even like that bad of a spawn. It's just the natural way that the Four Lake spawns in Beastie's case. I think you can sometimes connect it back here, but like this isn't a terrible spawn. It's just Marino's timing starved him out entirely. Now movement speed arrow again. Kurotai's about to unpack. Villagers, they just can't gather. Like, how do you play Delhi like this? You need crossbows, you need war elephants, you can't afford them. You're also losing the relic game now. Right, he's got one relic coming home. Looks like it's probably going to be a 4-1 split with the current map control. And now the burn goes straight off the dock. It's too fast as well. Demo ships aren't going to save you. Tries to prep archer ships. He's going to bait some attention, but it's a dead boat. It's a dead dock. Yeah, one final drop off. He knows he's screwed there. And these guys didn't get the memo. I mean, they were never going to make it. So no docks on his primary. And seriously, primary. Like, we're talking 17 fishing boats out of 29 not working now for Beastie. He needs to dock fast. Kurotai, Deerstone, still allowing Marino to camp here. A horseman switch coming in as well. Crossbow horseman, smart solution to crossbow elephant. He said, wait a sec. Wait. I didn't give you permission to get 80 gold a minute. I mean, weirdly enough, he's letting him have the entire gold vein over here, but still. Denial of relic. Not sure if he'll be able to take it for himself. Just goes after the housing. I mean, Beastie's got surplus housing. It's not the end of the world. Has got the wall in over here. Rally point a little bit weird for Marine. We'll have to reset. This is a lot of caching, though. Back away. Gets a little bit of payday there by burning down the houses. Has revealed the horseman with this detail, remember. This is tricky now. I mean, Marine Lord, almost 20 crossbowmen. 30 is where you just start watching war elephants start to drop like flies, right? It's kind of crazy. If you get 40, yeah, dude, just don't build another war elephant. At least he's harvesting hard. Actually, through that gold so fast. Marine Lord on the other hand. His food income as it is. I mean, could he just go straight Imperial? Movement speed arrow to come back home, by the way. Just to shut down the small guards raid. Not a single worker lost? Okay. Mamma mia. And wait, what the hell? Actually, Beastie got 2 relics. Done much better than I expected. Guys, every second matters here. He's like, this is ridiculous. He's got, what, almost 1,000 food waiting to be dropped off? He still just can't drop it off. The villagers are walking back now, but the idle time stings. Bunch of Ghazi also going down. Marine Lord close to pop. Big military lead starting to build to brew here because of that lack of food drop-off. There's the dock coming up, and now the press. Team Crossbowmen on the march. Kurotai maneuvering. Now this is a big game changer. You're already behind on military as Beastie, but now you have to deal with 20% damage buff. And reminder, that does affect bonus damage, so crossbows absolutely annihilate elephants now. 23 damage per strike. More elephants, worst possible position. No, go back. Villagers didn't get the memo either. And the elephants, they're getting baited. He actually steps up. One down already. Gold blocked out. House is burnt again. Second elephant going to fall as well. He can't retreat. The yam makes him slower. That's half your elephants dead. This looks cooked. Although I would say elephants a bit gamey, even when cooked. Now the wallow. No, not gonna work. Not today, sir. The mischievous moves will fail him. Tries for another wallow. It's just too much melee on top of him already. More elephants are dead. Mongols will not fail Marine Lord. He reminds you why it's to be a feared Civ, as it remains the most successful Civ in the Elite Classic 4. Very powerful Civ. Yeesh. Very powerful Marine Lord. Quick day? I don't know about that. Gonna be 4-1 again. Ooh. Oh, whoa. Russo P? We're heading to Dry Arabia, but it's against Chinese, man. Don't you just get out-teched or out-rushed? And bans, Marine Lord was blocked on Ottomans, Beastie was blocked on Golden Horde. See how much I've made. All right, pay out for Marine Lord. Pay the man his dues. I'm going to eat some bacon rashers. Yum, yum, yum. You made 65k? Blimey. Good thing I never added points for giveaways or something. I think BC's okay with semis. He played like 2 hours of Heroes. I mean, depends where he's at and where he's content with, right? It might be that in some minds he's like, oh, Marino's just way too prep for me to contest. So yeah, I'll take it. My content creation's still going fine. Whatever. But also at the same time, to like be the best, you have to have that first place mentality, you know? How do I get there? How do I do it? It's possible he just doesn't want to commit that hard anymore. I mean, it's exhausting to be that type of person, right? I've known plenty of them over the years. It's lonely as well. It might be that he's just reevaluating like what's important and he's happy for his content to be important and whatever. All right. I'm going to run a minute and a half ads now. So if you want to hear me eat chips, Chris, whatever they're called, subscribe. What a sell point. Listen to me eat food. Plays content to be able to stay relevant. Yeah, I mean, he clearly likes Ordinary a lot, right? I do wonder if he'd be streaming there before if he could have the same numbers on Ordinary guaranteed. Don't blame him, it's a great game. And like, you know, I mentioned, this is kind of a burnout point. Jhin didn't really change much for many people. At least that it did change didn't feel that positive. And, like, it's not the first time AU4's development has had us skeptical or whatever, right? I mean, Vikings, Scots is a positive outlook. But I mean, like, there have been points this year for people, right? A lot of us felt it around Stormgate. Like, you know, some of the people aren't going to say they were going to do it, but, like, basically there was a lot of people watching that game going, I'm going to switch if it's good. The irony is I remember hearing it from some people who were like, I'd never leave AU4. AU4 is love and life. Which I always cackle about. These are tasty. I needed this. Get in the zone. Get in the zone. Ugh. Those stupid, what are they called? Plants where they, like, pierce your clothes to stick to you. They're annoying because they're so fat, they actually ruin your clothes. Leave holes in them, for God's sake. Alright, let's get ready. Trash or God? Not the player, the Civ. Chill, guys. Kill. Beastie has opted to the roots. In a situation where it's looking like the olden era may not be paying off in the Age of Empires 4 competitive, he finds himself 2 games down against Marine Lord, and Marine Lord is pulling not a single punch. We've got Chinese coming in for game number 3. The Bee's Knees, the Chinese, one of the most powerful civs in pro play. This is a game that will answer the most important question on people's minds. Is Roos finally back? Has it been long enough for you to miss him? Let me know in the comments as we get ready for game number 3. This Civ already delivered the only victory for one player in the other semifinals. Could it do the same here? Definitely got to give Marine Lord a lot of credit. He's looked very clean, very on point. And Beastie opts for an interesting start here. Maybe the potential for Pro Scouts got him a little bit worried. He plays onto Deer hyper early to boost his food income. I love this play, man. This is cool. And he's following up with what's becoming his patented 6 scout opening. Guys, he's been doing this a lot. BC's regularly been doing this, actually. We had him do it against Golden Horn in particular. Okay, there you go. He cancels it. I was about to say, I don't see the value here against China. Because if you burn Chinese gold mine, it doesn't matter. Because they only need enough gold to get tech and get a taxman. So, yeah. Glad he stopped. And also, it's like, this couldn't be Pro Scouts follow-up because you've now taken a deer anyway. There's not as much value. You got on a disagreement with Aegis Heat to not cast over there? I mean, they can choose to hire or not hire who they want. So, I don't know. That's up to them. It's their choice. And we'll do our own thing happily. Extra scouts coming in now. I guess, was he missing villager production? Probably, because that's pretty far to walk. Surely not more than 3, right? I mean, he's going to get more sheep out of this is the theory. Not really proven to be an actuality. Probably going to end up with 3 to 4 more sheep if he finds them in the corner here. He's mirroring... Oh, Marine Lord. No, he actually went in range. That's unfortunate. Chinese scouts have more vision, so you can shadow them without being seen, and then you can turn. Yeah, so this would be the moment where like Marine Lord would benefit from going back. Because actually, this corner is the only area where he can net more sheep. Maybe 1 or 2. Everything else has been vacuumed up. Which he's about to realize is, yeah. Oh, another scout. So, for that free scout investment, in the end, Beastie would have a 2 sheep advantage. I think it's fair to say that the changes around sheep spawns being much closer to each other's bases has rebalanced this equation where outside of specific maps like Gorge, going multi-scout is rarely worth it. That's ugly for free scouts, man. Like, it just feels kind of like a dead weight investment now. But the cool thing, the thing that's always been nice about this Roost play, it used to be so many layers. You win sheep game, you get pro scouts, you get all vision. Sure, sheep game has been balanced out now. You've already gone deer, so he's probably not going pro scouts. But what he will get is full information. It tells him everything. With free scout, he can now just circle the enemy base and always know what they're up to, right? And considering this is a game that Car plays, hidden information is usually quite key. Ice Cold Blue Powerade? Can't say I've ever had it. I used to always have like Lucozade Sports when I was younger. I don't know why. That was the drink of choice my mum would buy me for like my pack lunch. Which is weird because they're not good for hydrating you. Like if you haven't been working out, you shouldn't be drinking them, right? They're meant to like it's electrolytes, right? They're meant to re-energize you. Kremlin drop coming in. Beastie, are we getting 2TC? Doesn't look like it. This is just night spam, right? Which makes sense. I think 2TC is too slow against China. China will just fast tech with pro scouts if you do that. Wait, Beast. Okay, luckily, yeah, there wasn't a Seek shelter to try and grief him a bit. Never had a Powerade. I might have had, like, not Powerade, but, like, a similar brand called a different thing. Actually, no, I think I have had Powerade. Had the blue ones? Probably. I think I've had Fruit Punch, which is just sucks. Yeah, I've had McBerry. Yeah. I don't think we call them Powerade here, though. Did we? Or was it something else in the UK? Oh, no, it is. That's right. No, yeah. Now I'm seeing the old bottles. Yeah, I've had Powerade. Rondo? I don't know what brown is. Is there a brown? I don't see a brown. I mean, orange? Orange and brown are not the same thing. Oh, dude, I should have got that, the Idiocracy thing. I was telling Emma about this because she's never watched Idiocracy. I'm like, you fool, you've missed out. There's like if you have 2 buckets of water, each filled with 500 milliliters, how many buckets of water do you have? 2? I think one of my favorite parts is where he like walks over. He's like, "Excuse me, I think I'm in the wrong queue. I'm meant to be leaving prison today. You idiot, get over there." And then the crops piece was like, "What do you mean the crops are dying because of like Gatorade? It has everything. It has all the electrolytes it could possibly need." I do need to watch it again. I watched it for the first time about 2 years ago. I was like, oh my god, this is incredible. And so appropriate for the time. Yeah, some of the stuff I hear on media these days is 100% appropriate. So Marine Lord, he did go pro scouts. He went double stables, which is interesting. Why? Abbey of Trinity coming in. So it is a fast castle. This is very odd, actually. Like, we didn't get any knights to try and contest pro scouts. We didn't get a true fast castle build from Marine Lord. I mean, he went double stables. I'm just not sure why. With supervision, you surely don't need it. Maybe it's just him preempting that he's going to go mass knights, but if that's the case, why has he still got 5 on wood? That's the unusual part to me. I mean, wheelbarrow, sure, but like you've still got a lot of wood coming in per minute. Doesn't really make much sense currently. Nothing beats water? Hey, whoa. I'll tell you what beats water. Flavored water. It also can have electro. No, stop. Nice play, actually, with the militia. That's pretty crafty. That's going to buy some time to be really annoying. Like, eventually they'll get one hit by scouts, but we're not at that phase yet. And also, the other cool thing is when you back it up with the free scouts and the ruse, it just weakens the pro scout timing a bit. Yeah, he's going to need to wait a little bit longer. So he'll probably have to drop and wait, another 20 seconds, and then he can just finish off the militia. Oh, but that's right. They get upgraded. Make it longer. Another 40 seconds then. This is actually really annoying. I mean, he'll get it, right? Because now Beastie's going to be prioritizing Warrior Monk timing. He's not going to be able to get the Horse Archers in position to stop the second deer stack. Imperial Palace is going to be coming on the other side. Marine Lord should realistically be going mass Lancers here. The goal, I'd imagine, is going to be to dive into the main. Because trying to contest Horse Archers is a bit annoying. Yes, Horse Archers, they've got lower base damage now. They don't kill heavy cav as quick. Reaching them is still a big problem. Be ready with Horsemen against Cav Archers? I don't see it. If he was going to be scaling Horsemen, he'd already start queuing them up now, right? Pre-castle. I think also food income-wise is a bit dangerous. Knights is always safe. Like, there's never... I don't think there's ever a situation where you look at Knights as an opening on castle and go, ah, that sucks. Not if it's fast castle. If it's very delayed castle, sure, your opponent has 40 spears. Why are you building Knights, dum-dum? Even then, though, the argument becomes because he won't be out of his base. He's built Spearmen, he's playing defensive. So I'll build Knights to control the map. Because if he comes out of his base, I'll go in. Yeah, never underestimate the strength of having something that can run away from a bad fight. This is why no one builds Rams anymore. I don't get it, though, KP. They're so much quicker than their counter. What do you mean? They counter buildings, and buildings can't move. Oh. Monk playing now from Marine Lord. First knight arriving. Honestly, just click with the scouts. It's much better to click with the scouts here. Click, 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 click. Just, there, yes, yes. No, wait, he cancelled it. Fool. Okay, so the reason you really want to do that with the scouts is now you just took, you know, almost 35 damage on your Lancer. It's presumably not going to get healed. That was comical, though. He wanted to be so optimal about it, he just basically done nothing in the end. So 1 deer left here. Then the next stack, he already took 3 from there. I mean, this is a lot of food from Lord. And worse still for Beastie, look at the boar spawn. It's not great. No. Both north spawn, yeah. Knight count also not that far off the horse archer count currently. You've got relics galore at least, as that's going to be another 2. So 4 relics secure. Great beginning to the game for Beastie. Lancer does break in before the walls go up. That's going to be -1 worker. And an immediate delay on the wall to get the horse archers in. But wait, what are we doing? Okay, the body block was pretty good there from the scouts, but the villager is going to die. Can he get him? Can he get him? He does. He gets the kill and injures another. Not bad for the wasted time there. Also, Warlord's trying to delay a dive here. Lancers are moving in again. Thinks twice about diving the Kremlin. I don't know, man. The horse archer count isn't that incredible. 14 to 9 knights. I mean, this is what makes China such a hotly contested civ. Who pumps like this? Especially when you give him 3 deer stacks. And guys, it is practically full free. Knight? Buddy? Buddy? Okay, he scouts the boar at least. That's nicely wedged. Nice little wall to come in there. Already has the walls up, so good drag back there. Beastie gets just enough length there to contain it. Let's play extra lifeline. And the Barbican response without hesitation. Marine Lord, not to be outdone. Needs it as well. Like, when you consider what's happened elsewhere, the Pro Scouts is limited. It's going to run out of food eventually. Meanwhile, your opponent has now got 4 relics home. Pretty powerful. First farm's getting added in. This is the scary thing we've heard, like, Anatan worry about before, or warn rather about before. Just a few farms, the way it scales very naturally for Roost. With the 20% extra wood on drop-off, it allows them to mass farms quicker than most civs. I think the thing that BC wants to be a bit careful about here, by the way, is going a bit too hard into horse archers. Opens a weird play into siege of Marine Lord. I'm not sure if you go for it too quickly. Like, you don't want to be too one-dimensional here, right? I think what might keep confidence for BC is the idea that Marine Lord should run out of food first. My concern is with the boar backing him up now, Marine Lord is going to have more knights than horse archers at this rate. That's crazy. Gets a freebie on the warrior monk. Like, this is actually insane. Like, look at the timing. Because of the switch now into farms, that's the price BC's paying. He doesn't have mass. Militia will be his saving grace. Another worker snipe there. Dumb Marine Lord actually hangs around with the 1 knight to get chased around. Rest do march north. Horse archers are chasing. Scouts are there, so you can't really play a bamboozle here. He's trying to use the tree line, but BC realizes. And the knight got all the way around, so another worker kill. This isn't too bad. That's now 2 knights with 2 worker kills each. And remember, Marine Lord's going to scale a worker lead anyway because he does have Song Dynasty. which increases the production rate at the town center. Yeah, every 15 seconds now. Well, I actually see him adding in granary soon. I mean, 13 on wood. Switches horseman. So there's that timing you were asking for earlier. Now it feels good because we talked about the risk of BC having no army dimension. It's now rising. Nice get a charge in. Saint's Blessing does trigger. So you start step with horse archers, just trying to maintain their distance. Should be able to do so. Oh, that wasn't too bad though, right? Like, gets rid of the militia, gets rid of double monk, loses a knight, takes a bit of extra damage. The whole idea here, by the way, is like if you're getting rid of any melee, all that's going to be left is horse archers. I think BC needs to sniff out what's coming. He does see the first horseman. Wonder if he's clocked it straight away, though. Marine Lord still got quite a lot of food income to vomit these out. Does get the charge in. Knights getting on top of those horse archers, clubbing them down. No, wait, there's no boy's fortitude. Oh my god, at 27 horse archers, he's missing the extra health. Charge pass. Warrior Monk Blessing comes in. That's going to force a retreat now. Marine Lord wises up. Yeah, remember, it's a big damage scale. It's +2 extra. Which basically turns these horse archers into their former version, only with better attacks. Marine Lord, a lot of injured knights now. Like, this is the situation where you wish you'd been able to contest the monk timing. Because then you'd have 2 or 3 monks at home to heal the injured. Not the case here. Archers, if they could just find a good target, a ripe target. Problem is, it's so hard against Imperial Palace. You get seen a mile off. Horseman Knights. Oh, looking for the smash. Pushes him back towards the Horseman. Nice maneuver by Marine Lord. Opening to the north side, but BC still in range of the Knights. Tries to go for the injured targets. Short range charge there. Marine Lord shrinking the Horse Archer mass. And now remember, Horsemen, they're faster. They're going to lead the charge. That's the last thing you want to be hitting. Looks like there will be villagers pushed away. So Knights do find a raid target here. Will get counted in the end. Maybe gets a second kill. Not even going to get that. Marine Lord actually queues monks. Like, I'm glad he's doing this. He's got 1 relic. Nothing else to grab, right? Sacred Sight's not really attainable right now. But when you look at these health bars... if there's any gap or any slowdown, rejuvenating these is a win con. BC sees what his is. Goes for Divine Light. Gonna get that extra duration. I think he already got the range, right? Yeah, he did. Well, he had the extra damage, right? Just +2 instead of +1. So he's got that full radius to buff everyone with 1 touch. Now he's gonna get extra 10 seconds, doubling the length of the duration. It's a potent spell. This spell is doom. A lack of front line now starting to concern me a bit for Beastie. I mean, Marine Lord's playing a dangerous game. Like, he doesn't have infinite resources here. Meanwhile, Beastie's gradually getting there. Up to 15 farms now. Does Marine Lord stop and just switch into granaries? That's the question. The problem with doing so is you're definitely inviting late game on a Roos opponent that has double back gold and relics to pad him. Nice raid in. Knight does find a kill, though. He's circling north, too. Could get the quick burn through. Knight's coming around as well. Oh, this is nice on the timing, actually. The Knight's going to be able to shut this down earlier. Force them home already. He's trying to go for a wall in, but that's... I don't know about that. Okay, Horse Archers are here now. The burn through is fast, though, folks. Yeah, there's no way this works, right? Marine Lord is hesitant to go in. He's got to be prepping granaries soon. Ah, there you go. He got raided on the back again. Loses another worker. Still, Marine Lord can afford that, right? Like, we're talking about a 13 worker lead. That's 9 worker actual because 4 of them taxmen. It's only going to get better and better. Not just that, we've got a castle now being mined for. So 2 options here. Marine Lord could go for a forward castle drop. Seems unlikely. There's nothing extra to gain here from the wood line. And your opponent has a corner one anyway. The more likely is a castle drop towards the back and then a granary switch. Which means Beastie's going to force that late game we talked about. Late game is a bit weird for Reese, right? Because we don't really see it often anymore from China, but the hand cannoneers are considered the best in late game. Streltsy are cheap, but hand cannoneers have more range. Still, there is a timing here in Fury, where Horse Archers with Imperial upgrades are good. The problem is Beastie's not targeting Imperial Age. He knows a slowdown here kills him. Look at the Horsemans now. That'd be 30 plus Horsemen. Boys Fortitude is in for Beastie, but only matters so much against Mass Horse. Marine Lord, uh-oh. He got caught. But most workers will be safe. He's got garrison spots for all but one villager. And now the Horse Archer's out of position. Marine Lord with the surround pushes him north. Saint's Blessing buff's going to come through. The Knights are going to last long against the Horsemen. He needs to wrap around the back, and that's exactly what he's doing. Second group is looking to backstab just in case. Realizes that's not going to be needed, though. Comes back the other way. Saint's Blessing's helping quite a lot here, but there's only 3 Knights left alive. He's hugging against the tree line to minimize losses, but no doubt about it, with the Horsemen here, that is going to be the death of the Mass Horse Archers. It's just a case of how many Knights can he take with him. I mean, quite a lot is the argument, is the statement there. That was a sick read to hug the tree line. Now, we'll get mopped up. I mean, he kept military count kind of even, but it's deceitful. It's the militia. The militia makes it look better for Beastie than it actually is, guys. That's 18 units which are fake. So Marine Lord coming out with an astounding victory there. Still 13 Knights left alive. Now, maybe, just maybe, the breathing room to play into granaries that was necessary. He's got a cast drop coming in, so he's going to look to connect the tree lines. Which gunpowder infantry is best in this matchup? China's. Because Streltsy have attack speed and are cheaper, but that doesn't count for squat if you can't catch your target. China, you can get increased movement speed from Yuan, and you can also get the increased range. All round, China's one of the best for sure. Like, I'd say China because hand cannoneers with movement speed and range, like, we always talk about this. Range and speed are the 2 best stats in RTS. And China gets both of them on the Imperial gunpowder. Like, what do you do against that? Scout reveals the transition, but guys, with castles already going up, it's going to be hard to break in here. And a lot of wood being gathered. This area has been critical to Marine Lord's game, by the way. The ball play into the stone for the castle drop, and now the wood necessary for a mass farm transition. Meanwhile, Beastie's at what, 30 farms? 28. Yeah, so Marine Lord's going to equal that number out in the next minute. It's not great now for Beastie. The last thing you want is to be 3-0 down in best of 7. I mean, it sounds very obvious, but the things it does to the drafting format, it forces you to essentially put the absolute best civs you can ever envision. You can't hold anything back. And, you know, at this level, sometimes players take that and use it as an advantage, right? It's like, oh, if he's going to pick the 3 best civs, I'm going to pick one trash civ, be forced to play it for a game, but then it weakens him for game 5. Seen it countless times in pro history. Beastie, man, he's still not touching gold. So no intent to go Imperial. I mean, he could Spasskaya up to stop a dive, but it's risky because of the way he's spread out, right? He's got farms back. You're going to place a Spasskaya here? No. So you'd have to place it to secure gold, farms, wood. And Marie, what? Did he see spears at all? That's an incredible read by Marine Lord. He's massing Chug. There's been no reason to. I mean, you could say they're good against horse archers. Got it. But the spear detail is insane. There's the reveal. He now knows the speed as well. Is that like, what, 8 archery ranges? Just 5. But he's probably supervising 1 or 2 of them. Nope. They're just quick production. I mean, it's only 15 seconds, right? And guys, he's about to get military academy. So it's going to take him 10 seconds to produce these. Bloody hell. And the Chug reveal. Horseman with the bypass goes straight onto the horse archers. Rest of the army's following up. But now the Chug able to retreat. Marine Lord creeps in with the knights, finds a few worker kills. It's got Spoon on placements coming. Sacred Site timer start, forcing Beastie into action here. The militia are strong for this type of counter push. Not that strong against Chug. 12 more in queue. Military Academy is almost complete. He's got the castle's full back, remember. Beastie can't keep pushing off of this. And that's the sad part, is like the slow roll doesn't work with mass militia. It's all about push. And that's a terrible exchange. Wait, the horse archers don't pull back. Several more go down. Militia gets sacked. Army now neck and neck. And I believe that was that all the tickets? He's got 4 left. It's free TC. Beastie. The greed levels no bounds. I mean, that's insanely greedy, right? At 120 versus 150 pop, you're now going to go up to spending 450 of your 1300 on villager production. Feels like he needs the gambit. Marine Lord, this now does give him a counter pressure point. He's pushing it hard. Forces the re-engagement. Chug do get backstabbed, but by Spears. Saint's Blessing's big, though. Extra armor goes a long way against repeater bows. Start step retreat. Nice find there. That was actually really well played by Beastie. Slow down the break. You can see the bodies on the floor. Loses 1-2 units. Takes out 10 plus. Lord. What's interesting, actually, is if he parks the Chug here and uses Imperial Palace, he can just butcher a bunch of workers straight away. So Greenland has to retreat. If he doesn't feel like he can break in, the most obvious play now is to Imperial. You've seen the army sizes. You've got static defenses. I'd say it's very, very hard for Beastie to dive past castles with, you know, crossbow, horse archer, spear. Very dangerous. Instead, this game is going to steal later. Beastie will get away with the greed. For now. Marine Lord locks in 3 sacred sites again. Army's going to be stepping up to the same sacred site again. But Marine Lord is fully aware of it. Only sends a few troopers to chase after the knights. Begins to posture on that sacred site. Beastie with 43 spears. Against 42 Chug. Guys, I don't know about this one. The Warrior Monk needs to get a touch for it to even look optimistic. Chug doing a good job of clearing up those spears, but there you go. He gets the touch. Saint's Blessing activated. Marine Lord now outnumbered. Beastie, can he keep this push going? Chug line is finning quite fast, actually, but decides against a dive. Yeah, static emplacements even this up now. Horsemen are going to bait a re-engage. I actually like the way Marine Lord's playing this. He's keeping him around the defenses. That's extra DPS in favor of Marine Lord. Villagers on the front line doesn't seem to care about that. Now an overwhelm as he looks to smash him. Horsemen rotate around the back. The body block, he got him on the pin. Mass of the army about to be wiped here. Gonna be left over with men at arms, which is admittedly the best thing to be left with. Marine Lord with a mop up like that. Just look at the body count. And look at the reserves. He can go Imperial now. And guys, so far, BC's only been fighting over this constantly. What happens if you just Great Wall Gatehouse? Oh, we're gonna find out. Oh my goodness. Beastie's still playing catch up, guys. I mean, he doesn't have the gold now to rush Imperial Age because he's spending it all on men at arms and more warrior monks. I mean, this is still quite decapable. I'll say that much. It's double Springwood Outpost. It's annoying, but it's not unconquerable. But for Marine Lord, now it just becomes more obvious. You can just position your army in the tree lines here and be close enough to react to this. And the Great Wall Gatehouse will always protect the center. Which also protects him against a dive. Also, remember, Marine Lord is 2 TC. I don't know if he really needed it at this stage, but it just means he's not going to fall behind Beastie. Granary count is looking golden, right? 46 in total. Beastie, 52 farms now. 1 sec after I said it, everyone knows casters get the scripts, guys. It's not that impressive. I already know everything that's going to happen. All these games were played a month ago. We're just... okay. Sorry, I gotta remember not to joke about that. Some people legit think that everything is throw. Pushing now from Marine Lord. Imperial upgrades. Coming in hot. He's still scaling Chug. Bit interesting against men-at-arms, but okay. I mean, you'd be expecting him to look for gunpowder now. He's got an 8k here. If he castle drops over here, I think mass gunpowder is your win con. Going spears instead. Chug poking. Wait, does he see it now? He's about to. Wait, what? They talk about Spaniard building placements. We've got some BC, we've got some Serbian building placements. But he didn't make it. He didn't make it a 2x2 though. And the militia spawn. Hello. Big wave. Invest heavy on the tickets to buy a forced retreat because Beastie is still not aging yet. Chug just got golden hatted though. They're elite. And horsemen aren't being upgraded to us. Just the Chug. It seems so cheap. What? No. Incendiary mass elite Chug against Saint's Blessing? That almost feels like BM. I mean, each shot does 11 damage and just 7 armor, and that's with the extra buffing. Not the craziest idea. It doesn't seem the most efficient either, though. The Spasskaya on the front of the base cannot even use it to secure real resources. We have to keep retreating. And that's much. Thank God. We've got a real switch coming. Palace Guard on the way. Yeah, Palace Guard are going to be pretty clutch here, right? The Elite Tech is just 30 seconds out. At least he'll be forced to retreat, but he at least gets his breathing room he was looking for. We still don't have a hand cannoneer switch, which is a little bit surprising at this stage. It might work out for the better now that there's a Horseman switch up for Beastie. Got a long way to go, though. Has stockpiled a crap load of gold. Remember, he wasn't gathering this. Like, we talked about him not having the gold for a tech up, but he had access to it. He barely touched this gold in the back, courtesy of all the passive gold gen. And there's the Streltsy queued up. I guess Yuan now for Marine Lord. Sacred Site timer is down to 7.5 minutes. We have got that castle drop we mentioned for the gold. And Elite Army Tactics also queued up. But remember, guys, he can rush that. If he supervises, it's going to take no time to queue. Also, is he not missing the Rax tech? Where is he placing them? Oh, no, he's good. The sky gets revealed, snipes a few gold workers, but real targets over here on the farms. Beastie doesn't have reserves. Green Lord, there it is. Yuan on the way. Clock Tower coming in. Remember, this is going to give them movement speed buff that makes Palace Guard insanely toxic. Yeah, because they can just run and raid your backsides. You can only really react with cavalry, of which Beastie doesn't have knights in his horseman. Flash coming in. Horseman try to rotate around the back. Palace Guard holding firm for the moment. Chu going for the snipes on that back line. Micro decent from Marine Lord. Just kind of ignoring the men-at-arms, right? Just trying to get rid of all the assisters. They'll start to retreat. Essentially saying Palace Guard are throwaways, Chug are important to me. And but this is crazy. Like, if he had supervision, I think that front line holds an insane amount longer. He's got the army tactics about to complete for the second wave, at least. Bit of a meat grinder on both sides of Marine Lord. About to have a huge edge with these uni technologies. Beastie realizes it, tries to back away. The Chug do punish him. Yeah, just going straight after the Streltsy. Nice micro there to get rid of the gunpowder boys. Wherever possible. Farms idle again. We're down to 6 minutes now. Beastie's fast running out of time, and the reason this is so effective, it's not like Beastie's throwing the game, it's that he can't build to a point to win the game. Marine Lord is constantly hounding him, even when he himself is not at maximum population, to force the army to react and stay strong. Because there's no way you're going to dive in with 30 units to decap one of these sites now that they're guarded by emplacements of all kinds. It's brutal. Pretty brutal. The patented Horseman raid from Beastie. A few Palace Guard do mirror him, though. And we've got the switch. There it is, guys. Pyrotechnics now. This is the cherry on top. He's seen Streltsy. He doesn't want to play Chug into it anymore. He's going to be looking for the 1-up. And with 1.5 extra range on your hand cannoneers, it is impossible for Streltsy to trade into. You can't move faster than you on hand cannoneers. You can't outrange them. Even just throws away the Chug trading with Strelts. This has been really well played. I mean, who thinks Chug new in Castle Age? That's the difference between Marine Lord and a lot of the competition. It was crafty. A lot of the time we took Chug for Feudal or all the way into Imperial, but he was prepping it before Imperial even became a glimmer in his eyes, really. And it paid off. Good against the Horse Archers, blocked out the spears, and still has value even now against the Saints. Yeah, lost them getting mopped up, but hand cannons are taking their place now. Look at these bad boys. Like, come on. They got the range. They got the movement. There's no hope at all. Beastie has been reduced down to a mere rebel force trying to resist. A few spears in there to stop the horseman chasing. He did secure the gold on the north. Wait, what? We've got outposts coming in. I think that's for a cannon emplacement. Sacred Sai is not going to be decapped whatsoever. This looks over. I just don't really see the way. Because now, like, we're going to... By the time Beastie will be ready for a real fight, Marine Law could have 40 hand cannons. Because he has an 8K here, he's got the 4K over here. Like, he's got 50 people in gold. It's not often we see China and Imperial, is it? Not these days. But, no, this is like a firm reminder. They may not reach Imperial, but it's not because they're bad. It's just they're so good at ending games earlier. But yet, when they get here, Bruce, that's one of the more scary imp civs, just still doesn't seem like they're going to have the answers. It's not a case that the late game is weak anymore. It's just that China doesn't really need it anymore. When they do get there, they're still hella strong. Streltsy do get in range of the hand cannoneers because Marine Lord isn't retreating. He doesn't care. He's in A-click mode right now. He's already stepped up and is cheering himself as he goes 3-0 up and now one game away from stomping his way through to another grand final appearance. Shoosh. What do we call that one? I'll start loading in the next game, so I assume they're... No, they're not in game yet, okay. Reverse sweep loading? Dude, I don't know, man. You might have to buffer it a bit harder. Reynolds like the Serral of AoE 4? I mean, pretty much, right? He's the Hera of AoE 4, right? Hera or Viper? Then game? Can't see the game. Must be loading now. There it is. Jean HRE. Ooh, Coastal Cliffs coming through. Snipes were BC's Ibids gets blocked. Marine Law's Macedonians. Blocked. Only 2% Gambit on Beastie. Poor guy. No. Let's rebalance this. Both of them have to use a controller now. Who's winning? Reverse sweep? I'll see. Prep the predictions now. I keep forgetting. I need to find a better chatbot. We kept talking about this, didn't we? I don't like the way it's spamming all at once. Man, these are tasty but very greasy. Vortex on control of Autocube? Oh no, man. You know, guys, no chat. I actually think my first RTS experience was on console. Yeah. Command and Conquer 1 on PlayStation 1. I think so, yeah. We quickly added in a lot more games on PC after that, but I'm pretty sure Command and Conquer 1 on PlayStation 1 was my first ever RTS. So, you know, you mock the console audience, okay? But that's where it began for me, baby. StarCraft on I didn't even know StarCraft was on Nintendo 64. Wait, what? That's crazy. One second, I'm gonna put these inside. Oh, that's so nice. I asked him, I was like, so what have I got for dinner? I don't know. They already ate. I got nothing, chat. GG. Trying to play Brood War on controller? Dude, at the APM. The attempt to be high APM. You're either going to have your sensitivity be too high on like an analog stick and miss everything, or you're going to have it be very low and be like too late, and once again just miss everything because you're too slow to arrive. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Oh, dear. What do you think, chat? We getting the Stomperoo? 84% on Marine Lord to win. Yikes. Achery aren't the worst, even the Jean. I think this is a very good map for Jean, though. Oh, of course, they're on the other side. This song is completely appropriate if you were one of those people that played Pokemon and just had Gary kick you in the nuts every single time you battled, because that's what's happening right now to Red. Beastie over here. Yeah, he's changed colors. For some reason, he's no longer yellow. He's hoping that being Pokemon Blue might be his superpower. Jean Dark to try and rally, while Marine Lord firm in the Gentlemate's pink. Now 3 games up. Looks to crush the Serb. Mind, body, and spirit by making it 4-0. HRE. Pretty good on a map like Coastal Cliffs. Very popular Civ for some Dark Age shenanigans. Not going to be happening here, though, as it looks like Beastie will be left to his own devices to gather up the gold. And Beastie got a pretty good spawn, guys. Deer on the east side in a wallable area. Deer on the opposite side, so you have divested interest, right? Options, should we say. On top of that, Boar, somewhat pullable towards you, right? You can get close to a tree line. This is, like, overall, I think this is a pretty good spawn for him. Marine Lord, not terrible, not great. I think you could, well, you are outside of TC range, but you could impact gold plus tree line. if you go for Lusa Arhan, because it's not your starting tree line. Let's talk about this matchup a little bit, though. Like, what do we expect to see out the two? I think for HRE, there's a few ways they can go now, right? Like, you could try for a fast castle bit against Jean, quite popular. The alternative that's not too bad is the idea of going mine work and just trying to play mass spears overwhelm. Spear spam is getting more and more popular with these Feudal Age timings. And I think HRE's economy is in theory good enough to achieve it. It's just very risky against a civ like Jean because you could end up feeding her level 3, which is, you know, an insane advantage if both players are still in Feudal Age. There's the mine work. Now, this doesn't guarantee 100% full feudal progress, but considering it's free on the build-up, it seems likely. The other possibility is that it's going to be a tech timing in which you're trying to rush into better armored knights. I think that's less effective against French knights than other civ options. So likely we are looking at a full divide push. Yeah, this has become the bread and butter of a lot of HRE tempo builds now. So remember, this gives access to blacksmith techs twice as quickly and at half the price. It also allows you to go into a tech called All Pikes, which gives +2 damage to the base damage of both horsemen and spearmen. That's pretty important to keep in mind here, because then in the event that Jean goes melee, which seems high, your spearmen have marching drills to surround her when she cleaves, and the extra damage to bring her down before she cleaves too much. Yeah, kind of an interesting thought there. Mass spearman is pretty scary. 3 for age up normal, 3 to 4, yeah. If you're going for a castle build, 1 to 2 maximum. A lot of wood gathering already, just to make sure he's got that initial infrastructure sorted. He's at what, 16 workers? So you could consider adding in a second prelate now, actually. It's not a bad timing. Yeah, because remember, prelate can buff, I think still 9 workers, or did they buff it to 11? I forget. So the buff is pretty strong, right? 35% increase. So, like, if you're buffing at least 3 villagers with a prelate, it's worth buying a prelate over building another villager. The other cool thing about this minework build is if Beastie starts to lose control of the map, because you're going to have additional prelates to be efficient, you then on tech up have additional prelates to pick up relics. It's very, very smooth the way it plays into a tech play. Spear spam begins. And Deer Shove as well. Nicely played. Marine Lord just trying to take advantage of this while Beastie isn't really looking. Sheep distribution was neck and neck. Marine Lord with a 1 sheep advantage. Level 2 Jean. Not too far away. Has to be melee, right? I think when you see spears, you're kind of tempted to ranged. No, actually, yeah, I think you're ranged now. It used to be you liked meleeing because you could melee and then your opponent would basically be stopped with their first few spears because you'd be able to absorb the damage so your knights could attack. But now, ranged on does tend to feel a little bit more reliable. Okay, so Deer Shove did get stopped, but he at least stacked them pretty well. Mass horsemen, mass spears. This is why I thought it would be ranged on, is like you've seen mine work. There's got to be a sneaking suspicion that there's going to be a horseman play. And the whole idea is Jean will take a lot of damage in a melee, but she'll at least do maximum cleave damage as well. So it's just a case of whether you feel confident that if she gets trapped, you can release her before she gets killed. Marine Lord straight away without hesitation onto the deer. Moment of truth for Jean. What's she going to be when she grows up? She's going to be a sword swinger. I'm looking at the wrong place. She's over here. I was like, where is she? I swear I heard her. So melee Jean coming in. Now, this is meant to be good against melee because she has free base melee. But remember what we said? The movement speed does allow spears to catch up to you and surround. And the all pikes tech is quite important. It's already been taken. If he goes for melee tech Bloomery, which is very cheap, by the way, that will allow him to have 11 damage before reduction. Meaning you do 8 damage per strike into Jean. So it takes you about 31 hits to kill her. Which sounds like a lot, but if you've got 10 spearmen wailing on her, not much time at all, folks. Right. Oh, nice grab there. The micro from Marine Lord on point. Doesn't get the finishing touch. Maybe the outpost. No, he wasted fire on the scout. Oh! Dude, the charge from behind. Oh, this is the crazy thing. He always catches you off guard. But remember, HRE spears charge quicker than you run with knights. That was sick. It looked like he wasn't quite in range, but gets a huge kill. Marine Lord, not just that. He got a worker. Wait, the Horseman already killed a worker. So, I mean, come on, you gotta give him credit for that. So he micros that split specifically to trap the Knight with 3 spears and gets a dive with the Horseman to get a kill. This is why Marine Lord is the GOAT of Age of Empires 4. It seems very simple when you say like that, oh, just do 2 things at once. Yeah, but you have to do them perfectly. Horseman now gets scared away, but worth it. Great lead from Marine Lord to kick off this game. Prelate buff isn't being used on the deer. He actually hasn't built in additional prelates. He's building into farms already. And more mass melee. I'm actually quite worried now for Beastie. You in triple stables? That's kind of insane. No archery at all. I mean, Marine Lord's building as if there's going to be archers, right? He's got horsemen. Well, as we saw, they can be effective raiders. Only takes 5 hits to get a kill. Oh, no, another Knight. Beastie. What? He's just feeding. I mean, the vision should have been there, right? Maybe a click. I don't know what that was, but maybe the Knight wasn't on the correct control group. Either way, that's -2 Knights already. He make 3 from stables at once? No, not with his current income. I think he needed the ball, which just got blocked. Game's getting dicey, guys. Another Knight. No, whoa. Look at these. They're insane. I'll say, I need to get the Sonic soundtrack playing. Let me find it. There you go. I just randomed that on the next song. Actually, we do better. The spears, the movement on these guys. 1.38 base. He's got Bloomery coming too. Jean's gonna melt. It's so hard to catch them. Before they just get into a perfect position to just turn on you. Alright, we can stop the song now. They're not charging. Marine Lord's starting to save up a little. He's switching people on gold. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts to stockpile for attack. The crazy part is just like, look at the military firepower. He's still building horsemen as if there's a counter needed. There isn't. He could have just had more spears. But now by having those horsemen, almost like deters Beastie from even trying archers because of how quick they die. So full retreat, which definitely makes it look like you're attacking, by the way. But what can Beastie do about it? It's 16 spearmen that are very fast. Horsemen peel off again. I don't think Beastie saw that. And oh, here we go. Was it? They're actually gaining on them. They're so fast. Oh, when you get games like this, it does make H3 seem unreasonable. Which is hilarious. I think Beastie... Did he recently in his video with the patch notes say that they've been nerfed and whatnot? I mean, I think they're still a decent civ. They're not S tier, but... Man, did they have their moments. Especially in mine work builds. Oh, what was that for? Here we go. Needs to be louder, doesn't it? He's going for attack. And I don't think you even need Burgrave here. Regnitz is pretty damn good. You could Burgrave just for the insanity of the charge damage, but I think Burgrave is unnecessary. They're good at this kind of map? Agreed. Coastal's a thinner map, right? I think also there's other maps that come to mind that they work quite well for, right? I forgot its name. The one with all the small cliffs across the center. Cliffside, yeah. My brain. Weird that I forgot that map's name, considering how much I love it. Horseman. Oh, that's going to be another worker down. Actually, that's going to be 2. I love that he just turns it around. It's like, oh, okay, you've trapped me. I'm taking you with me. So -1 horseman for 2 worker kills. And, whoa, he does go Burgrave. Oh, color me surprised. I mean, you've got 20 spears already, right? Regnitz would just be a free win. In fairness to him, he's already got a few farms down. Deer gathering front side should be safe. Who needs wheelbarrow them out? Hold that. Damn it. Didn't hit the Sonic music quick enough. Well, this is about to turn into a bit of a death push. Jean is nowhere near level 3. He's going to castle up, but the elite spear upgrade is going to be like that. It's going to take him about 3 seconds to research, right? Oh, sorry, no, it's veteran season. It's going to take him... It's 5 times quicker. It's going to take him... My brain's failing me. 12 seconds. 12 seconds to get that spear upgrade. Royal Institute is BC's only hope. The one harbor he has, but here you go. Watch this. Hey, it's appropriate because of the speed at which he's teching. I'm gonna get so smoked by DMC on Sonic for this. Oh, he's going. I mean, he can just build more spears to defend against the Knights now. Like, if anything, you're in trouble now, because Royal Institute takes forever to research. Oh, man. All right, 07's in chat for Beastie. Snorkel gear on. Marine Lord's getting ready to dive deep. Knights are looking for entrance, but he's already waiting. Surprise! Oh, no. Not an iota of damage done. And now the Horsemen, they raid into even more speed. HRE is a speed force. If they were a superhero, they'd be Flash. Gets in there, chases them in. A few workers down already, gets 2 more kills. Spearman now as well, and John, she's just dying. She can't stand still. It's just Feudal Horsemen. What are you worried about? Gone. Oh my god, he's everywhere in the base. The Knights are coming home to do what here? To dive into their death? Jean just bought back. Villagers go idle again. Spimner at the back. Oh, hold on a sec. A good fight, maybe? A good fight? You have to catch him first, though. Horsemen come back around the spears. Here we go! Jean, one cleave, pulls away. But there's already Knights falling. Remember, they have bonus charge damage. You do not want them running into you. Oh, God. Is this music getting annoying yet, or is it making it better? I can't decide. And now, oh, God, the villagers. What are the villagers doing? Well, they're just a liability. They're dead, too. Shiv's out moment is going to kill him. That's it. Army gets wiped out. But Marine Lord still has got 30 spearmen and a 12-worker lead. Oh, God. This looks over. He's still killing workers. Look at the health bars at the end of this, too. Oh, I mean, she got level 3. She did get level 3. But at what cost? Relics have been being picked up as well by Marine Lord, and the next wave is the killer. If Beastie had level 3 early, he could have looked at maybe Jean's champions. Tricky, though. They're very slow. Whereas these guys, as we have really emphasized, it's just Sonic. The supersonic spearmen are kind of a problem for Jean. I mean, you just see it. The charge and the extra damage he gets on that initial connect just wipes the floor view here. And Shivery now coming in at 15 minutes. Needs it on those Knights. I don't think he's going to get the breathing room to heal them, though. You just want to age up Jean. That's the other sad part. Is like you're fighting veteran spears. You're not getting that much XP per unit for damage taken. Jean's looking for a cleave. Not going to get it for free. Needs to be careful because one charge in and she's dead. Yeah, that's how scared he is. Divine Restoration has to be pumped prematurely. Burn on the wall now, though. Nowhere left to run and hide. 6 the champions in first. Oh, that was sick. The micro Marine Lord. He bait the Knights forward because they're faster. Jean gets scared off. Knights are just going to get cleared. That was such a small detail. He stepped back for a fraction of a second. The Knights pulled forward because they were quicker to attack and quicker to move, and that gets him the wipe. GG called. 4-0 annihilation for Marine Lord. And a reminder that despite HRE's nerfs, supersonic spears are still pretty bloody good. All right. So, Yeah, the Sonic music ran out. I think I've got the like short track is like only 2 minutes long. I was like, whoops. So guys, that means that Marine Lord comes out the victor today. We've only been live like 5.5 hours. Why no archers? I think he was paranoid about the horsemen. And like you go so here's the thing, you go archers, your opponent's already scaling horsemen, and then he just switches under mesh. It's very hard then. I do think like from what I saw, it kind of felt like the moment BC chose to build the third stables, he had already hard committed himself in a way that puts him out of position on the macroeconomics, right? Because even though he might not be producing out of 3 stables, by building that stables, he sacrificed building his archery range on time. I think that did hurt a bit. Retiring from pro play video from BC. I mean, I don't know about that. Like, dude, he made semifinals. You know, could this gradually go the way of like a Dumu, where I think Dumu went from being like a top 3 to being like a top 8, top 10. I think well, Dumu now sits in like what, the top 12? I think that's fair to Dumu. I think you wouldn't mind saying that. Like, does it become that journey? I don't think so. I think that would take a lot longer. If BC does want to continue to have a better like work-life balance and play other games, then sure, it could eventually devolve for him. But I don't think that's like a it happens tomorrow type thing. I think that's a very long process. Right. Dumu still top 10? Oh yeah, I mean like based on this tournament, I put like top 12 because based on the rankings of this tournament, right, you had top 8 and then like, you know, I'd say top 12 echelon after that. There's losing and then there's this. Yeah, but you're losing against the #1 player in the game. All right, so like how many of these people are going to fare any better against Marine Lord? Anasan might get some games because he scrims from Marine Lord a lot. Would Wham? Would Luciferon? Would Vortex? I guess Wham could take a game or 2, right? But like I think that also then comes to playstyles. It's like Beastie's still, I'd say, a top 6 player currently. Not bad. But should we listen in for the interview? We'll listen in for the interview and then figure out what we're gonna do. Just saw someone say this series is the worst of the tournament. Not like it was a stomp in the 4 of those close games. I would say there were some stomps. Last game in particular was quite stompy. Four Lakes was very dominant by Marine Lord 2. Gorge was decent, but then again, like I think BC, it felt like, and it shows you the level you're working at here, like one mistake, that horseman choice, I think killed any potential he had to control the game. That killed him. The closest one was definitely the Roost China one, but you know, it felt like Marine Lord had dictatorial control for most of the game. Even when BC went horse archers, he couldn't find a kill shot onto the workers. It's like this one, I think you need to weigh up like close on like, you know, it was long versus it was close. This one was close-ish. I'd say this is the one where BC had the best opportunity, but Marine Lord was still just miles ahead. You see the giant collab between Warcraft 3 and AoE 2? Yep, though I saw it. It's something that I had pitched to Microsoft a year ago, I think. But I got declined. So, I mean, I think their concern was, you know, I think I said I wanted 10K, and they were like, well, you're not big enough for that. But, like, my personal take on that is my mindset is different. Like, it's not about the size of my channel. It's about the size of the people who would then come and play the game for that tournament. And maybe it's something I could reassess with them. I don't know. We'll see. But because I think AoE 2 kind of proved the point.
But after first game, I was pretty confident I would win a pretty one-sided match because I felt like losing his main pick French against House of Lancaster.
That's fair as well.
Great.
Like, French is
And I
insanely
think
strong.
I played this matchup pretty bad. And
Really?
maybe I should not have drafted this matchup actually. When I thought about it, I was like, maybe it's wrong. Because if I have a bad spawn like I had with my gold, I had not any good plans.
That's
if I had
true.
like a gold on the side, it would be way easier, but...
Oh,
with
we
this gold,
teased
I
him
was
on the
like,
spawn because he got all the
maybe
food
I'm gonna
next
do
to each
this,
other, but
I'm
like
not so
he
sure,
couldn't
and
drop the
Beastie played
TC
pretty
there.
well, so it was pretty complicated at first.
Yeah, but me and Crackety were both surprised about the House of Lancaster choice there to start out. But just like you said, getting that win when you feel like it's a weaker Civ, a weaker matchup, definitely gives you the leg up.
That's
in the
fair.
Series.
Like, I'd
And
say
then
it
you
was kinda
followed it
close,
up
but
with
he's
the
right
one
in the-
hybrid map that was in
One
y'all's.
sec. I'd say he's right in the, like, I think we're right in that, like, this was the closer one, but it's the fact that it was French that had to be used and it got dismantled.
Picking Beastie or Beastie picking Delhi.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised. I think Delhi Mongol is a pretty good matchup for Delhi on most weird island maps where you can fight, like on Golden Heights, Kawasan, and maybe some maps I don't remember. But like maps like Four Lakes or Holy Island, let's say, so like more macro maps, I don't think it's a very smart matchup to pick. So when I saw it, I was pretty happy. And also Delhi can be more useful than Mongols on land map, I think. So I was happy
Dapton in
moving Delhi, I
chat?
guess.
No, he's not.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought too, where, maybe Delhi would have been stronger to save for Lipany, things of that sort, but a solid game 2, and then game 3, another just typical, your dry
Tell
Arabia, China versus
Dapton
Rus. I'm sure
Yeah.
you played this
to
matchup
tell
plenty of times before.
Marine Lord to show
The pro
us the
scouts like we're
guns.
seeing here, it felt
There you
like
go.
you just had such an extra
Let's see if
leg
we can
up
get
when it
Marine Lord
came
to
the
show
food
his,
economy, that
his
overall
new
kind
lumps.
of mid-map control. Did it feel weird to see Rus be more defensive than China was as a whole there?
Yeah, first I'm extremely stupid because I actually meant to veto Rus, and instead I vetoed Golden Horde. I'm not sure why. But
So
when I
weird
made
seeing Marine
that
Lord and a
mistake, it was
tank
not too
top.
bad because both matchup would be fine. But yeah, I had a clear plan for China against Golden Horde. Against Rus, I was not so sure. So when I did this mistake, I felt very stupid, like often. And then I don't know, I just saw his spawn. I wanted it like his main deer pack. I didn't really care if it was forward or not, or like backward. But I was praying for his second deer pack to be in the like anywhere.
What do you say
except
the
in
ban
back
was
of
on
his
this
base.
one?
So like the back is pretty unlikely, but it can happen, like on the left
It was,
side of the map.
was it Golden Horde, you said?
And if it didn't spawn there,
I think
knew
China
would
is
just
pretty
win
good
on
against
the
Golden
long
Horde,
run.
right?
Because China is
High
broken,
density
right?
snipes, right?
It's always been very strong at high level. So if you don't make any big mistake, you should win. And I don't know, it was still a weird game because he plays it pretty well, I think. And also this new Rus style, we barely ever see it. So we don't really know how good the economy is. But I mean, no matter what you do against China, you just know China is gonna have a better economy. So I was just
He
like,
traded
okay, I'm gonna
better
play
here
my
than I was
normal
expecting, to be
plan,
honest. Like, there was a lot of
make some
pink
farms at some
units
point,
dead.
go Barbican, whatever. And yeah.
Well, like,
If
that's
he
the value,
goes
by the way. When you
out of
stuck
knights
like this,
or Sorcerer,
hugging
we'll
tree
make
lines
a
is really
transition
strong.
too. And then it's just a macro game with me having a better economy. So even if he has like 4 relics, I know like my economy is just better.
Yeah, you were able to transition into the Chuganu very, very quickly there, and I felt like you just kind of waited until after you cleaned up that massive Horse Archer match. And then, being up in the Series 3-0, it gives you a lot of flexibility for the next couple games, whether you want to try to have some throwaway civs. So did you feel like with Coastal Cliffs, was the HRE pick more of a throwaway civ, or was it more of like a game plan there that you felt good about from the start?
I mean, it depends on the matchup, but against anything he had except Ayubids, I was pretty confident with HRE. So I was just like, okay, let's send it here.
I'd be
And
curious
overall, like
how
the
he
rest of
feels
the
about
draft, I
the
think was very good
knights.
for me because I had some very strong civ left, like Ottoman and Macedonian, for example, and Sengoku.
Mm-hmm.
I think those 3 civs are very good into his civs left. So I don't know, I think he was kind of fucked, no matter what.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought. I think I said this is a similar thing going in where I was like, he's got Macedonia left, he's got Ottomans, he's got to be feeling good. But you started out that game.
It's
and
just
you kinda
insanely
had two
stompy,
big
though.
pickups at the same time. You picked up the villager, trying to build the wall on the backside. You scouted out obviously that that's going to be a great food location if he can have that, and also had a huge pickup on that first night that really I feel like
This is just insane,
gives
though. You can
HRE
see
a lot
Beast
of
who's
the breathing
desperate at this
room and
point,
the leg
but
up.
it's understandable.
Yeah, just 1 knight and 1 villager at the start, and I knew it was pretty much GG. He had a good spawn, so it's always dangerous. But with Jeanne d'Arc, normally you just defend forever. So even if he has a good spawn, he is the one that has to attack. And my spawn was okay, I guess. I mean, my deer was pretty forward, but it was next to my gold, so... I mean, I had a solid plan when I saw my spawn and his spawn. I just knew I had to be defensive, and then I go Burgrave, and I was very surprised when he aged up, actually. But I don't know, Jeanne d'Arc is very weird. I feel like if you don't make any mistakes, you're gonna win. But once you make 1 mistake, you die very easily. Like I did against Vortex, for example, on the group stage.
Oh, it feels like she has
Just
no
make 1 mistake and
flexibility.
you die, but if you don't make any, you're gonna win pretty easily, I think.
Yeah, well, great execution here today. Great solid 4-0 victory that you had, and obviously, you know, still got a lot in front of you here tomorrow with playing against Puppy Paul. So,
Yeah.
you know, we'll be cheering you on. We'll be hyped to see it and watch it. Any final thoughts going into the series tomorrow?
I mean, not really. I've been practicing with him for the last month and he's pretty good, so it should be pretty competitive and pretty close. I'm not sure if I lost a practice against him, but it's always like 4-3, so it's just very, very close. It's very hard to beat him.
I think the thing for Marine Law that's
hopefully It
annoying
will be an extended series here tomorrow after having.
with facing the Canadians is like they have their own playstyle, they have their own strategies, and I think they've actually done a very good job in evolving their game strats to the point that it's like it's not just baboonery that's bad. I think Marine Law would agree. Like they've actually diversified in a way and optimized to the point that like you face them and these strategies they come out with are threatening, are annoying, while having sprinkles of familiarity. So yeah, I think that is like one of the trickier parts for Marine Lord Huh? So I just need to message him quick. Shame on you for not flexing the guns, big boy. Big lad. Gotta tease him for the tank toppage. I mean, you don't see me resort to tank tops. Come on. What a sweat. Sorry, one sec. Just checking some things. Pretty hot in front. Dude, you make it out like it's not hot in here. He's got Gentleman's money. He can afford a nice aircon unit. All right, what do we do now, though, guys? So tomorrow, I believe it's same start time as today. And we now know the matchups. It's going to be, of course, Marine Lord Puppy Paw in a best of 9. Only a best of 5 between BC and Anatan. BC Anatan... That could be tight. I think that might be a 5-gamer. Marine Lord Puppy Paw... With the way Marine Lord's been playing, I think Puppy Paw... Especially Marine Lord's like self-reflection on his messiness today. I'd probably still favor M Lord. Puppy Paw maybe takes 3 games. 5-3. Not that bad in the UK. Dude, are you high? Like, what are you on about? It's not that bad in the UK. It's not that bad specifically today in that we've had a bunch of like downpours. But in general, the UK has been terrible for weather. Yeah, today's chill, like I said, because we had some downpours. But one sec, let me check previous days. How do you check previous days, crap? Like, well, I think yesterday we had 35 degrees, 36 degrees. I still didn't resort to a tank top. But like, I can't remember who it was who was talking about this on the stream. I'm like, oh, no, that's not that bad for you guys. They calculated across. Yeah, oh, sorry, it's T90. He was like, yeah, but you guys, like, you know, it's not too bad, right? And like, I live in like I live in the South. Like, you know, I live in America and we've got like a lot of humidity, so it's very sticky. And then someone pointed out, I don't think you noticed it, that we had like 65% or 70% humidity. I was like, well, we got humidity too, because I think he said he lives in Florida. Like, it's bad here. Your country at least prepped for aircon. We didn't. You're a southerner? Yeah. I mean, I live Suffolk, so it's pretty sweaty. I'll find a better forecast. I don't know. I can't find it. All right, what do we do now? We can play some games so I can cool it. I'm streaming, what, almost 6 hours? Yours has been 85%? Where the hell are you? 9% humidity and like 93 F out in Georgia. Yeah, but like, again, you guys actually have real aircon everywhere. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to discover Americans with aircon units literally crammed up their ass so they're mobile. Like, you know, they're mobile cooling jets. Tank top and Taiwan. Damn, the optimal look. That's when you know you just really give it up on Karen. Scooters with aircon? Yeah, dude, people just... this is the thing, though. Like, it's very different America versus Europe for that very reason. 2 AC units? Yeah, so, like, I've got a small one to my side, like a little portable one that you put water in the back. That's it. That's all we got. And even then, it's pretty bad, because, like, I mean, here's the thing as well. It's rougher. I'm just going to say it bluntly. It's rougher for me, because, like, what you guys have got to remember is that I've got There's my little portable unit, by the way. I've got that, which has a 5090 in it, by the way. And it renders in 1440p, 1080p, 720p, 480p, 360p. And then pushes that to YouTube and Twitch. And often we do TikTok as well. Not at the moment, though. And then we've got that with a 7900 XTX in, which is a very power-hungry card. And a 16-core CPU. Sorry, 8-core? 6-core. 16-core. 9950X. That's 16-core. I think it's 16. Yeah, 16-core. So the point is, we generate a lot of heat in this very small room. Don't understand that US hate is it cope? What do you mean hating the US or vice versa? I don't feel like I'm hating on the US. I just hate when the US makes out like, oh, it's hotter here. Your life is easy. It's like, no, I mean, dude, like it's what's it? You know, struggle is not a comparative thing, right? Suffering is not a comparative thing. We don't have aircon everywhere. When I go in my house later on, there's no aircon in there. The best we've got is like fans. Under desk fan for that reason, the heat pumps out. Oof. This is the thing as well. Like I prefer winter. I'm always a fan of winter over summer for this reason, because you can put on more crap to stay warm. You can't. There's like limits, especially if you work in an office. Like I remember I used to hate this when I worked in an office, and you had the office politics of like, what is the reasonable and agreed temperature of the aircon? And I counter-argued one day because I'm in an office with old people, so they want it like a few degrees hotter. And I'm like, right? And I just bluntly said, if you put on more clothes, it's fine. If I take off more clothes, it's an HR issue, right? And they had no comeback. They still didn't freaking change it, but they lost the argument 100%. A 5090 mobile? That doesn't mean it's not hot as all hell. Then everyone claps? Yeah, it did. I think they would have. The problem is I worked in an office where the average age was probably like 45, so most of them probably had hearing aids and didn't hear them the first time. And if you have to repeat the comeback, it loses value, loses power. I should have, though. It should have been like doing laps. Everyone should have been cheering. Woo! Oh my god, KP! Wow. Like, they didn't call me KP, but they would have like, that was the best comment you could have given. So on the point. Golf clappers all around. All right, so what did we say we're going to do now? There's Olden Era. There's Stronghold. Battlefield. Or I just bugger off. Still got to eat dinner. I don't know what I'm having for dinner. OE my vote. What do you guys feel like? Doesn't help. My stomach feels really weird today. It's not like you need to go to the toilet or anything. It's not like that. But it's just like, the only way I can describe it is like an immense pushing pressure in like stomach groin area. It's very weird. Like once again, like it's not disgusting. It's not KP needs a poo lol. It just there's a pressure, but it's definitely nothing bowel related. It's very weird. I'm a little bit paranoid because at my niece's party, I'm wondering if I accidentally ate something with gluten, and now I just feel weird. Drink some carbonation fiber. I mean, I did drink a lot of carbonated drinks, maybe. That's what it is. Top flashbangs. What's the score? BC 0, Marine Lord 4. It was a stomper. We're just figuring out what to do now because the games are over. There's a few options. 5090 is 500 watts. The laptop one is an underclocked 5080, drawing a third of that. But yeah, I still see it. Yeah, dude. Yeah, like you're making big PC next to me with full, like, I literally have an extra portable liquid cooler for the laptop. We can't dehumidify England, but we can dehumidify our homes. It does help. Yeah. Yeah, I think we... Do we have the dehumidifier? I think we do. Doesn't get used, though, now that I think about it. We've got fans. We've got a fan in Ezra's room. We've got a fan in Freya's room. We've got a fan in our room. My favorite part is recently she's like, we need to start locking the door because I don't like the idea that like the door's unlocked, the back door's unlocked. Someone could come in. It's like, I think I'd notice. Well, I probably wouldn't, but you know. And now because it's so hot, she's like, screw it. Makes it even more obvious because she jams one of those, what they call the wooden things that you grow plants up and on. She puts one of them in the door so like lots of cool air can get in. I'm tempted to play some of this. What do you guys think? There's also this. We could try this again, but there's no way they've fixed the stupid bugs yet. If the combat was smooth, I actually would be playing the crap out of this. But the combat is so buggy. Also, I have no friends, so. And this we've now got to wait until the 20th of July. Keep your back door open all summer for the dog. We have indoor cats, so we have to put something in the door so they can't get out. I don't know what to play, guys. I don't know, I'm kind of weird. Stranghold? Watch the England game? Wait, is there another England game today? If numbers shift, you know why? No, I'm pretty sure if numbers shift is because people like it's not AOE4. New game challenge. What's on sale on Steam and blind play something new? I'm a cheapskate. I just wait for people to give me keys. There's nothing that's really released this week either is the problem. Trending free. Yeah, it hasn't really been any... It hasn't been a good week for releases, actually. I'm going to do a little bit of Stronghold. Which one do you do? They're both kind of suffering. Right in the childhood. Do we end YouTube stream? Oh no, you're probably all asleep already, aren't you? Alright, those still on YouTube. Oh, I need to end poll as well. Marine Lord won. Well done, you guys predicted correct. I think a lot of you added at the end. Feel free to come across to twitch.tv/killerpigeon. You can get it up on your TV or your phone, whatever else. Because I'm getting YouTube, because YouTube just gets weird. YouTube doesn't let you have multiple games cataloged on a video, and it gets confusing for people. So thank you very much for watching there. We're back tomorrow for more Age of Empires 4, so make sure you tune in there. But feel free to hang around.